So, once again, requesting everyone to kindly settle down. We are about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, may I please request everyone to kindly settle down. We are about to begin. I can see a lot of people standing at the entrance behind on the left hand side. Please settle down, everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, there have been multiple requests made to be seated, please. So may I once again humbly request everyone to be seated. This is a bit of a precursor. We might not be able to start unless everyone is seated. Uh, for people I know who may be having conversations and have so much to discuss, uh, we believe you will have ample time throughout the day. So please make your way here. Please be seated. We're starting in a jiffy.
Ladies and gentlemen, our Honorable Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Shri Eknath Ji Shinde, has arrived. Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause. Namaskar, Suswagatam. A very good morning and a hearty welcome to all our dignitaries, honorable ministers, honorable senior officials, all our Secretary of Government of India and honorable Chief Secretary of Government of Maharashtra.
On behalf of the Government of India, the Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances, and the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, with the Administrative Innovation, Excellence, and Good Governance Department, Government of Maharashtra, we are your host today. My name is Arpit Sharma.
And I'm Mayuri Malankar, and we are honored to welcome all of you to the 27th National Conference on E-Governance. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our chief guest, Sri Eknath Ji Shinde, Honorable Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Honorable Minister of Information and Technology, Government of Maharashtra, with a round of applause as he joins us on the stage.
We would also like to invite Shri Mangal Prabhat Lodha ji, Honorable Minister of Skills, Employment, Entrepreneurship and Innovation, Government of Maharashtra.
We now welcome Shri Deepak Kesarkar ji, Honorable Minister of School Education and Marathi Language, Government of Maharashtra.
Please put your hands together to welcome on stage Srimati Sujata Sonik, Honorable Chief Secretary, Government of Maharashtra.
Ladies and gentlemen, join us as we welcome Shri V. Srinivas, Honorable Secretary to the Government of India, Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievance.
On stage now, I would like to request the company of Honorable Secretary to the Government of India, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Shri S. Krishnan.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as we invite Shri Parag Jain Nenutia, Principal Secretary, General Administration, Information and Technology, Government of Maharashtra.
Finally, I would like to invite on stage Additional Secretary DARPG, Shri Puneet Yadav, to please join us on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we can all be warm as the temperature of Mumbai is right now, to appreciate the presence of all our dignitaries on stage. May we have a loud round of applause, please?
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, a very warm welcome to the 27th National Conference on E-Governments. And the theme of this event is Vikasit Bharat, Secure and Sustainable E-Service Delivery. E-governance has played a key role in embarking the journey to achieve the goal of minimum government and maximum governance. It has helped the government to enhance the coverage, increase transparency, improve response to citizens, and lower costs. On the other hand, it has facilitated citizens to have better access, equity, and social empowerment.
This event serves as a convergence platform for experts from diverse fields like the practitioners, public policy makers, all the industry leaders, the academicians to collaborate, share knowledge, and exchange views and valuable experiences about the various e governance initiatives.
In today's event, ladies and gentlemen, we will delve into recognizing and promoting excellence in implementation of e-governance initiatives with various films, release of papers and booklets, award ceremonies and plenary and breakout sessions. Ladies and gentlemen, now we move ahead and we would like to felicitate our honorable dignitaries on the dais, requesting Honorable Chief Secretary, Government of Maharashtra, Srimati Sujata Sonik, to kindly welcome our chief guest for the day, Shri Eknath Ji Shinde. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as we present the memento to our chief guest, our Honorable Chief Minister, Shri Eknath Ji Shinde.
Requesting Srimati Sujata Sonik to also felicitate Shri Mangal Prabhat Lodhaji, Honorable Minister of Skills, Employment, Entrepreneurship and Innovation, Government of Maharashtra.
We would like to felicitate Shri Deepak Kesarkar Ji, Honorable Minister of School Education and Marathi Language, Government of Maharashtra. Can we have a round of applause? Moving ahead, I will request Shri Parag Jain to kindly felicitate our Honorable Secretary to the Government of India, Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances, Shri V. Srinivas.
May I also trouble Shri Parag Jain Nanutia to felicitate our Honorable Chief Secretary, Government of Maharashtra, Srimati Sujata Sonik, please.
May I request Mr. Puneet Yadav to kindly felicitate Shri S. Krishnan.
Shri Parag Jain Nanutia, sir, another request for you, please, to felicitate Shri Puneet Yadav, our Additional Secretary, DARPG. And may I please request Shri Puneet Yadav, sir, to felicitate Shri Parag Jain Nanutia, Principal Secretary General Administration, Information and Technology, Government of Maharashtra.
Thank you, everyone. And on a brighter note, let us have a shubharamb of this event by lighting of the ceremonial lamp. हमारी भारतीय संस्कृति के अनुसार हर शुभ काम की जो शुरुआत होती है वो दीप प्रज्वलन से करते हैं हमारे लिए आज का ये इवेंट काफी महत्वपूर्ण है इसलिए हमारे डिग्निटरीज के हाथों हम दीप प्रज्वलन कर इस कार्यक्रम की शुरुआत करेंगे I remember a beautiful shloka on this moment. Deepena lokana jayati, deepastejo mayaha smritaha, chaturvarga prado deepam, tasmat deepam yaje priye. दिए की जो ज्योत होती है वो हमेशा ऊपर की ओर उठती है। दिए का ये स्वभाव है। हमारे द्वारा शुरू किया हुआ काम इसी तरह हमेशा अग्रसर हो। इस प्रार्थना के साथ, इस भावना के साथ हर शुभ काम की शुरुआत जो है वो हम दीप प्रज्वलन से करते हैं। Thank you all.
We would also like to present a precious memento to all our dignitaries on stage right now. So if I may trouble Honorable Chief Secretary, Government of Maharashtra, Srimati Sujata Sonik, to please present these, starting with to our Honorable Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Shri Eknath Shindeji.
Next, we'd like to present this memento to Shri Deepak Kesarkar ji. Next, we'd like to present this to Shri V. Srinivas. Next, we would like to present to Shri S. Krishnan. I will request Shri Parag Jain to kindly present this memento to Shri Puneet Yadav. I will also request Parag Jain to kindly present this memento to our Honorable Chief Secretary, Government of Maharashtra, Srimati Sujata Sonik.
May I request Shri Puneet Yadav to please present the memento to Shri Parag Jain Nanutia. Thank you so much. We proceed on to our welcome address right now. And for the same, I would like to invite on stage and to deliver the welcome address our Honorable Chief Secretary, Government of Maharashtra, Srimati Sujata Sonik. May we please have you on stage, ma'am, to deliver the welcome address.
सर्वांना नमस्कार. महाराष्ट्र राज्याचे आपले सन्माननीय मुख्यमंत्री श्री एकनाथरावजी शिंदे, त्याचबरोबर आपल्या या कार्यक्रमाला आवर्जून उपस्थित असलेले या जिल्ह्याचे पालकमंत्री श्री दीपक केसरकर जी, या कार्यक्रमाला खास उपस्थित असलेले आपले केंद्र शासनाचे 2 सचिव, डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ ॲडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव्ह रिफॉर्म्स अँड गुड गव्हर्नन्सचे सचिव श्री श्रीनिवासजी, तसेच डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ IT केंद्र शासन यांचे सचिव श्री कृष्णनजी, माझे सहकारी महाराष्ट्र राज्याचे IT सेक्रेटरी श्री पराग जैन आणि केंद्र शासनाचे ॲडिशनल सेक्रेटरी श्री पुनीतजी, आपला आणि या ठिकाणी उपस्थित असलेले सर्व मान्यवर, विविध राज्यातून आलेले सचिव, आपले वरिष्ठ अधिकारी, विभागाचे अधिकारी, अतिथीगण, त्याचबरोबर या ठिकाणी उपस्थित सर्व मीडियाचे प्रतिनिधी सर्वांना सप्रेम नमस्कार आणि आपला या कार्यशाळेमध्ये नॅशनल ई गव्हर्नन्स कॉन्फरन्समध्ये स्वागत. A warm welcome to Maharashtra, a land where history meets progress and tradition meets innovation. Maharashtra has always been at the forefront of driving change, and it is our honor to host the 27th Conference on E-Governance. Here we converge not only to discuss the future of governance, but to create it. This is where shared learning, best practices, startup innovations, and breakthrough ideas come together to inspire a more Viksit Bharat in 2047. This conference offers a unique opportunity to learn from each other's experiences, foster collaboration, and explore innovative solutions to challenges in e-governance. The startup stalls, panel discussions, and publications on display are a testament to the creativity and commitment we have towards achieving excellence in governance. I am delighted to share a significant development that highlights Maharashtra's unwavering commitment to administrative innovation. As we move from reforms to innovation and excellence, our journey is steadily advancing toward the goal of good governance. It is also with immense pride that I request Honorable Chief Minister Sir to officially allow us to announce that the Department of Administrative Reforms and Office Organization and Methods, as the department was known in Maharashtra, due to his benevolence, we have now renamed it. And therefore, yeah, I request Honorable Chief Minister Sir to just press the button to unveil the new name. Sir, just button दाबायचं आपण. Thank you, sir. So the new name of our department now in Maharashtra is Department of Administrative Reforms, Innovations, Excellence and Good Governance. So we have changed a few words. This change marks not only a shift in the name, but a powerful declaration of our intent to lead by example in setting standards for integrity, efficiency, and transparency in governance. I must here also acknowledge that Srinivasji, Secretary DARPG Government of India, has been our source of inspiration and guidance and mentoring throughout our journey to reach to this point where we are now saying that we are an administrative innovation, excellence and good governance department. He has been our constant guide by constantly giving us ideas, supporting us in our initiatives, and giving us the learnings from other states. Maharashtra could come to this stage of actually giving a new direction to the whole department. In these intervening months, because we had the state level e-governance conference in January 23, since then till now, we have come a long way. We have been able to set up our district good governance portal. We have made our central registry unit. All our DAC is now scanned and directly sent to the department for action. We bring monthly reforms reports about the status of e-governance and various other initiatives of each of our departments internally. And I would like to specially acknowledge the Chief Minister's Office, Departments of Culture, Parliamentary Affairs, and also DGIPR, Directorate of Industries, where the use of e-office is 100%. So our Chief Minister's Office is completely on e-office. And 14 departments, the usage of e-office is more than 70% as of now. This is from January 23 to now. We have managed to make such strides that we have actually crossed the 50% mark. In the districts, particularly in the collectorates, Satara, Ratnagiri, Kolhapur, Palghar, Yavatmal, and the Zilla Parishads of Gondia, Ahmednagar, Latur, Buldhana, Washim are the top performers in the state. And we hope that very soon the entire state will be performing at the top. The Good Governance Manual that was prepared by a very high level committee of ex chief secretaries gave us a base on which we could continue to look at more innovation and excellence in our work. We are now working towards revamping our Aple Sarkar grievance portal. We are re-engineering it to ensure a more efficient and user-friendly grievance redressal forum and tracking, which will also give us auto alerts for pending grievances more than 30 days. Two special campaigns named Seva Mahina were taken up in both the years to fast track the disposal of grievances. We would again like to launch another campaign from September 17 to October 2nd to continue to dispose of the grievances which are today pending with us. Similarly, the revised Manual of Office Procedure also has become the Bible on which the departments are basing their work. These accomplishments are a testament to Maharashtra's unwavering dedication to pushing the boundaries of administrative excellence. Most of Mantralaya today is working on e-office. As we move forward in the next 2 days to cover 6 plenary and 6 breakout sessions, each addressing crucial aspects of e-governance, we hope that we will benefit from your participation and discussion to take it to the next level. The innovations on display, the startup stalls, I hope you will go and visit them, hopefully will create thought-provoking discussions on what is it that can be scaled up. The importance of this conference, therefore, cannot be overstated. It is more than a gathering of officials and experts. It is a forum where ideas become action, where strategies are forged to achieve Viksit Bharat 2047 vision. Finally, we close the discussions today. I invite you to participate in our cultural program in the evening. We have a very vibrant cultural program for you lined up this evening before we break for dinner. I hope you will stay back and enjoy that. It has been put together very thoughtfully by the Department of Culture. It will be in the same venue. I have a small poem I would like to read out on Viksit Bharat 2047 vision. नया सवेरा नई दिशा बढ़ते कदम नए सपनों के आसमान में हम ऊंचाइयों को छूते जाएं ई गवर्नेंस की राह से अब है मंजिल तक जाना हर गांव हर शहर में सशक्त हो हिंदुस्तान हमारा डिजिटल की शक्ति से हर हाथ को काम मिलेगा स्मार्ट सोच स्मार्ट देश हर जीवन आसान बनेगा संविधान की मर्यादा में नारी शक्ति का सम्मान हर बेटी हर मां को होगा विकास में योगदान समानता की इस धरती पर हर एक को अधिकार सबके सपनों की उड़ान सबके सपनों का संसार ज्ञान विज्ञान और नवाचार से अब न होगा कोई पीछे 2047 का भारत बनेगा विकसित स्वाभिमान से सींचे चलो मिलकर करें प्रयास हर दिशा में हो उजाला ई गवर्नेंस से जुड़कर रचे नए भारत को की गाथा हर दिल में एक उम्मीद हर आंख में एक सपना विकसित भारत का सपना अब हो साकार अपना In conclusion, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances, Government of India, as well as to the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology for jointly hosting this impactful conference. Your collective leadership in curating the agenda, selecting the distinguished speakers, and driving the essential themes has elevated this event to a level of significance. Together, you have created a platform that is not only shaping the discourse on e-governance, but also propelling it closer to the realization of Viksit Bharat 2047. Your efforts are laying the groundwork for a future society where governance is defined by innovation, excellence, and citizen centricity. I thank Honorable Chief Minister, sir, Honorable Guardian Minister, sir, all the dignitaries on the dais, my colleagues, the department officials who have helped us to bring this conference to you. And I wish you a very pleasant conference over the next 2 days. Once again, Namaskar.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for the beautiful poem Vikasit Bharat Ka Sapna Ab Ho Sakar Apna. I think this is a dream of everyone sitting here, everyone watching us live, and every citizen of India. Thank you, ma'am, for the warm welcome. And I would like to thank all the dignitaries on the dais for inaugurating the new name of the department. This shows the foundation of the good governance in Maharashtra. Moving on to our next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, would like to welcome Sri S. Krishnan, Honorable Secretary to the Government of India, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, to address the audience. Can we please have a huge round of applause for him?
Honorable Chief Minister of Maharashtra, the Honorable Minister for Marathi Language and Culture, respected Chief Secretary of Maharashtra, my friend and colleague, the Secretary in the Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances, Shri V. Srinivas, Shri Puneet Agarwal, Puneet Yadav, Shri Puneet Yadav, the Additional Secretary in the Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances, award winners, illustrious ambassadors of e-governance and good governance present in the audience, ladies and gentlemen. Let me at the outset thank the government of Maharashtra for hosting the 27th National Conference on e-governance here in Mumbai on such a grand scale. This is a very important event which draws our attention back every year to the importance of e-governance and the importance of ensuring that digital technologies are applied to enhance the quality of governance and the quality of administration, which is something that all our citizens deserve on an ongoing basis. It's a matter of pride to the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology that we have consistently supported these efforts of both the Department of Administrative Reforms and in different ministries and agencies of both the Government of India and the various state governments. Entities of MeitY, whether it is the National Informatics Center, NIC, whether it is CDAC, whether it is BISAG, whether it is NILIT, whether it is Digital India Corporation, DIC, or NEGD, all of these entities in their own way have lent a lot of support for the way that e-governance initiatives have been rolled out in a number of agencies across the government of India. You name an initiative and definitely there would be the fingerprints of one of these agencies behind it. But more than that, I think the entire e-governance movement and the efforts that have been undertaken so far have primarily been citizen oriented, things which have faced the front end of operations through which the attempt has been consistently to improve the experience of citizens. What we need to be conscious of is that the expectations of the citizens have also consistently increased, and they expect that the quality of services, the user experience that they have, the user interface that they have needs to be of a quality which is comparable to any other service that they currently access through the electronic means. And therefore, we are virtually in competition with anything that any private sector offering is there out there. So our websites, our portals, our interface points need to be of that quality. That is the challenge that we face today. The second part of this challenge also is that very frequently, and that is very relevant for people who work within government, is that the back end structures also need to be integrated and put together in a way that there is ease of operation. The fact that we are attempting to digitalize, the fact that we are attempting to automate should actually result in increased productivity and lower workloads for people at the back end, that is government servants, civil servants. And our productivity needs to commensurately go up. The third part of the challenge is how do we then use emerging technologies, whether it is data analytics, whether it's machine learning, whether it is artificial intelligence, whether it's blockchain applications, how do we use it at the back end to actually enhance productivity, to provide improved services and higher quality of services? That is the next challenge that we would have to address as we go along. The most important thing that we strive for as we move on this path of e-governance or digital governance is the fact that everything requires to be connected. There's a huge opportunity for connectedness at the back end, which will mean that proactive government services can also be provided through this means, which again could be a huge convenience to citizens, common citizens. While I emphasize the many possibilities, while I emphasize the scope for great convenience, while I emphasize the scope for tremendous increases in productivity, things which will help a lot of people, and many of those changes have already taken place in a way that we have now taken for granted, in a way that it has become part of our day-to-day lives, and we factor it in already as something that we experience, and we only look for improvements above it. One thing that we need to be acutely conscious of is that as more and more data gets centralized and collected at one place, there are two major risks. One is that of maintaining the privacy of data, particularly of citizens and all of us as individuals. And the second is the security implications of this. What is it that um, uh, malevolent actors can do? What is it that people with ill intentions can do with the amount of data that becomes so easily available? Which is why I would also like to emphasize that even as we design newer ways of carrying forward e-governance and automated governance, we need to be very, very conscious that data security and data privacy need to be uppermost in our mindsets. We already have the digital protection of personal data. The DPDP Act has already been enacted. All of the rules are likely to be enacted shortly. We need to be acutely aware that all government institutions are also liable under the DPDP Act because we are liable to fairly hefty fines in case there are breaches of data. All of these are serious concerns that we should keep in mind, and therefore the security, the cyber security elements of all operations of government need to be given due importance. We need to design our e-governance systems and all the tools and methods that we use with the security of data, the security of operations, the security of networks, the security of access points as something of fundamental and primary importance. And I'm sure that all of us, the civil servants and all other officials gathered here, will undoubtedly consider all of these elements as we design newer and newer systems to operationalize greater convenience and greater functional efficiency for all of government services. Thank you very much for the very patient hearing. Thank you.
महाराष्ट्राचे उपमुख्यमंत्री माननीय श्री देवेंद्रजी फडणवीस यांचं आगमन झालेलं आहे. एकदा जोरदार टाळ्यांनी आपण त्यांचं स्वागत करूया. त्याचबरोबर एम-एल-ए भरतशेठ गोगावले आणि एम-एल-ए महेंद्र दळवीजी यांचं सुद्धा मी मनापासून स्वागत करते आजच्या कार्यक्रमामध्ये. आपण जोरदार टाळ्यांनी माननीय श्री देवेंद्रजी फडणवीस यांचं मंचावर स्वागत करूया. मी सी-एस मॅडमना विनंती करेन पुष्पगुच्छ देऊन त्यांनी सरांचं स्वागत करावं. मी सी-एस मॅमना विनंती करेन की त्यांनी मोमेंटो सुद्धा सरांना प्रेझेंट करावं. थँक यू. And now, in the presence of all the dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, we will release background papers, Compendium booklet, Excellence in E-Governance booklet, and Citation booklet for National E-Governance 2024.
The books are the citations for National Award for E-Governance Award winners 2024.
Excellence in E-Governance, National Award for E-Governance winners of the year 2023.
We also have the background papers of the 27th National Conference on E-Governance.
Next, we have Vikasit Bharat Secure and Sustainable E-Service Delivery, Compendium.
We would also like to take this opportunity for the souvenir launch of the Bhashini initiative and also for the government of Maharashtra and the progress in IT that they have made. So we will have that as well right now, the souvenir launch.
Can we please hold the books so that we can take a picture? Requesting all the dignitaries to kindly unveil the booklets and hold it for the photo session. Thank you. Moving ahead, ladies and gentlemen. Now I'd like to invite Shri Devendraji Fadnavis, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, Government of Maharashtra.
May I please welcome Honorable Chief Minister of Maharashtra and Honorable Minister of Information and Technology, Government of Maharashtra, the 20th Chief Minister of Maharashtra since June 2022. Of course, he has been in office, requesting Shri Eknath Shindeji to please deliver the inaugural address.
सत्ताईसवीं राष्ट्रीय ई गवर्नेंस कॉन्फ्रेंस में उपस्थित हमारे लोकप्रिय उप मुख्यमंत्री देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी, हमारे एजुकेशन मिनिस्टर दीपक केसरकर जी, हमारी चीफ सेक्रेटरी सुजाता सोनिक जी, सेक्रेटरी भारत सरकार श्री वी श्रीनिवासन जी, सेक्रेटरी भारत सरकार एस कृष्णन जी, हमारे पराग जैन, पुनीत यादव, सभी राज्यों के सचिव, हमारे विधायक भरत शेठ, महेंद्र दलवी और सभी इस 27वीं राष्ट्रीय गवर्नेंस कॉन्फ्रेंस के लिए देश भर से पधारे आप सभी प्रतिनिधिगण, केंद्र और राज्य के अधिकारीगण, गवर्नेंस से संबंधित सभी पॉलिसी मेकर्स, प्रैक्टिशनर्स और एक्सपर्ट का मैं महाराष्ट्र के मुख्यमंत्री के नाते आपका हृदय से स्वागत करता हूं, तहे दिल से स्वागत करता हूं और आप सभी का अभिनंदन भी करता हूं। I welcome you all in 27th National Conference on E-Governance. मुझे खुशी है कि आज महाराष्ट्र को इस महत्वपूर्ण कॉन्फ्रेंस को होस्ट करने का मौका मिला है। यहाँ अवार्ड विनर्स भी है, हमारे देवेंद्र जी के हाथों से उनका सत्कार भी होने वाला है। वो सभी अवार्ड विनर्स का भी मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं। आप लोग सिर्फ पुरस्कार के हकदार नहीं है, बल्कि देश के लोगों का जीवन सहज और सरल बनाने वाले क्रांतिकारी की भूमिका में है। मैं ये जानबूझ के कह रहा हूं क्योंकि ये रिवॉल्यूशन जो है, क्रांति जो है, ये क्रांति करने वाले आप लोग हैं। मैं इस अवसर पर एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव रिफॉर्म्स एंड पब्लिक ग्रीवेंसेस डिपार्टमेंट और मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स एंड इंफॉर्मेशन को भी धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं। ई गवर्नेंस की योजना को लागू किए 18 साल हुए और इस दौरान आज ई गवर्नेंस विकास के मूल मंत्र बन चुका है। ई गवर्नेंस सिर्फ एक टेक्नोलॉजी नहीं, बल्कि हमारी मानसिकता बदलने का एक जरिया है। ई गवर्नेंस के साथ ट्रांसपेरेंसी आती है, जो कि गवर्नमेंट के प्रति लोगों को विश्वास दिलाती है। आज महाराष्ट्र में मुख्यमंत्री लाडली बहना योजना के तहत करोड़ों बहनों के अकाउंट में पहली 2 किस्तें इतने कम समय में डिपॉजिट हो सकी, इसका श्रेय ई गवर्नेंस को ही जाता है। किसानों से लेकर विद्यार्थियों तक गवर्नमेंट की योजनाओं के लाभ सीधे बैंक में डिपॉजिट हो जाते हैं। किसी भी तरीके से एजेंट हो, बिचौलिया हो, किसी को कोई चांस नहीं। और मोदी जी का भी यही कहना है, ये डायरेक्ट डीबीटी होना चाहिए, बीच में कोई नहीं होना चाहिए। और ई गवर्नेंस के कारण ही यह संभव हुआ है। जब भी हम अच्छे गवर्नेंस की बात करते हैं तो मुझे आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी का मिनिमम गवर्नमेंट मैक्सिमम गवर्नेंस यह शब्द याद आता है। यह वो मंत्र है जिसको हम देश की प्रगति का एक्सीलेटर भी कह सकते हैं। हमारी ई गवर्नेंस पॉलिसी का यह मूल आधार है। हमारे गवर्नेंस में स्पीड के साथ आम लोगों का समाधान भी होना चाहिए, उन्हें न्याय मिलना चाहिए। पिछले वर्ष हमने ई गवर्नेंस के एक रीजनल कॉन्फ्रेंस में कहा था कि ई गवर्नेंस का मतलब ये नहीं कि आप सिर्फ टेक्नोलॉजी की बात करें और आम लोगों के साथ मिलना जुलना बंद करें। हमें आम लोगों से सीधे संपर्क भी बनाए हुए रखना चाहिए और ई गवर्नेंस को बढ़ावा भी देना जरूरी है। जैसे कंपटीशन का युग है, इसमें जैसे हम परिस्थिति के अनुसार हमें चलना चाहिए, आगे बढ़ना चाहिए, दौड़ना चाहिए। ये भी हमें करना चाहिए। इस कॉन्फ्रेंस का विषय विकसित भारत, सिक्योर एंड सस्टेनेबल ई सर्विस डिलीवरी है। कोई भी सिटीजन चाहे जहां भी हो, उसे बिना किसी रुकावट के सरकारी सेवा मिलनी चाहिए, ये इसका मकसद है। ये केवल डिजिटलाइजेशन के बारे में नहीं है, ये सरकार को अधिक रिस्पॉन्सिव, इंक्लूसिव एंड सिटीजन सेंट्रिक बनाएगा। ये भी बहुत बड़ी बात है। मैं आपको एक उदाहरण देना चाहता हूँ। मुंबई में अब आप कोई भी प्रॉपर्टी किसी भी सब रजिस्ट्रार के ऑफिस जाकर रजिस्टर कर सकते हैं। अंधेरी में आपने, एक उदाहरण देता हूँ, अंधेरी में आपने फ्लैट या अन्य प्रॉपर्टी ली है, तो आप मलबार हिल के रजिस्टर ऑफिस में जाकर आपके कन्वीनियंस से रजिस्ट्रेशन कर सकते हो। ये चेंज इसी वजह से आ रहे हैं। अगर कोई रेंट पे रहता है तो उसे भी रेंट का एग्रीमेंट ऑनलाइन करने की सुविधा हमने महाराष्ट्र में शुरू की है। आने वाले समय में प्रॉपर्टी बेचने या खरीदने में भी जो प्रोसेस है, ऑनलाइन करने की प्रक्रिया हमारी शुरू हो चुकी है। 2012 में मंत्रालय को बड़ी आग लगी थी और उसमें काफी सारी फाइल्स जल गई थी। आज मंत्रालय में सीएम सेक्रेटरीट में फाइलिंग का पूरा काम ई ऑफिस के जरिए होता है। अभी कोई फाइल प्रस्ताव नहीं या फिजिकल फाइल आती ही नहीं, सभी फाइल्स इलेक्ट्रॉनिक फॉर्मेट में होती है। ये भी एक बहुत बड़ा बदलाव है। आगे के समय में पूरे मंत्रालय का काम इसी ई ऑफिस के जरिए होगा और आज राइट टू सर्विसेज में सभी सेवाएं ऑनलाइन प्रोवाइड की जाती है। हमने मंत्रालय के प्रवेश द्वार पर ही एक सेंट्रल रजिस्ट्री यूनिट पिछले साल शुरू किया था। हमारे चीफ सेक्रेटरी मैडम ने इनिशिएटिव लिया था और सभी ने उनको सहयोग करके वो एक सेंट्रल शुरू किया। या जितने भी पत्र, निवेदन और एप्लीकेशन आते हैं वे स्वीकृत किए जाते हैं और वो इलेक्ट्रॉनिकली प्रोसेस करके मंत्रालय में संबंधित विभागों को फॉरवर्ड किए जाते हैं। इससे काम कम होता है, सीधे लोगों को न्याय मिलता है, इससे लोगों की अतिरिक्त एनर्जी बचती है, समय बचता है। और अभी तो सब तरफ एआई की बात हो रही है। अगले 2 दिनों के दौरान हमें शासन और प्रशासन में एआई और डेटा एनालिटिक्स जैसी एडवांस टेक्नोलॉजी पर विस्तार पूर्वक चर्चा करनी चाहिए। इन चर्चाओं में से हमें ई सेवा के फ्यूचर प्लान्स तैयार करने में मदद होगी। मुझे पता चला है कि डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव रिफॉर्म्स ने एआई बेस्ड मॉडल्स पर काम करना भी शुरू कर दिया है। और जैसे कैटक के डायग्नोसिस से लेकर किसान को क्रॉप डिसीजेस को पहचानने में मदद मिलने तक की सर्विसेज है। मुझे बताने में भी बेहद खुशी है कि महाराष्ट्र में हमने ई पीक पानी, ई पंचनामा और लीगल केस ट्रैकिंग शुरू किया है। इसका भी हमारे जनता को फायदा होगा। आज डिलीवरी को सबसे ज्यादा महत्व है। आपको पता होगा बड़ी बड़ी ई कॉमर्स कंपनियां कम से कम समय में सर्विस डिलीवरी को टॉप प्रायोरिटी देती है। आज जो सेवाएं हम दे रहे हैं वे सुरक्षित और शाश्वत होना बहुत जरूरी है। हम देख रहे हैं कि साइबर क्राइम बढ़ रहा है। हमारे सिस्टम्स क्लोन कर उसे उसके जरिए फ्रॉड करने की गलत तकनीक का इस्तेमाल भी हो रहा है। आम आदमी सही गलत की पहचान नहीं कर पाता और वो फंस जाता है। इसलिए हमें और जनता के लिए सुरक्षा जरूरी है। शाश्वतता या सस्टेनेबल ई सर्विस डिलीवरी एक विश्वास निर्माण करती है। इससे यूजर्स के मन में सरकारी तंत्र के प्रति क्रेडिबिलिटी बढ़ जाती है। महाराष्ट्र ने लगातार डिजिटल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन एंड गुड गवर्नेंस को अपनाया है। इसकी भी मुझे बहुत खुशी है। हमारे एक्सपांडेड डिजिटल गुड गवर्नेंस इंडेक्स, वैसे द सेंट्रल रजिस्ट्री यूनिट एंड द रिवैम आपले सरकार ग्रीवियंस पोर्टल, ये इसका जीता जागता उदाहरण है। गवर्नमेंट, इंडस्ट्री एंड एकेडमिया इनके सहयोग से यह संभव हो सकता है। सुशासन नीति अपनाने वाला महाराष्ट्र देश में आगे है, यह भी मैं यहाँ पर गर्व से कहूँगा। ये आपको इस अवसर पर मैं जरूर बताना चाहूँगा। आज हम गवर्नेंस की बात करते हैं तो उससे ई गवर्नेंस की सबसे अहम भूमिका है। मैं चाहता हूं कि इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में आप सभी अपने अपने अनुभव शेयर करें। आपकी कल्पना आपके राज्य को ही नहीं बल्कि पूरे देश में काम आ सकती है, देश के काम आ सकती है, देश की जनता के काम आ सकती है। आपका इनपुट अमूल्य है, क्योंकि हम एक रोबस्ट डिजिटल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बनाने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं जो हमारे नागरिकों की अपेक्षाओं और आकांक्षाओं को पूरा कर सकती है। इस क्षेत्र में हमें अभी बहुत कुछ करना बाकी है। अपने नागरिकों की जरूरतों को ध्यान में रखते हुए नई तकनीकों को अपनाना महत्वपूर्ण है। महाराष्ट्र पहला राज्य है जिससे पूरे राज्य में ई गवर्नेंस सिस्टम को लागू किया है। हमने महाराष्ट्र आईटी एंड आईटी पॉलिसीज बनाई है जिसका उद्देश्य महाराष्ट्र को आईटी और आईटीएस के लिए पूरी दुनिया में एक सशक्त प्लेयर के रूप में स्थापित करना है। इसके पीछे का लक्ष्य महाराष्ट्र को भारत का टेक्नोलॉजी कैपिटल बनाना भी है। जैसे मोदी जी भी मुंबई में आए थे तब उन्होंने भी इस बात को दोहराया था। आने वाले दिनों में मुंबई और नवी मुंबई एमएमआर देश का सबसे बड़ा डेटा सेंटर हब बनेगा। इसी उद्देश्य से हमने महत्वपूर्ण कदम उठाए। इंडस्ट्री को काफी सारे प्रोत्साहन हम दे रहे। हमारे पास सबसे अच्छी स्किल मैन पावर है, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है, कनेक्टिविटी है, पोटेंशियल है और इसलिए इंडस्ट्री भी यहाँ पर आ रही है। हमारा स्टेट अभी इंडस्ट्री फ्रेंडली स्टेट हुआ है और इसकी भी हमें खुशी है। इंडस्ट्री आएगी तो एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेट होगा और राज्य का विकास होगा। हमने टेक्नोलॉजी को सिर्फ शहरों में नहीं बल्कि दूर दराज ग्रामीण इलाकों में भी पहुंचाने का काम किया है। हमें इंडस्ट्री 4.0 में ज्यादा एआई, ब्लॉकचेन, ड्रोन्स, रोबोटिक्स, मशीन लैंग्वेज, 3D प्रिंटिंग का इस्तेमाल करना चाहिए। किसानों को प्रोफेशनल खेती करने के लिए मदद करने में ऐसी टेक्नोलॉजी काम आएगी और एजुकेशन सेक्टर में भी इसका बहुत उपयोग होगा। हेल्थ में भी इसका ज्यादा उपयोग होगा। और मैं इतना ही कहूँगा। अभी यहाँ पर देवेंद्र जी है। ई गवर्नेंस की सुविधा में ई बहुत महत्वपूर्ण होता है। आप इसे एक्सलेंट गवर्नेंस कह सकते हैं और आत्मगौरव का हल्का आक्षेप स्वीकार करके आप इसे ई फॉर एकनाथ गवर्नेंस भी कह सकते हैं। और सिर्फ ई के साथ डी और ए भी जुड़े हैं। अभी डी और ए कौन है आपको पता चला होगा। हमारे देवेंद्र जी है। ए मतलब एक्यूरेट और डी मतलब डेडिकेटेड। एक्यूरेट एंड डेडिकेटेड टू एक्सलेंस ऐसा हम कहेंगे तो निश्चित रूप से गत 2 सालों में महाराष्ट्र में इसी नीति से हमारी सरकार काम कर रही है। Let us use this opportunity to innovative, inspire and drive forward the vision of a Vikasit Bharat. I am confident that the insight gained from this conference will serve as a catalyst for further advancement in our e-governance initiative. Thank you all for being here today and for your unwavering commitment to this shared mission. I wish you a fruitful and engaging conference. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Maharashtra.
धन्यवाद सर। पिछले 2 इवेंट में मुझे थोड़ा सा ज्ञान हुआ है कि आपका रूटीन कैसा होता है और किसी को एनवी नहीं होगा जिस तरह से आप काम कर रहे हैं स्टेट के लिए, देश के लिए भी। एंड जो आपने बताया in terms of e-governance as well, the leaps and bounds that Maharashtra is taking, I'm sure all of us citizens of the state and this country are very proud. Thank you so much, sir. On behalf of DARPG, I would request Shri V. Srinivas to present a memento to the Honorable Chief Minister. May we have that on stage right now? Srinivas sir, may we trouble you for the same? On behalf of everyone present here, on behalf of everyone who's organized this beautiful event, we would like to thank the Chief Minister for giving us his valuable time and inputs as well. Thank you so much, India sir.
Thank you, sir. पुन्हा एकदा माननीय मुख्यमंत्री श्री एकनाथजी शिंदे यांनी आजच्या कार्यक्रमाला उपस्थिती लावली आणि आपल्याला मार्गदर्शन केलं याबद्दल खरंच मनपूर्वक त्यांचे आभार.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite Shri V. Srinivas, Honorable Secretary of the Government of India, DARPG, to address the gathering. Shri V. Srinivas has completed 35 years of distinguished service in the IAS. He has held senior positions in the Government of India and is a recipient of the Digital India Award 2020 for implementation of e-office in the Central Secretariat.
Let's welcome him with a round of applause, everyone. Thank you.
Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, Government of Maharashtra, Sri Devendra Fadnavis ji, the Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Sri S. Krishnan, Additional Secretary, DRPG, Sri Puneet Yadav, former Secretary, WCD, my good friend, Sri Indivar Pandey ji, the Right to Service Commissioners of Haryana, former Chief Secretaries of Maharashtra. I see in the audience a number of friends, colleagues who have worked with me for the past 6 years in this department. And as the long journey from 2018 till now has witnessed a transformation in e-governance. I extend a very warm and hearty welcome to Sri Devendra Fadnavis ji. In fact, he had graced the regional conference on e-governance in 2023 January, and I had the privilege of welcoming him on that day also. Sir, if you recall, on that day, you had laid a lot of emphasis on accessibility of service delivery portals. Deputy CM Maharashtra had said, behind every portal, there are multiple checkpoints and mini locks that need to be opened before the service is accessible or service requests are filed. We had followed up on his comment and took his advice, and accessibility was included as an evaluation parameter in the third National E-Services Delivery Assessment. And we have a plenary session on the progress made in accessible e-governance across web portals of ministries and departments and also on state portals and service portals. Today, Shri Devendra Fadnavis ji will confer the National Awards for E-Governance 2024, and these are amongst the most competitive awards in the country, with over 500 nominations being received for 15 awards. The jury committee had heard these presentations from the shortlisted nominations for over 2 days and then selected the awardees. In fact, the National E-Governance Awards 2024 seek to promote best practices in government process reengineering at central level, state and union territory levels, use of emerging technologies for citizen-centric governance at national, state and UT level, research and citizen-centric services by academic and research institutions, and replication of top technology solutions. My congratulations to all award winners. The award winners have been featured in the citation booklet, and there is also a wall of fame that features the previous award winners. The Honorable Minister of State for Personnel, Public Grievances and Pensions, his recorded speech will also be played in this session. And I would like to give a broad view of the Honorable Prime Minister's message for maximum governance, minimum government. The Honorable Prime Minister, in his Independence Day address, said that in this decade of Amrit Kal, we will give priority to next generation reforms. We will ensure that service delivery should reach citizens up to last mile. It should reach the last person seamlessly, without hesitation or any kind of difficulty. For the overall development of the country, unnecessary interference by government and government processes in the lives of people should be ended. With these words, I once again extend a warm welcome to the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra. We'd like to thank the Chief Secretary and the Chief Minister of Maharashtra for their warmth and hospitality that is extended to all officials. And let me wish this conference deliberations all success.
Thank you, sir. May I please request our Honorable Deputy Chief Minister to launch the e-booklet on glimpses of NIC's governance products and services for Maharashtra.
Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the moment we all have been eagerly waiting for, the award distribution ceremony. But before that, we will have a film on the award winning e governance initiatives by DARPG. Can we have the AV, please?
गवर्नेंस में रिफॉर्म्स ये हमें विकसित भारत एट 2047 के सपने के लिए हमने उसको जोर लगा करके आगे बढ़ाना होगा ताकि सामान्य मानवी के जीवन में अवकाश ही अवकाश पैदा हो, रुकावटें खत्म ही खत्म होती चली जाए।
विकासशील से विकसित राष्ट्र बनने की दिशा में तेजी से आगे बढ़ते भारत में ई गवर्नेंस की भूमिका अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण है। मिनिमम गवर्नमेंट मैक्सिमम गवर्नेंस की परिकल्पना को साकार करने में ई गवर्नेंस एक सशक्त माध्यम के रूप में उभरा है। इसके माध्यम से न केवल प्रशासनिक दक्षता में तीव्र वृद्धि हुई है, बल्कि सेवा वितरण के नए नए उपायों से आम लोगों को सशक्त बनाने में भी महत्वपूर्ण प्रगति हो रही है। इनोवेटिव प्रयासों द्वारा नागरिकों के हित से संबंधित विषयों पर ई गवर्नेंस के क्षेत्र में उल्लेखनीय योगदान करने वाले केंद्र और राज्य सरकार के मंत्रालय एवं विभाग, शैक्षणिक संस्थान, स्टार्टअप जैसे प्रतिष्ठानों को सम्मानित करने के लिए प्रशासनिक सुधार व लोक शिकायत विभाग तथा इलेक्ट्रॉनिक एवं सूचना प्रौद्योगिकी मंत्रालय द्वारा प्रत्येक वर्ष राष्ट्रीय ई गवर्नेंस सम्मेलन आयोजित किया जाता है। इस वर्ष ई गवर्नेंस पर 27वां राष्ट्रीय सम्मेलन मुंबई महाराष्ट्र में आयोजित किया जा रहा है। सम्मेलन का विषय है विकसित भारत, सिक्योर एंड सस्टेनेबल ई सर्विस डिलीवरी। यह विषय भारत की ई गवर्नेंस के तहत लिए जा रहे इनिशिएटिव्स द्वारा रॉबस्ट और सस्टेनेबल सेवा प्रणाली विकसित करने के महत्व को रेखांकित करता है। इस वर्ष के नेशनल अवार्ड्स फॉर ई गवर्नेंस 2024 के प्रबल दावेदारों द्वारा ई गवर्नेंस के क्षेत्र में शानदार इनोवेशंस प्रस्तुत किए गए हैं। अवार्ड की 5 श्रेणियों के लिए कुल 375 आवेदन प्राप्त हुए हैं। सघन चयन प्रक्रिया के बाद इनमें से 16 परियोजनाओं का पुरस्कार हेतु चयन किया गया है, जिनमें 9 विजेताओं को स्वर्ण पुरस्कार, 6 को रजत पुरस्कार तथा 1 को जूरी पुरस्कार के लिए चुना गया है। नेशनल अवार्ड्स फॉर ई गवर्नेंस 2024 अग्रणी डिजिटल पहलों को सम्मानित करके राष्ट्र निर्माण में ई गवर्नेंस के योगदान को साल दर साल प्रोत्साहित कर रहा है। चाहे वह एआई सक्षम प्रणालियां विकसित की गई हों, जो अधिकारियों को अनेक कल्याणकारी कार्यक्रमों और राज्य वित्त पोषित योजनाओं के फेसलेस मूल्यांकन की सुविधा प्रदान करती है, या फेशियल रिकॉग्निशन टेक्नोलॉजी द्वारा शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में क्रांतिकारी सुधार, या सिलिकोसिस पेशेंट्स को शीघ्रता से सर्टिफिकेट प्रदान करने की प्रणाली, या स्मार्ट सिटी की आकांक्षाओं के अनुरूप ट्रैफिक कंट्रोल सिस्टम हो। इसी प्रकार डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजी का इस्तेमाल करके पोषण ट्रैकर जैसी पहल, सिविल सर्वेंट्स को आधुनिक स्किल से इक्विप करने के लिए आईजीओटी कर्मयोगी जैसे इंटरफेस, यूजर फ्रेंडली ई कॉमर्स प्लेटफॉर्म, टैप कनेक्शन, वाटर क्वालिटी, वेस्ट प्रबंधन आदि के लिए ई पोर्टल, या मेडिकल लैब फैसिलिटी के लिए आसान पंजीकरण की सुविधा जैसे इनिशिएटिव्स, या फिर ईज ऑफ डूइंग फार्मिंग हो। नागरिकों और म्यूनिसिपल अथॉरिटीज के बीच बेहतर ब्रिज, तनाव मुक्त जीवन की पहल, या ऐप आधारित सुविधा जो फिश के हेल्थ की जानकारी देकर मत्स्य पालक किसानों की आजीविका को बेहतर बनाए, या बारकोड टेक्नोलॉजी द्वारा पुलिस स्टेशन के प्रॉपर्टी रजिस्टर्स को डिजिटाइज करने की पहल हो। प्रदेश का जीआईएस रेडी डाटा सेट, या व्हाट्सएप बेस्ड चैट बोर्ड जो सरकारी योजनाओं के बारे में आसानी से जानकारी उपलब्ध कराते हैं। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी के नेतृत्व में कुशल ई गवर्नेंस की अभिनव पहलों द्वारा एफिशिएंट, ट्रांसपेरेंट और स्पीडी सर्विस डिलीवरी का मार्ग प्रशस्त हो रहा है, और भारत अपने नागरिकों की खुशहाली एवं भागीदारी सुनिश्चित करते हुए विकास के निरंतर नए कीर्तिमान रचने की ओर अग्रसर है।
Ladies and gentlemen, as Mayuri told you earlier, we are moving on to the most anticipated segment of this event today, the distribution of the National Awards for E-Governance 2024. These awards recognize achievements in the area of e-governance. They disseminate knowledge on effective methods of designing and implementing sustainable e-governance initiatives. They encourage incremental innovations in successful e-governance solutions. They also promote and exchange experience in problem solving, mitigating risks, and resolving issues and planning for success.
Well, these awards are being given since 2003. This year, the categories under the award schemes of the National Awards for E-Governance 2022 and 23 have been revised. So we're going to begin with our first category, that is Government Process Re-engineering for Digital Transformation, Central Level Initiatives. We're going to begin with the Gold Award. Please put your hands together, everyone, for the project Poshan Tracker. The award has been given to Shri Indevar Pandey, former secretary. I will request the project head along with the team members to kindly join us on the stage from the Ministry of Women and Child Development organization.
मंत्रालय द्वारा विकसित पोषण ट्रैकर गर्भवती महिलाओं महिला एवं बाल विकास मंत्रालय द्वारा विकसित पोषण ट्रैकर गर्भवती महिलाओं, स्तनपान कराने वाली माताओं, 6 वर्ष तक के बच्चों और एस्पिरेशनल जिलों एवं पूर्वोत्तर क्षेत्र में किशोर उम्र की बालिकाओं के पोषण की निगरानी और रिकॉर्डिंग करने की डिजिटल पहल है। ई गवर्नेंस के क्षेत्र में उल्लेखनीय योगदान के लिए इस इनोवेटिव पहल को वर्ष 2024 के स्वर्ण पुरस्कार से सम्मानित किया जा रहा है। इस प्लेटफॉर्म ने मैनुअल रजिस्टरों को समाप्त किया है और आधार सत्यापन, सेवाओं एवं विभिन्न सरकारी पहलों को एकीकृत किया है। विजेताओं को बधाई और हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं।
Congratulations to our Gold Award winners. We move on to the Silver Award in the same category, Government Process Reengineering for Digital Transformation Central Level Initiative. And the winners of the Silver Award for the project I Got are the organization Karmayogi Bharat. May I please invite on stage Shri Abhishek Singh, former CEO Karmayogi Bharat, and Additional Secretary Maiti, along with his team to receive this award.
Moving on to the congratulations to Karmayogi Bharat organization for winning the Silver Award in this category. Moving on to the jury awards in this category, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the Department of Rural Development for the project Area Officer, the Worksite Monitoring and Inspection Management Systems. May I please request Sri Amit Kataria, former Joint Secretary, along with his team to join us on the stage with a loud and a huge round of applause.
ग्रामीण विकास विभाग का एरिया ऑफिसर प्रोग्राम नागरिकों को योजना संबंधित रिपोर्ट्स और स्टेटस अपडेट्स की तत्काल जानकारियों की उपलब्धता सुनिश्चित करता है। ई गवर्नेंस के क्षेत्र में उल्लेखनीय योगदान के लिए इस इनोवेटिव पहल को वर्ष 2024 के ज्यूरी पुरस्कार से सम्मानित किया जा रहा है। यह एआई सक्षम प्रणाली केंद्रीय, राज्य और स्थानीय अधिकारियों को 12 फ्लैगशिप कार्यक्रमों और अनेक राज्य वित्त पोषित योजनाओं के फेसलेस मूल्यांकन की सुविधा प्रदान करती है। विजेताओं को बधाई और हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं।
Congratulations. We now move on to the next category, which is the Government Process Reengineering for Digital Transformation State Level Initiative. And our winners for the Gold Award for the project Shiksha Setu Axim, the organization Samagra Shiksha from Assam. May we please have on stage the mission director, Dr. Om Prakash, executive director, Shri Sanjay Datta, system analyst, Srimati Rajshri Saikia, state programmer, Shri Kamal Das.
शिक्षा सेतु एक्सिम आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस द्वारा फेशियल रिकॉग्निशन टेक्नोलॉजी पर आधारित है। इससे प्रॉक्सी शिक्षकों और फर्जी छात्रों की पहचान करने में सफलता मिली है। ई गवर्नेंस के क्षेत्र में उल्लेखनीय योगदान के लिए इस इनोवेटिव पहल को वर्ष 2024 के स्वर्ण पुरस्कार से सम्मानित किया जा रहा है। शिक्षा सेतु द्वारा राज्य भर के 43,000 से अधिक स्कूलों के लगभग 2 लाख शिक्षकों और
So in
47
this,
लाख छात्रों
the
की
silver
real-time
award goes to the
geo-fenced
project
संभव हुई है। विजेताओं को
Raj Krishan Sathi Phase 2 for this project. The organization is Department of Information Technology and Communication, Government of Rajasthan. May I please request Shri Indrajit Singh, Commissioner and Special Secretary, along with his team, to join us on stage.
राजस्थान सरकार का राज किसान साथी फेज 2 एक सिंगल विंडो इंटीग्रेटेड प्लेटफॉर्म है जो कृषि, बागवानी, कृषि विपणन आदि विभागों की विभिन्न सेवाओं को ईज ऑफ डूइंग फार्मिंग का आयाम प्रदान करता है। ई गवर्नेंस के क्षेत्र में उल्लेखनीय योगदान के लिए इस इनोवेटिव पहल को वर्ष 2024 के रजत
Congratulations to
पुरस्कार
our
से
winners.
सम्मानित किया जा रहा
Our
है।
next category is the application of emerging technologies for providing citizen-centric services, the Central Level Initiative. And the Gold Award for the project goes to Open Network for Digital Commerce, ONDC, and the organization Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade. May we have on stage Joint Secretary C.
एवं
Sanjeev,
आंतरिक व्यापार
Director Dr.
संवर्धन
Vijay
विभाग
John,
के initiative
Under Secretary Shri
ONDC
Rajesh Rajan,
भारत
and
में
Section
छोटे से
Officer
छोटे
Shri Devesh
व्यवसाय के
Lamba.
लिए ई कॉमर्स द्वारा देशव्यापी बाजार उपलब्ध कराया है। ई गवर्नेंस के क्षेत्र में उल्लेखनीय योगदान के लिए इस इनोवेटिव पहल को वर्ष 2024 के स्वर्ण पुरस्कार
Moving
से
on to the next
सम्मानित
category,
किया
ladies
जा
and
रहा है।
gentlemen, it is application of emerging technologies for providing citizen-centric services, state-level initiative it is. In this, the gold award goes to the project use of teleradiography and artificial intelligence, that is AI, for the chest radiograph and auto approval for direct bank transfer of relief to silicosis patient. Please put your hands together for the organization Social Justice and Empowerment Department, Government of Rajasthan. May I request Dr. Samit Sharma, the
सिलिकोसिस
secretary,
सर्टिफिकेशन के
along
लिए
with
एक
his
AI
team to join us on the
टेली
stage.
रेडियोलॉजी हेतु ऑनलाइन पोर्टल विकसित किया है जो राजस्थान के 33,000
May
माइंस
we
में
please have a
कार्यरत
loud round of
3
applause? There
लाख
are a
से
lot of
अधिक
people in this
कर्मचारियों
room
के
and
लिए
very
वरदान
few
है। ई
sounds of
गवर्नेंस के
clapping that we can
क्षेत्र
hear.
में
Thank you so much.
उल्लेखनीय योगदान के लिए इस इनोवेटिव पहल को वर्ष 2024 के स्वर्ण पुरस्कार से सम्मानित किया जा रहा है। बेहतर कार्यकुशलता,
Our next award
पारदर्शिता
is
और
the
सेवा
Silver Award in the same category, and it goes to the project Jhar Jal Portal and the organization Drinking Water and Sanitation Department, Government of Jharkhand. May we have on stage Dr. Manish Ranjan, Secretary, Dr. Neha Arora, Additional Secretary, Shri Rajiv Ranjan Kumar, Special Secretary, and Shri Pashupati Nath Mishra, Joint Secretary. Congratulations.
झारखंड सरकार का झार जल ई पोर्टल नल कनेक्शन से लेकर अपशिष्ट प्रबंधन और स्वच्छता सुविधाओं आदि की कुशल निगरानी और मूल्यांकन की दिशा में अभिनव पहल है। ई गवर्नेंस के क्षेत्र में उल्लेखनीय योगदान के लिए इस इनोवेटिव पहल को वर्ष 2024 के रजत पुरस्कार से सम्मानित किया जा रहा है। झार जल ई पोर्टल में
Congratulations.
मोबाइल ऐप, रिमोट मॉनिटरिंग सिस्टम, GIS और डेटा विजुअलाइजेशन आदि आधुनिक
Moving on to the
टेक्नोलॉजी का
next
उपयोग
category, ladies
किया
and
गया है।
gentlemen, it is district level initiative in e-governance. The gold award goes to the project Lab Mitra. Please put your hands together for the organization. District Administration, Varanasi Government of Uttar Pradesh. May I request Shri S. Rajalingam, District Magistrate, along with his team to join us on stage.
और सुव्यवस्थित बनाने के लिए
Let's have a
जिला
round of applause,
प्रशासन
everyone.
वाराणसी
These are the
द्वारा
award-winning
शुरू किया गया
projects.
एक
They
अभिनव
deserve a round
ऑनलाइन
of applause.
प्लेटफॉर्म है लैब मित्र। ई गवर्नेंस के क्षेत्र में उल्लेखनीय योगदान के लिए इस इनोवेटिव पहल को वर्ष 2024 के स्वर्ण पुरस्कार से सम्मानित किया जा रहा है। प्रयोगशाला में जांच की रिपोर्ट सीधे मरीजों के मोबाइल
Congratulations
फोन
to
पर
our
भेजने
gold
जैसे
awardees. We will move on. We have another gold award in this category. It's shared. This goes to the project Voka Sathi, smart AI-based assistant for timely help and interface WhatsApp chatbot. And the organization is the District Administration Voka Government of Nagaland. Can we please have on stage Deputy Commissioner Shri Ajit Kumar Ranjan along with his team, please?
नागरिकों को सरकारी योजनाओं और सेवाओं से संबंधित जानकारी, उनमें पंजीकरण करने, आपातकालीन आपदा की रिपोर्ट और शिकायतें दर्ज करने आदि का विशिष्ट प्लेटफॉर्म है। ई गवर्नेंस के क्षेत्र में उल्लेखनीय योगदान के लिए इस इनोवेटिव पहल को वर्ष 2024 के स्वर्ण पुरस्कार से सम्मानित किया जा रहा है। इस चैटबॉट के माध्यम से नागरिकों को कम समय और लागत में स्वास्थ्य टीकाकरण।
In this category, we move on to the Silver Award, and this one is for the project AI-enabled adaptive traffic control system and smart hawking solution. Please put your hands together for Rajkot Municipal Corporation, Government of Gujarat. I'll request Shri Devang P. Desai, Municipal Commissioner, along with his team to join us on the stage with a big and a loud round of applause, everyone. Come on.
Adaptive Traffic Control System ATCS and the Smart Hawking Solution राजकोट म्यूनिसिपल कॉरपोरेशन का एक स्मार्ट सिटी इनिशिएटिव है। ई गवर्नेंस के क्षेत्र में उल्लेखनीय योगदान के लिए इस इनोवेटिव पहल को वर्ष 2024 के रजत पुरस्कार से सम्मानित किया जा रहा है। एटीसीएस प्रमुख जंक्शनों पर रियल टाइम स्थितियों के आधार पर सिग्नल टाइमिंग का डायनेमिक एडजस्टमेंट करके यातायात प्रबंधन को सुचारू करता है। स्मार्ट हॉकिंग सॉल्यूशन द्वारा 25 हॉकर्स
Let's move on to the next award, that is the Silver Award in this category for the project PCMC Smart Sarthi project. I will request Pimpri Chinchwad Smart City Limited, Government of Maharashtra, Shri Shekhar Singh, Municipal Commissioner, along with his team to join us on the stage. Let's have a huge round of applause.
मोबाइल ऐप युक्त एक डिजिटल पहल है जो नागरिकों को नगर पालिका की विभिन्न उपयोगिताओं, सेवाओं और आपातकालीन संपर्क आदि की त्वरित सुविधा प्रदान करता है। ई गवर्नेंस के क्षेत्र में उल्लेखनीय योगदान के लिए इस इनोवेटिव पहल को वर्ष 2024
We now move on to our next category, which is research on citizen-centric services by academic or research institutions. And our gold award in this category goes for the project India Hypertension Control Initiative to the organization ICMR, National Institute of Epidemiology, Chennai. Can we have on stage Dr. Ganesh Kumar Parshuraman and his team, please?
HCI एक अनुपम डिजिटल इनिशिएटिव है जिससे 26 राज्यों के 140 जिलों के सरकारी अस्पतालों और स्वास्थ्य केंद्रों में उच्च रक्तचाप प्रबंधन की गुणवत्ता में अभूतपूर्व सुधार हुआ है। ई गवर्नेंस के क्षेत्र में उल्लेखनीय योगदान के लिए इस इनोवेटिव पहल को वर्ष 2024 के स्वर्ण पुरस्कार से सम्मानित किया जा रहा है। मात्र 70 सेकंड के अंदर पेशेंट का पंजीकरण करने में सक्षम इस ऐप से अब तक 51 लाख से अधिक हाइपरटेंशन और 20 लाख से अधिक डायबिटीज पेशेंट्स लाभान्वित हुए हैं। विजेताओं को बधाई और हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं।
Moving on to the next one, ladies and gentlemen, research on citizen-centric services by Academic Research Institution. For the Silver Award, would like to call upon stage Indian Council of Agricultural Research, National Bureau of Fish Genetic Research Resources, Lucknow, for the project National Surveillance Program for Aquatic Animal Diseases, Establishment of E-Governance in Aquatic Animal Diseases Management System. May I request Dr. Uttam Kumar Sarkar, Director, along with his team, to join us on the stage.
NSPAAD देश भर में एक्वेटिक एनिमल्स को रोगों से सुरक्षित रखने की दिशा में नेशनल ब्यूरो ऑफ फिश जेनेटिक रिसोर्सेज
Congratulations.
एंड लखनऊ का एक
We
बड़ा
move on to our
इनिशिएटिव
final category, which is the replication of top technological solutions and scaling up. And the gold award goes for the project Karnataka GIS to the organization Karnataka State Remote Sensing Application Center, Government of Karnataka. May we have on stage Dr. D.K. Prabhuraj, former director, and his team, please.
ये जीआईएस पूरे राज्य के लिए एक स्टैंडर्ड जीआईएस डेटा सेट के साथ साथ सभी सरकारी विभागों एवं नागरिकों को पोर्टल द्वारा जीआईएस एसेट्स और एप्लीकेशन एक्सेस करने का सिंगल गेटवे है जो समस्त विभागों के लिए बेहतर डिसीजन मेकिंग सुनिश्चित करता है। ई गवर्नेंस के क्षेत्र में उल्लेखनीय योगदान के लिए
Congratulations.
इस इनोवेटिव
In this category, the goal has been divided, and the next project winning the gold award is use of barcode in digitizing property register for police station inventory e-makan e-malkhana. Sorry, may I request the organization Commissionerate of Police, Chandanagar, Government of West Bengal, to kindly join us on the stage. Shri Amit P. Javalgi, Commissioner, along with his team. May I request them to kindly join us on stage for the
बंगाल
same.
के चंदन नगर द्वारा पुलिस स्टेशन के प्रॉपर्टी अर्थात जांच और जब्ती के एविडेंस रजिस्टर को डिजिटाइज करने के लिए बार कोड टेक्नोलॉजी का विकास एक अनूठा इनिशिएटिव है। ई गवर्नेंस के क्षेत्र में उल्लेखनीय योगदान के लिए इस इनोवेटिव पहल को वर्ष 2024 के स्वर्ण पुरस्कार से सम्मानित किया जा रहा है। यह बार कोडिंग तकनीक मानवीय हस्तक्षेप के बिना डेटा प्रविष्टि और संग्रह करने में सक्षम है।
And now we will exchange the MOU that's been signed by Bhashini CEO Mr. Amitabh Nag and Principal Secretary IT Government of Maharashtra Shri Parag Jain Nenutia. May I please request Mr. Amitabh Nag to kindly join us on stage for the same. Ladies and gentlemen, Bhashini is a key initiative under the Digital India program. The MOU signing today represents a major step forward in our collective efforts to create a truly inclusive digital ecosystem that honors and embraces the linguistic diversity of India.
This is a brilliant initiative that moves past a lot of linguistic problems that a lot of citizens seem to face. You can interact with the e-governance module using whatever language you happen to learn and use in your daily life. On that note, I would now like to invite to deliver the inaugural address Shri Devendra Fadnavis, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, Government of Maharashtra, who is known for his strong leadership and effective governance, served as the 18th Chief Minister of Maharashtra from 2014 to 2019. Please give a loud round of applause for Shri Devendra Fadnavis ji.
Namaskar. Honorable Chief Minister who has just gone for another program. Shri V. Srinivas ji, Shri S. Krishnan ji, Shri Punit Yadav ji, our Chief Secretary Sujata Saunik ji, Parag Jain ji, all the senior secretaries, senior government officials present here from various states. Ladies and gentlemen, at the very outset, I would like to thank the Union government for organizing this 27th National Conference on E-Governance in the city of Mumbai. I always say that such conferences belong to Mumbai because Mumbai is not just the financial, commercial, economic, and entertainment capital, but it is also technology capital of India. And today, when we stand here, our Honorable Prime Minister was here at the same venue 2-3 days back, And he has announced that the government of India aspires to make Mumbai the fintech capital of India. So I think at the appropriate venue, this conference is happening. I would also like to congratulate all the winners who have taken great initiatives in different fields and have brought ease of governance for government and ease of living for the citizens. I think today, when we all talk about good governance, I would say that e-governance is Atma of good governance. Without e-governance, good governance is not possible. And we always say that good governance is like oxygen in air. Its presence need not be felt, but its absence suffocates you. And I think today, when we realize that government is the biggest service provider and people's assessment about government and people's aspiration from the government are analyzed on the basis of the service delivery system. I think for past 2 decades, we have been trying to use more and more e-governance. But I must say that post 2014, when our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji took this initiative of maximum governance and minimum government and started using e-governance in every sphere of life, the things have changed rapidly. When I look at Maharashtra, I remember that we started our Aple Sarkar, that is our government portal, which is a grievance redressal portal, and also started digitizing all our services. We enacted Right to Service Act. Our first commissioner is sitting here. And with this Right to Service Act, we digitized end-to-end 400 services, and we also brought them on mobile. Our aim was not a single citizen should require to visit a government office to avail any service. And I think I won't say that we have been successful 100%, but to a large extent, people who are accessing services digitally are satisfied and are getting end-to-end service delivery through this digital interface. We all know that e-governance brings lot of efficiency and transparency. I still remember that during 2010 to 2014, we had a huge scholarship scam. And in 2015, we decided to weed away with the ghost accounts of the students. We started the DBT. But then we realized, and while talking to the colleges, they also started complaining that DBT is fine, but now students are not depositing the fees which you are depositing to their account. And we are suffering. And then we started one more initiative. We created wallets in such a way that the fees go to the wallet of the student. Student either has to deposit it with the college, and if he doesn't, it comes back to the government. And the problem was solved. This sort of transparency we could bring through these initiatives. I still remember when we started digitizing ration cards, at the end of digitization, we realized that we could do away with 1 crore fake ration cards, 1 crore. And the amount which we could save was enormous. So I think it brings a lot of transparency as well. And having said that, the efficiency which it brings today, when we stand here, the government of Maharashtra has started an initiative of solarization of agriculture feeder. It is one of its kind initiative in the state where all the agriculture feeders which provide electricity to the farmers are being solarized. This is the largest distributed solarization project of India, and you will be surprised that we had to find 8,000 locations in the state whereby we give land parcels to erect the solar parks, to digitize, to solarize those feeders. And within 3 to 4 months, using our Mahabhulek portal and Gati Shakti portal, we integrated both the portals, and within 4 to 5 months, we identified the lands, we transferred those lands to the newly created agriculture feeder company, and within 9 months, we awarded the solarization project worth 12,000 megawatts, and it will be completed in next 18 months. And mostly Maharashtra would be the first state where every unit of electricity consumed by the farmer would come from solar, and in turn we will save around 5 rupees after every unit. So I think this sort of efficiency is being brought by e-governance, and that is why all the solutions which we could see created by our awardees are such which are changing lives of people. And I could sense that many solutions are now using artificial intelligence, big data analytics, and I think blockchain technology. These are the three things which are going to change the entire governance system. Today we can see that government is sitting on the biggest data. We are in an era where data has surpassed the value of oil. And we say today data is more valuable than oil. And who has the data? The biggest data creator and consumer is the government. And using that data and using artificial intelligence, using the analytics, we can create new solutions. We can make lives of people easy. We can make them better. There was a time when the Department of Statistics used to do a census after every 10 years, and based on those census figures, we used to create our policies for next 10 years. Today it is dynamic. Today, with the use of artificial intelligence, we can even analyze mood of an individual. What are the aspirations of the people? What are the aspirations of the group of people? Which strata wants what? I think it has opened up floodgates, but by using proper tools, we can plan better, we can use our resources better. Today, the blockchain has created such a situation that I always say that our collectors and revenue officers, their prime duty has been, to hear the petitions of land disputes. But once we digitize and put our records in blockchain, 80% of such petitions won't be required. There will be enormous time available for the revenue authorities to concentrate on other things. So I think in every sphere, the blockchain is also changing the lives of people. And I'm very happy that the Union of India, especially under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister, is using all these technologies to make the lives of people better. And I think in this 27th National Conference, when we look at all these initiatives, I'm very happy that every state is innovating. Innovation is a solution. Innovation is something which will change the lives of people, because we are a nation of 140 crore, and it is only the technology which can make us scale, which can make us reach the last individual. All of us know that best thing about technology is it doesn't discriminate. Technology doesn't understand whether it is a male or female, whether they are from the higher strata or lower strata. It works on a logic of first in, first out. It is an equalizer. And I think the equity which we all speak about, which our constitution speak about, technology has power to bring that equity. And that is why bringing technology in governance, bringing all the new tools in governance is very important. Lastly, I would say that the theme of this conference, ethical, no, not ethical, it is secure and sustainable. Secure and sustainable e-governance. I think that is a key, because today we see that although the lives of people are changing, we are bringing efficiency, but a few days back, with one single glitch, the entire aviation sector in the world slowed down. It stopped. Here is a catch. We need to create absolutely secure e-governance, because I think everything which we create, there are detractors who want to undo the things, who want to utilize it for certain bad motives. And with government, I think it is very important that we create very secure platforms. In Maharashtra, we have created a platform which is one of the unique platforms. It was also demonstrated in the Home Minister's meeting, and it was appreciated by everyone. Now, this platform brings all the digital players on one single platform, whether they are social media platforms, whether they are what you can say, all the financial institutions, NBFCs, everything on one single platform. And by bringing them, we are actually shortening the response time, because we today know that as we are moving ahead, the cyber frauds are also happening a lot. In fact, the biggest today thing which all the states and state police are facing are the cyber frauds. And I think with such dynamic platforms, we can not only prevent, but during cyber frauds, if somebody loses money within a span of 1 hour, if that is not blocked, then money travels from one country to second country to third country to such country where we don't have any treaty where we can go and act. So I think today we need to create such secure platforms where there cannot be a breach, and these platforms cannot be used against the society. So security is something which is very important. And of course, sustainability is the most important thing. And today, with the use of e-governance in every sphere, we can bring a lot of, yeah. I'm given a cheat that Government of Maharashtra Department of Administrative Reforms and Organization and Methods, now renamed as Department of Administrative Innovation, Excellence and Good Governance. Thank you. It's a good change. Thank you so much. So I just want to conclude that sustainability is the key, and the way towards sustainability is again e-governance. I'm very sure that all the deliberations in this conference will aim at creating new initiatives in e-governance which are totally secure and sustainable. And I'm sure that the best practices which we have seen will be replicated in other states as well. Once again, I would like to thank the organizers for organizing this conference in the state of Maharashtra, in the city of Mumbai. Would like to welcome you all. I hope that this conference will be very fruitful. Thank you for inviting me. Jai Hind, Jai Maharashtra, Jai Bharat.
Thank you so much to our Honorable Deputy Chief Minister. Always a pleasure to listen to you, sir. And as a citizen, again, thank you so much. This is the closest I'll be in person to tell you thank you. On behalf of everyone, that's exactly what we'd like to say. And on behalf of the DARPG, I would request Shri V. Srinivas to present our Honorable Deputy Chief Minister with a token of appreciation, a memento, which is obviously gift wrapped right now for him, but we would be delighted if he would share it with the audience here.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will conclude our inaugural ceremony with the vote of thanks by Shri Parag Jain Nenutial. Ladies and gentlemen, Shri Parag Jain Nenutial, Principal Secretary, General Administration, Information and Technology. Can we please have a round of applause for him?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As we draw this enlightening session of Viksit Bharat, secure and sustainable e-service delivery, it's my honor and privilege to extend a heartfelt vote of thanks to everyone who has made this event a grand success. As we have witnessed today, e-governance is not merely a technological advancement. It is a catalyst for transformation. And by adopting digital solutions, we are empowering our citizens, streamlining our processes, and making a more transparent and accountable government. I express my most sincere gratitude to Honorable Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Shri Eknath Shindeji, who consented to be the chief guest today. Sir, your gracious presence and inspiring words will always motivate us to set new examples of excellence in the public service. Our most sincere thanks to Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Shri Devendra Fadnavis ji. Despite his very busy schedule, he is here with us. We are greatly indebted to you, sir. We assure you that under your able guidance and leadership, we will achieve new frontiers of success. My sincere thanks to Honorable Minister of School Education, Government of Maharashtra, Shri Deepak Kesarkar ji, for gracing this occasion and providing support and encouragement to us. I also thank Honorable Shrimati Sujata Sonik ma'am, Chief Secretary Government of Maharashtra. Ma'am, with your insightful discussions, we have not only broadened our understanding of the critical role of e-service delivery in building developed Bharat, but also highlighted the importance of ensuring that these services are both secure and sustainable. Your expertise and dedication to this cause are truly commendable, ma'am. My sincere thanks to Shri V. Srinivas, Secretary Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances, Government of India, for gracing this occasion, sir. Without your support, this conference would not have been possible in Mumbai, sir. We recognize the need of keeping pace with rising expectations of various stakeholders. We look forward to your guidance and support in all our endeavors, sir. We also grateful to Shri S. Krishnan, Secretary Mighty, Government of India, for providing strong support and encouragement to us. I also thank Shri Puneet Yadav, Additional Secretary, Government of India, for gracing the occasion. I take this opportunity to thank all other distinguished dignitaries who are present today. Finally, my sincere thanks to the media for covering this event. Thank you once again for joining us today. Together, we are shaping a brighter future for generations to come. Jai Hind, Jai Maharashtra.
Thank you so much, sir. As the photographers are requesting, may we please ask you to give them a nice, bright smile. Uh, and we'll give them another job right now. So all our award winners, who I hope are still with us in the hall, and to everyone who is on stage, I would request you to follow our volunteers outside. All the award winners who came up on stage and received your awards, please do follow our dignitaries and our volunteers who will take you to the designated space outside, right outside the hall for a group photograph. Requesting everyone else to not exit the hall. They are only going for a group photograph and will be back in a jiffy because the group photograph is going to be followed by our first plenary session. And I know a lot of you are here for it. So this is not a break. I'm requesting everyone, even though you see a lot of people standing up, moving out, they're only going for a photograph right now. Please do not leave the hall unless you're going for the group photograph so that we can continue in the next couple of minutes with our first plenary session. Ladies and gentlemen, requesting all of you to please remain seated for now. We will be waiting a couple of minutes so that our award winners can also come back in and participate in the sessions. I fear that some of my requests might have fallen on deaf ears. The plenary session is right here. No, the volunteers should escort the award winners, please, outside, right outside Jasmine Hall. We have a few award winners here. Can we please escort them outside for the group photograph? We will just wait a couple of minutes so that our award winners and our dignitaries can come back and we can get started. Requesting everyone to not treat this as a break. We've tried to be on schedule. We've done a decent job of it. We want to get better, and we would love your support for it. So requesting everyone to please be seated. We're going to get started in a little while, and I know a lot has happened in the morning, which needs discussion, but we will have a break coming up, a scheduled break coming up later on, where you can exchange ideas and talk to your colleagues and your friends. For now, requesting everyone to please be seated.
Check. So just to keep this conference on time, I would like to check if all the speakers from our next plenary session is present in the hall. If you're here, just raise a hand so that I will understand if you're here or no. Shri S. Krishnan. Shri S. Krishnan is here. Yes. Shri Rajiv Bansal is here. Shri Nandakumaran. Shri Sanket Bondwe. Shri T. Koshi. Shri Koshi is here. S. Krishnan is here. Mr. Koshi is not here, I think. We'll wait for him. I'm just checking with everyone. So I think we're good to go ahead, ladies and gentlemen. Those who are standing outside, requesting you all to kindly join us quickly so that we can start with our first plenary session. This plenary session is about Father. So I think we're good to go ahead, ladies and gentlemen. Those who just enter, welcome back. We're going to start with our first plenary session. This is about digital platforms and digital public infrastructure, that is DPI, for Viksit Bharat. The sub themes of this discussion will be DigiYatra, DigiLocker and Umang, Unified Payment Interface, that is UPI, Aadhaar, and ONDC. I will request our speakers to kindly join us on stage as I take their names. This session will be chaired by Shri S. Krishnan, Secretary MIT. Can we have a round of applause for him, everyone? I know we are a small bunch of people, but we can definitely clap for our speakers. Next, I will request Shri Rajiv Bansal, CEO of NISG, along with Shri Nandakumaram, President and CEO of NEGD. May I request Shri Sanket S. Bondwe, Joint Secretary MeitY, to join us on stage. Also, Shri T. Koshi, CEO, Open Network for Digital Commerce. Requesting our speakers to kindly use the podium which is on the left hand side of the stage. Can we have the hand mics on the stage, please, for the speakers? Over to you, Mr. Krishnan.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for those of you who are in the audience and staying on for this session. This plenary session is primarily dominated by the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology um, as an agency which supports and promotes e-governance across various parts of government. We also have a representation on behalf of the Ministry of Commerce and Industry with Mr. Koshi present here from ONDC. So we have an ONDC, as we saw today, were the winners of the Gold Award on application of technology to a modern emerging technology to a modern situation. So what I'm going to do is I've had my chance to speak in the opening event, and most of what I needed to say or convey as a message I've already said, and therefore I will not belabor a set of views again, except to emphasize that we need to look at connectedness. We need to look at a range of ways in which we can make citizen experience more easy and at the same time ensure productivity on the side of the service providers, specifically government, also increases significantly. The institutions which are represented here are basically institutions which endeavor to do it. To my right, I have Sri Rajiv Bansal, who's the CEO of NISG, the National Institute of Smart Governance, which attempts to implement and establish a number of smart governance initiatives across different institutions. The aim of the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology is to develop NISG as our internal think tank, which will support, as an expert body, support the way in which we can implement smart governance initiatives across government. On my left, I have the CEO of NEGD, the National E-Governance Division, which is again a part of MeitY, and they have led a number of e-governance applications across government. The Poshan Tracker, which won an award today, has been supported by NEGD. DigiLocker, which is another huge initiative of the government, is supported by NEGD as well. Further to my right, I have the CEO of ONDC, Mr. Koshi, whom I already introduced to you briefly, and he would be here to talk about what the ONDC experience has been. And then we have furthest to my left, Sri Sanket Bondwe, who's Joint Secretary digi governance in the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. And Mr. Bondwe will speak about the range of DPIs, digital public infrastructure, which is being implemented currently by the Government of India and by various entities under Government of India. What we would do is request each one of them to make brief presentations of about 5 to 7 minutes each, which would give us enough time after the presentations are done, once all the four presentations are done, to have a discussion and to have questions from the floor as well. So let me first request Shri Rajiv Bansal to lead with his presentation.
Good afternoon, friends. Pleasure to be here today, this morning, in this important conference. And today, the topic before this plenary session is indeed a very important one. I am delighted to be part of this discussions. Can we have the presentation on? Okay, even as the presentation comes on, as we move towards a Viksit Bharat, the plenary session that we are discussing today is about Viksit Bharat and the role that digital platforms and DPI can play in our move towards a Viksit Bharat. Now, you know, as you all know, we are a 3.5, 4 trillion economy, and one of the key elements of Viksit Bharat, which we want to achieve in the 100th year of India's independence, that is 2047, is to reach an economy which is about $30 trillion. Now, this move from about 3.5 trillion to $30 trillion, about 8.5 times of where we are today, is going to be happening only on the strength of a digital platform. And that is why today, as we embark on the next 23 years of development, as our economy grows, our economy needs to grow to about 7 to 8% per annum, steadily, consistently over the next 20 25 years to be able to reach that $30 trillion mark. We will be working and striving on a digital platform. That presentation coming on? Oh, okay. Okay, I can see it here. Thank you. So as we talked about the Viksit Bharat, now it's indeed important to know that METI, the Secretary of METI is here with us, had laid the foundation for this move towards a Viksit Bharat much earlier, about 8, 9 years back, when the Digital India program was launched. And the Digital India program had several pillars. 9 of the key pillars I've listed down here on the top right side. And in fact, in the last 8, 9 years since the launch of the Digital India program in 2015, a lot has been achieved. When in 2017, 16, 17, in fact, I was there also in METI at that point of time, we used to talk about increasing internet penetration, increasing the use of smartphones. People at that time there were only about 200 million smartphones in public hands. Today, we have more than 1,200 million telephone connections, about 900 million internet connections, about another 900 million smartphones in people's hands. So that is the revolution that happened on the foundation that was laid by the Digital India pillars about 8, 9 years back. What's important today is to build on this foundation and take it to the next stage, which will ensure that we reach the goal of Viksit Bharat by 2047. And because in the interest of time, I'm skipping slides. What we would need to do as we go forward is to build on digital public goods. And in this slide, the main focus that I would like to bring to your attention is basically the key takeaways, the 5 key takeaways that are listed there. What are the elements, the key elements of digital public goods? First and foremost is that it should be for the benefit of the community at large. In the morning session, we heard the political leadership of Maharashtra, the administrative leadership, the chief secretary speaking about how all our digital interventions need to be for the larger welfare of the people. So one of the key elements of any digital public good has to be that it should be built by and for the benefit of the community at large. It could be built in collaboration by the government bodies, by private bodies, by NGOs, by semi government bodies. It should be made available for a wider audience. It should be based on an open source. It should have open content, open platform, open software, open APIs. It should follow standards and best practices which are globally the best in class. And last but not least, it should adhere to the policy and regulatory environment. The Secretary had mentioned about the Digital Personal Data Protection Act, which has been enacted by the government. The rules following the act are expected very soon. This is an act which has been set up by the government, and any kind of digital public goods that come into being need to conform to that. In the financial space, if there is something, we talk about fintech revolution. Honorable Deputy Chief Minister talked about fintech capital of India. These fintech applications need to conform to the regulations prescribed by the apex regulator, that is the Reserve Bank of India. So these are the key elements of digital public goods that we would need to keep in mind as we go forward in our journey. Now, what are the digital platforms which are important for positioning India as, for a Viksit India by 2047? It's a fairly dense slide. I don't plan to read through this whole thing, but critical is the India stack. All over the world globally, we are well known for the India stack. Most of you in this audience are well familiar with this India stack. In fact, one more thing that I would like to share with you is that last year when we had the G20 summit in India, there was a global initiative on proliferating DPI globally. India took the lead. India was the leader in the task force on proliferation of DPI, and the G20 uh, task force for economic transformation, financial inclusion, and development. The government of India presented a paper on that, and as a follow-up of that, a social impact fund was created, and a contribution from that social impact fund is going to be there, a global contribution. India itself has pledged $25 million towards this social impact fund for proliferating DPI globally. So a lot is happening within India on the strength of digital platforms, digital public goods, and India is taking a role to proliferate these initiatives globally too, particularly in the global south. My worthy colleagues from METI are here, the Joint Secretary as well as CEO, as well as the CEO of ONDC. These are digital public goods which meet all the attributes of a digital public good, a DPI, and will benefit the public at large. So I will kind of stop my presentation. It's a longish presentation that I have, but I will pause here and I'll be happy to take any questions later. We at NISG, the National Institute of Smart Government, are an interface, are a body which is between the government as well as the private sector. We are ourselves a semi-government body, and we'll be happy to support any state governments or regulatory bodies, municipal bodies in undertaking any initiatives on this digital transformation process that we are undertaking in this vast country of ours. I look forward to hearing from you, and I'm available post this presentation too. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Now I'll request Mr. Sanket Bondwe, Joint Secretary in METI, to make his presentation.
Thank you, sir. CEO NIG Raju Bansal sir have beautifully explained about the digital platforms and the DPIs. as Joint Secretary e-Governance, and in coincidence, I also bridge NISG and NEGD. So CEO NEGD Nandakumaram sir is sitting here, and also Raju Bansal sir, and Chair by Krishnan sir. So basically, starting from digital platforms and DPI, digital platforms are the basic enablers, while the DPI is the backend core infrastructure which run through it. Next. Many of you must have seen this news last year in G20 when the German minister went to a vegetable vendor in Delhi, and he was amazed, like a miracle, that how can this happen? And yes, UPI was the answer. For us in day-to-day life, we are very much using this UPI, PhonePe, Paytm, but this was something which really showcases the prowess and the success of the digital public infrastructure of India. And this one example. Starting with jam. I'm not talking about the eating jam, but Jandhan, Aadhaar, and mobile. Again, the main pillars, I will say. And right from the last 10 years, you can see that if we go into the figures, I will not mention the figures are on the net and all, but really it have laid the foundation of the digital transformation in India. Again, into Aadhaar, I will run fast because we are short of time. Now everybody knows here what is Aadhaar and what about it, but let me tell you ki it's like one of the most premier DPIs, and CEO NIG is here. Let me tell you, we are doing a project in now Sri Lanka where the citizen identity is being done in Sri Lanka with the help of NIG. And one more thing, like even NEGD CEO Ananda Kumaram is here. So we are in a process of some mechanism where NIG, the National Institute of Smart Governance, who have an MOU with the Ministry of External Affairs, will be the front office for this DPI, this premier DPIs to go global and go give it to our friendly nations. And the back end, NEGD, the National E-Governance Division of MITI, will be the design and developer and the coordinator for the other DPIs as well, like GEM from Commerce, FASTag from Morth, and PM Gati Shakti, CCTNS from MHA. About FASTag, I have not mentioned in the slide, but let me tell you, in my previous assignment, I was in Morth, and I worked for 5 years in Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, and I was bridging NHI. So almost today, 10 crores of FASTag with that RFID chips have been issued. And today, almost 100 crores of revenue come from the FASTag chips with the toll collection. Now, this is one of the most basic and best example we can give where DPI like FASTag can really make a big difference to stop leakages and all. About the mobile subscription, again, we know how mobile, even in the rural areas and the remote areas, have bridged the divide, the digital divide. Again, I will not go into the whole data because some of the part also my colleague CEO NEGD Nandakumaram will be speaking on DBT. DBT, I think in the opening session, our honorable guest and all the dignitaries have mentioned somewhere about the DBT. The honorable deputy CM of Maharashtra also mentioning about it. I will just give one basic example. Here we have in India we are doing some 315 schemes with 53 ministries, and till now more than 38 trillion rupees have been distributed. And see the savings. The savings, in fact, is huge. Let me tell you, like it's billions of savings we have done with coming of these DPIs. That I will go with the last slide. For example, scholarship. In scholarship, there are like more than 50 scholarship scheme of central and government and state government, where we are giving the DBT directly to the bank accounts of the students. And this has helped us to stop the leakages, select the beneficiaries, and hit the bullseye. So this was NSP was just one example, like but the farmers incentive, the LPG subsidy and all, we are all going with the DBT. I will not go into detail. Again, this was just one small example with the other enable ecosystem. And this was the E sign, which also MITI is driving and pushing it hard to be successful. And more than 75 crore e-signs till today have been facilitated in India. This is one more example of Aadhaar about the maybe say the banking or the biometric attendance and all. Just one glimpse shot. UPI again, I will not go into the all the figures year wise, but let me tell you that if you see daily or maybe in quantum about till today, more than millions, 14,000, more than 14,400 million transaction by volume has been done. And in the by value, you can see the value is more than 20 trillion. Again, this is a big achievement. CSE, yes. I also look after the Common Service Center as Joint Secretary in MeitY, and let me tell you, we have more than 5.5 lakh common service centers all over India, right from the special district to the northeast to the remote areas and whatnot. And here we are also giving more than 500 services. This is also one of the basic premier platform where the digital public infrastructure for the public good, what we say the digital good, the digital public good we are offering, and the penetration of CSEs makes a lot of difference. DigiLocker, again, Nandakumaram will be speaking on this, but let me tell you, I think most of us have been using DigiLocker, and one more version of the DigiLocker, that is the entity locker. I have a short film, but I will request Nandakumaram to play this because he will be speaking on DigiLocker. We have come up with the entity DigiLocker, where again CEO NGT, my colleague, will be speaking on that. Bhashini. Again, I will say this is one of the best premier DPIs offered by MeitY. Almost 22 regional languages. You take Sanskrit, Bodo, Santhali, Nepali, Assamese, Marathi, Kokni, whatever. 22 languages are like from text to text, and almost more than 10 languages have been, we are giving services with uh, text to voice and all. And this engine has helped us. You go to the, for example, the Umang platform, and you can just serve the website with all these regional schedule languages, 22 languages. I will just show a small film.
Bhashini, 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 Bhashini. Bolo India, suno India, likho India, likho India. Bolo India, suno India, likho India, likho India.
पूरब बोले पश्चिम समझे उत्तर ना मिलाए दक्षिण के स्वर यूं घुल जाए देश झूम के गाए
मन से मन की बात चले नए ज्ञान का द्वार खुले बस एक यही अभिलाषा है भारत की हर भाषा अपनी भाषा है अपनी भाषा है अपनी भाषा है
भाषिणी नए दौर की स्वर्णिम भाषा है स्वर्णिम भाषा है स्वर्णिम भाषा है
भारत की
I think, let me tell you again, it's a self-speaking film, but you can see that more than 22 regional languages of India, we are able to translate online digitally with an engine from text to text, and from text to voice is more than 10 languages. About the cloud Meghraj network, I think directly not a part, but MITI have cloud service providers as empanel agencies, and today we have more than 23 cloud service providers, which again, important part of Digital India, are helping all these DPIs to come together. Umang and my scheme again, I think CEO NEGD Nandakumaram will be speaking on. So I will not go into the detail, but this premier DPIs, I think one of the best DPIs we have, making a lot of difference in the lives of people. We have a project of API Setus. Today in India, we have lakhs of data sets, lakhs of APIs. But as we always say that government works in silos. Here in API Setu, we are coordinating and putting a concerted effort that how these APIs can be published and credible data sets, the credible data sets where we can bridge and the publishers, the consumers and all can come on a common platform where a win-win situation can happen. This is the e-governance project of MITI. I will be also, like I gave an example of fast tag of Morth. We have GEM from Commerce. We have CCTNS of MHA. We have PM Gati Shakti again of DPIT. So there are different DPIs which are again one of the best in best, and they are going ahead. And here we have Diksha from education. I will be touching education, agriculture, and the other ministries also. We have the Academic Bank of Credits, National Academic Depository from education, which have really made a big difference. In AgriStack, I think there is a session in afternoon about the AgriStack, and in more detail it must be told to you. But let me tell you again, uh, there are many programs of e-governance programs like e-national mandis and M-Kisan and one this Kisan Sarthi. Now Kisan Sarthi again being a MITI funded project done with Ministry of Agriculture. It's a fantastic project where the YouTube videos of farmers are shown with the interactive video system and a lot of things like chatbots, video consultation, real-time customer care, and many things are there. So this project ended last year, but looking after the importance and the popularity of this project, we have continued this project as Kisan Sarthi 2. I think if we touch health, we have the NIC is one of the best DPIs, that is e-hospital. And e-hospital again is used all over India, many of the hospitals, and it covers a large part of India. Ayushman Bharat, we all know. Again, I will say somewhere we can also touch Poshan Tracker, which received the award in morning. We have the RCH and other things. E-Sanjeevani, I will definitely like to speak on E-Sanjeevani because E-Sanjeevani again, last year in G20 in Bangalore, when African minister was visiting the stall of E-Sanjeevani, and the ex-secretary Alkesh Sharma sir was there in Bangalore, and then she had fever. So our ex-secretary Alkesh Sharma sir requested her, why don't you go and just talk with? Sorry, sir. I have to be fast. And in short, I will say that E-Sanjeevani is again one of the best projects, also helped by AI. So coming to the end, I will say this is just a news article, but billions, as I said, billions of rupees have been saved. More than 27 billions have been saved, and the leakages have been stopped. We have to. There are challenges, I know, cyber security and all, but we are definitely proud, and will be going ahead. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Sanket. Now I'll request Mr. Koshi to make his presentation.
Good afternoon, and thank you for inviting ONDC to be here. I don't have a presentation. I'll just briefly explain a few lines, what we're doing, where we are, and where we want to work together as ONDC and the larger the public sector and the government in this jugalbandi of transformation of commerce. Probably you would have heard that the objective of ONDC is to transform, democratize commerce. So let me just in a simple language, what do I mean by democratization in comparison with what's happening in the world around? Imagine that every market in this country, whether it is Bandra Market, whether it's Palika Bazaar, whether it's Infinity Mall, whether it is all of, are owned by two companies. Then they decide who can set up a shop. They can decide what is hoarding there. They can decide what could be the rent. They can decide practically everything. So the intermediary becomes the choreographer of commerce. But unfortunately, that's not how the world is. There are such diversified marketplaces where I could be a small kirana store sending to my people around me, or I could be a high-end fashion which is setting up an Infinity Mall, or it could be a national brand. Anything is possible. That is the measure, that's the meaning of democracy. That each individual, each business can succeed or fail based on what he has to offer. But when it comes to digital commerce, we may have noticed that's not how the world is. There are few large walled gardens in every domain. If it's in consumer products, 2 or 3. If it's in food, 2 or 3. If it is in ride hailing, 2 or 3. It is almost like they control them all. So which means that the freedom of the individual business is significantly restricted with respect to the terms and conditions in which they can operate. That is the challenge that is being faced globally. Developed countries are trying to address this through regulation. Americans call it America Innovation and Choice Online Act, which has not yet become an act. The Europeans call it Digital Market Access Act, which is sort of trying to address the same issue of market concentration and associated practices. In India, we are trying to address this issue using technology and market. Because on the confidence of the digital public infrastructure and its success in the past 10 years. If you look at any commercial transaction, it's got two sides. One side is money, other side is goods or service. So what we saw in UPI is the money side making democratization. Making it possible for transaction to be handled by not just the upper creamy layer of the society, but even by the beggar on the street without any telecommunication equipment within him with a QR code to receive money. So that was started about almost 11 years ago. You see the transformation that it has done. So now on the other side of commerce, which is in the goods and services, is what ONDC is trying to do. To enable every seller to be making their product available on a network using an open protocol without having the compulsion to go and individually onboard to multiple 2 or 3 big platforms. Today, if I'm a seller in one platform, I'm only visible to a buyer in that platform. And if I'm a buyer in a platform, I can only see the sellers in that platform. So if I want to be there in multiple platforms, I have to independently register physically, digitally, legally, everything. So that's why the idea of an open network has come, created an open protocol. So if you are a merchant, you can make your catalog visible on this larger network using this open protocol. Different enterprises who has digital consumers, who feel confident to have digital consumers, will come and help their digital consumers to access whatever that is relevant without having the pain to go and independently contract with every seller. If I just give you an example, let's say, for example, we have many buying applications on the ONDC network. Some are from fintech. You would have seen PhonePe and Paytm. Some are from ride hailing. You would have seen Ola. For example, today, if you open Ola application, it is a ride hailing is its own application, but you will see food, you will see grocery. So he says that I plan to give all the people who come to hail a ride, I am also giving them complimentary product to help them buy the stuff. In the good old world, he would have to go and tie up with every seller if he wanted to do that. But in the new world, he only need to give a consumer interface. So this means that we are creating a common pool of market. The buyers all available in a pool to be able to reach across to any seller with the help of a buying application who's curating the ideal product mixture for their clients. It is a complete transformation. This is only when you sit down and let your mind free, you will see the possibility. So let us look at, and so this is something where public and private can come on a common theme. We started this about 2 years ago, it was actually 2023, we opened it, this idea, first time in the world, to be sort of available in Bangalore. That time we had about 500 merchants doing about 1,000 transactions. But the good thing is there is a traction building up. And today, this month, we have done about 12.5 to 13 million transactions with about 6 lakh merchants. And we are hopeful and believe that by the end of the year, it will be double this. And the world is taking notice. Probably some of you would have seen last week, I saw a complimentary message from the NASDAQ board at Times Square. Not that we paid for it, saying that congratulations to India and ONDC for having established, having had a 12.5 million transaction in 1 month in such a short time. So let's look at, you are all, most of you are from the government, undertaking affirmative action to transform the different sectors of the society. So that's why while in the big, there are few big platforms which is letting the people to sell their products, which is only for the privileged society. What jokingly one of my friends once said, the avocado segment of the society, which is like all of us sitting here, but not, I mean, giving the due relevance to the small people. So that's why you would see affirmative action by the government in terms of e-handymade, which is a portal for handicrafts, e-Ceres, which is a portal for artisans. But the challenge with each of them is like practically impossible to get the customers on. Whereas now, if you are able to help these people to make their products visible, and then you have a number of this buying application that will help them to come and buy. So I would like to close with one more thing. It is not just about digitization in the whole initiative. Please note that it is about digitization. It's about teaching this underserved and underprivileged, unserved merchants how to deal in the digital market, how to make a good catalog, how to make a shipping document, how to tie up for their national logistics and so on and so forth. So this is a journey. We are on it together. I sort of ask all of you to sort of participate. I'm very happy. Some of the ministries, some of the states have already taken initiative, including the Maharashtra, state of Maharashtra. So I will welcome all of you to contact us in this journey of transforming commerce as we see today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Koshi. Now I'll request Sri Nandkumaram, President and CEO of NEGD, to make his presentation on DigiLocker and Entity Locker.
Thank you, sir. First of all, congratulations to all the winners of awards, their team, and the hard work that it takes to sit through those meetings in which you have sat and deliberated, the GPR, and all the effort that you take. Congratulations and appreciation for all that. The presentation is coming up. I'll just go to 2 slides. I think this has been talked. One is DigiLocker, you are fully aware. I want you to look at the right side of the application. What we are now trying to do is build up use cases around it. And with help of people sitting in this audience, we are scaling it up. So now if you see the numbers, they are quite decent in our population scale. Whether it is recruitment, whether it is, say, a KYC by a fintech company or a demat account opening agency. So we have a good swath of application that we have built around it. Please join this journey and take it further forward. The new thing that we are now coming up with is an entity locker. And here I would like your suggestion, idea, guidance. The entity locker is what DigiLocker to an individual, entity locker will be to a company. So when I say entity locker for a company, all the documents which a company creates, whether a static document like say a PAN or a SIN or a DIN or a GSTN number, or certain transaction document that comes during the course of the operation of the company, that can be pulled out on the consent of the company or the entity, whether a trust, NGO or a company, legal entity, and that can be pushed to the service provider. So if you see the structure here, what we are saying is that there are 3 players, similar to DigiLocker, very simple, nothing great about it, just a data interchange layer we are trying to build here. Just have a look at this, keep this in your mind as you go from this presentation. And if you can build a case around it, we'll be very happy. To begin with, as a teaser, we are giving you certain use cases. And this will be the last slide of my presentation. So if you are onboarding your company onto GEM, can you do it through, say, few clicks in a semi-automatic or near automatic mode? Or you are going for a registration on any corporation or a group or T board, coffee board, some EPFO, FSI, or a working capital loan through a GEM work order in a bank. So these are the teasers I'm leaving you with. Please think on this, suggest to us, join us in this development, and maybe we'll scale up something for all the entities. So these are the two cases I've had. Before this, I was in Masuri Academy. So I have a habit of giving certain suggestions. I will leave this with you. I will mail the presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that presentation, Nan. Now, what we will do is throw this session open to some for some questions from the audience, since you've heard most of it as a one-way traffic from this side. I'm guessing we have about 10 minutes for questions. Okay. So if there are any questions, we'll take those to begin with. Do I see hands up there, or is that somebody just taking a picture? Yes, sir, please.
Thank you, sir. I just wanted to ask, there was a presentation on DigiLocker, and I thought DigiLocker was a great innovation.
You wait.
And
Question on DigiLocker.
but in one of the conferences, an expert opinion was that DigiLocker is not all that safe. I mean, it is not really a tamper-proof. It is not really something 100% secure. So I said, what is your suggestion? And we were told that time has come when from DigiLocker we should move to blockchain. So is DigiLocker secure, safe, tamper-proof? Or do you think that all these documents from DigiLocker should move to blockchain?
Sir, as you said, since document is not stored in the DigiLocker layer, it is stored with the issuing agency. And based on the consent of the person who is using it, it is either the address or the pointer of that is pulled and then pushed to a requesting entity. In the process, if something happens, it is just we are collecting the pointers and some document which is stored in the mobile of the person. So blockchain can be an alternative in which you can enhance the security feature. So both the issuing agencies and in the rest, in motion, and again consumption has to be secured by different measures, sir. That's a very good suggestion. We'll look at it, sir. Definitely. Thank you.
The other point that I would just like to add on the security aspect is that most of this is by tokens. So the fundamental data, as he was pointing out, say if it is an Aadhaar identity or something, is in the main Aadhaar data vault. And so far, I think with a fair degree of confidence, we can say that the main data vault has never actually been breached, and that has been fairly safe in that sense. So it is only the tokens which are sent from there. So it will be a yes or no answer which comes from there after the data query goes. So to that extent, I think the safety of the data is ensured. And as I mentioned earlier when I spoke, under the DPDP Act, the penalties for any breaches are quite severe. So one needs to be very careful there. I think there were a couple of questions there. Yes. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Thank you. And I'm J. Satyanarayana, former Secretary MeitY. We have been seeing that, a lot of resurgence of e-governance and digital transformation in the last decade, especially after Digital India has been brought into picture. While, there are two sides to the coin. One is, how do you enable all these applications to really become more user-friendly and powerful? The other side of the coin is the kind of concerns on security and privacy, etc., which was articulated by a friend just now. So is there any instead of doing a point solution for each of these problems? Is the government of India thinking of a overarching act like Digital India Act or anything? Is there any update on that? If you can throw some light on, it will be really useful. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We'll just take two more questions and then probably deal with it all together. There is a question back there. Yes. Can somebody get the gentleman there? I think there. Excuse me. The one with the mic, the gentleman there. Sir?
Thank you. Sir, this question is about the speed of execution. Though all these digital initiatives are doing rounds for a very long time, Digi Yatra, Digi Locker, and so on. But we have seen that it takes a lot of time to see when the rubber hits the road. Is there anything which Government of India is doing to accelerate that speed to ensure that it reaches to the citizens in minimum possible time?
Thank you. I think there's a gentleman here. Here,
Sir,
please.
sir,
On the
sir,
right. Yeah.
sir, good afternoon, sir. I'm Samir Shankar. I'm from Center for Railway Information Systems, which is providing digital solutions for Indian Railways, sir. So we have been giving services to people, especially services and online payments is one of the very critical area we provide services to the people. But sir, we are facing a very typical issue wherein we get offers from various private agencies, UPI providers, and financial solution providers. But we are constrained by the fact that we are governed by the financial rules of the RBI, wherein we cannot deal directly with any such financial institutions, and there are rules which govern the remittance of revenues to the Government of India Consolidated Fund, and we also have to deal with frequent refunds also, sir. Wherein we have to give immediate refunds to the passengers, and which becomes a delayed proposition because of these conditions. So I would like, sir, some guidance on that thing also. Sir.
That's sir.
Uh, just a small thing about Aadhaar in particular. See, wherever you go for a new telephone connection, they'll ask for Aadhaar. Yesterday night, when I checked in the hotel, they said ki I gave my government ID and they refused to accept. They said it should have the address, preferably give Aadhaar. I didn't have Aadhaar. So at that time, something like DigiLocker, if it could be linked with the, all such systems where they want physical Aadhaar, and there is every possibility of it being misused by these organizations, I mean, in the current setup. Can we not have they picking up the data from the DigiLocker in that case straight away instead of we handing over our Aadhaar card or the documents to them?
So I think, thank you, sir. So we'll just deal with these four questions to begin with. I think the first thing that Mr. Satyanarayana raised was regarding, is there some legislative protection on all of these aspects and cybersecurity and so on? Let me say that there is a thinking in government to look at some of the changes which would be needed, especially relating to cybersecurity and certain other aspects in this regard. But I would not say that it is on the front burner. It is not an immediate piece of legislation that is being looked at. There is thought similarly on, how do we regulate AI and some of the other emerging technologies. But this is a space in particular where we would want to make haste slowly, simply because we want to be sure that the room for innovation is not taken up through very rigid regulations. So we are looking very carefully at the experience that other countries are also seeing in this regard before rushing in to actually legislate in that space. We also recognize that in the space of cybersecurity, there is need for tightening certain parts of the legislation and clarifying certain aspects, which is currently a process which requires wider consultation, and that is going on. So while I would say that it is not out of the radar completely, but it is not imminent. The other issue of rolling out some of the experiments faster, I think a lot of it is also to do with adoption. But specifically on the DigiLocker front, I think we are giving it a renewed push. The entity locker office memorandum has just been issued, and that is something which we are pushing to popularize. The rest of DigiLocker, there have been a range of applications, including through academic institutions and so on, to build up an academic bank of credits and so on, which is popularizing its use significantly. But I take the message that we need to do more to popularize it, and which we will certainly work on. The other question is on financial transactions. We didn't cover the financial transactions rules right now. Financial transactions are basically governed by the rules which are made by the respective legislative agency, respective regulatory agencies, in this case, the Reserve Bank of India. So I would really not like to comment on what the Reserve Bank of India sort of prescribes as its set of rules. As far as payments into the consolidated fund and refunds are concerned, that's, I think, primarily an issue which arises out of because railways are treated as part of the government's budget, right? And now there could be mechanisms. There are PSUs under the railways. I'm sure they can devise mechanisms by which they can work out the refund issues, because but even from the government, from the consolidated fund, there are mechanisms of working out refunds. But we will take the concern that you've expressed to the finance ministry, which is the competent ministry, to look at that issue and deal with it. Sir, coming to your question on Aadhaar, I mean, quite honestly, I'm surprised that the bank insists, the hotel insisted on Aadhaar, because nowadays they actually don't accept Aadhaar as a proof of address. I think we've clarified recently that it's only intended as a proof of identity. And the address is something which can be changed from time to time. There is a process of authorizing changes. So for many other purposes, the Aadhaar is not to be used. And second thing, it is fundamentally as an authentication process of identity, whether through OTP based authentication or whether through a face auth or a biometric auth. It is not intended to be used. The card itself is not intended to be used for the purpose for which it was specified. The specific instructions which have been issued, it looks like many people have not yet got the memo. So we will have to again do some more work on that aspect. But your other suggestion, whether there could be a virtual identity through DigiLocker which can be used, we will certainly examine that. So I think although I did see many other hands up, the Secretary DPAR had given me 10 minutes and we have already exceeded that time, and I wouldn't want to eat into the next session's time. I'm sure over the next 2 days, there will be many other opportunities to raise these issues. I'd like to thank my fellow panelists for their presentations, and also the members of the audience for their involvement and participation and the number of questions they had. Thank you all very much.
Thank you so much to our esteemed panel. We would just request you to stay on stage for a couple of minutes longer for the photographs and more. May we please request Shri J.L. Gupta, Director MeitY, to please come up on stage, and along with him, Mrs. Roshni Kadam Patil, Deputy Secretary, Government of Maharashtra, to please come on stage and felicitate our panel.
We'd like to begin with our chairman of the session, chairperson of the session, Shri S. Krishnan, Secretary MeitY. Moving on to the CEO of NISG, Shri Rajiv Bansal. Next, Shri Nandakumaran, President and CEO of NEGD. Shri Sanket S. Bondwe, Joint Secretary, MIT. And Shri T. Koshi, CEO, Open Network for Digital Commerce.
Thank you so much. That was our first session, of course, but there's a lot more to come. Ladies and gentlemen, I would request all of you to please listen to me very carefully. This might be one of the most important announcements I make over the next 2 days. Uh, Everyone has received a bag when they've registered, yes. Now we have a little bit of a problem. Director DARPG, his bag has been probably picked up by someone else because the bags look similar. The bag has his mobile phone. So I would request everyone to please check their bags, ensure that that is yours. If anyone happens to find the bag that has Srinivas sir's mobile phone in it, please do get in touch with us. This is a sincere request to anyone. And if you meet any of your colleagues, friends outside, and they are carrying a bag as well, wouldn't be a bad idea to ask them to check. Please do check the bag that you have received. Uh,
Yeah, as said just now, it's a gentle request. Kindly check the bag which you are carrying. The bag of our respected secretary, Shri V. Srinivas ji, is missing. I understand someone has mistakenly carried it with him. Kindly check again. It is having his mobile, which is very important. We have a lot of communications to make. So again, a gentle request. Please check if the bag you are carrying is a wrong bag, because the mobile is very urgent. It's very critical for the further program also. Thank you. And if anyone has got it, kindly bring it to the backstage. We're all here. You can bring it to me to the compeers. We need it very urgently, please. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Once again, requesting everyone to please check the bags that you are carrying. If by mistake you have picked up the bag that has the secretary's mobile phone in it, please do let us know. We are here backstage. There are a lot of people that you can bring it to. But we request everyone to please check. I know a few of you already did that right in front of us, so thank you so much for it. But for anyone else who's not done it as yet, please do check the bag that you're carrying.
Also for the lunch, requesting all the delegates to kindly join us in the hall which is adjacent to Jasmine. All the speakers, our VIP chief guests, our awardees, I will request them to kindly join us in the VIP lounge which is on the second floor, 204B. All the delegates on the right hand side.
So we'll be joining for the next section in the post-lunch session at 2:30.
45 minutes.
Requesting everyone to resume back at 2:30 sharp for our next session. And requesting all the chief guests, speakers, awardees to join us in the VIP lounge for lunch, which is on the second floor, 204B. At 2:30 sharp, we'll be having our plenary session too.
Papa.
This the way that Vikar and Madhav are going about it is ridiculous. Madhav, I am not like this. Check. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Uh, to everyone who can hear my voice, where the lunch was served, I know you're tempted to ignore it, but if you do hear it, we would request all of you to come back to our main stage so we can get started with our next session. Thank you so much for abiding to time. We really appreciate that. A humble request to everyone who can hear my voice. And if you're near the door, maybe just tell people outside as well that we are starting right now. And if you are still having your lunch, we would request you to get through with it as comfortably, but as quickly as you can. We will get started with our second plenary session. Uh, the topic of this session is shaping service delivery for tomorrow. The sub-themes are CP grams, centralized public grievance redressal and monitoring system, digitalization of public financial management system and strengthening of public service delivery in India, empowering governance with smart AI solutions, NESDA, National E-Governance Services Delivery Assessment, enhancing local governance using public grievance redressal, and using Gen AI to drive service delivery excellence.
So the speakers are here on the stage. Let's welcome them. Shri V. Srinivas, Secretary DARPG, will chair this session. Let's welcome him with a round of applause, everyone. He's from the Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances. Shri Santosh Mishra, partner at PwC, previously served as the Secretary of E-Governance for the Government of Tamil Nadu. A warm welcome to you, sir. Moving ahead, Shri NSN Murthy, partner and government consulting leader at Deloitte. A warm welcome to you. Let's have a round of applause, everyone. And Professor Nishit Srivastava, IIT Kanpur. Welcome to all the dignitaries on the dais. Over to you, sir.
So very good afternoon to all. This session is on improving service delivery. And morning we heard the Chief Minister as also the Deputy Chief Minister and Chief Secretary speaking about the importance that is given to how citizen-centric governance models can be created and how the number of e-services that are being operationalized across states, across Maharashtra has increased over a period of time. If you see the exhibition outside, you can see on the Umang platform more than 2,300 services that are currently placed online. My mind goes back to 2019 February when Umang was awarded the National E-Governance Award. And Anjali Kashyap was on that jury also. And at that time, Umang had 650 services which it was operationalizing. From 650 services, Umang has gone up to 2,300 services. What I see when I look at the e-governance map of India is 16,500 e-services have been operationalized across states and union territories. Also, Government of India has enhanced the number of e-services that we are providing. When we first prepared the National E-Services Delivery Assessment, we had identified 56 e-services as mandatory e-services which every state and union territory shall provide. Today, 5 years later, in 2024, and when Santosh Mishra ji prepared the National E-Services Delivery Assessment, which he will share with you shortly, we find that the whole country has almost reached 55 e-services. except for a few northeastern states which are working very hard. Manipur has a strong team here. Robert Sharma is here. So, except for a few states in northeast, across India, the mandatory e-services have been reached. In 2019, Jammu and Kashmir used to have 15 e-services. From 15, today they have operationalized 1,180 e-services. Every state across India has tried to go digital. Every state. I recall walking through Mantralaya of Maharashtra where thousands of files would be lying. Yesterday, when I took a round of Mantralaya, Chief Secretary's office only had flowers and petals. It had no files. The entire files had moved into the e-office system, 75% digitization on e-office. The movement towards adoption of more and more e-services has necessitated stronger examination with regard to how digital portals and digital platforms are being formulated. One is the National E-Services Delivery Assessment Way Forward assesses how e-services are moving. We will share with you how every ministry's portal and every state and UT's portal, the integrated portals, the service portals have been evaluated under NASTA in terms of accessibility, content availability, ease of use, status and request tracking, security and data privacy, also in terms of use of emerging technologies, and how the states have fared. And I have witnessed the remarkable transformation across states over the last 5 years. As we go forward, the Prime Minister has laid down a 16-point vision for his historic third term, in which e-governance has a very critical part. And the highest priority of this has been assigned to effective redressal of public grievances. Every ministry and department has been asked to undertake and operationalize grievance redressal systems that are meaningful, that are accessible, and provide time-bound delivery of services. This huge technology transformation has necessitated a significant revamp of CPGram's portal. So Professor Nishit Srivastava would be presenting to you how use of artificial intelligence in CPGrams, creation of intelligent grievance monitoring dashboards can benefit the citizens at large. Morning, the Chief Minister of Maharashtra was also mentioning that one of the highest priorities that he assigns is to grievance redressal. He hears grievances till the last man in the queue is heard. It takes him several hours to reach the last man in the queue. An AI-enabled system can identify urgent grievances, prioritize grievances, also identify spam, habitual complainants, and segregate them. The third area that we will be listening to today is Mr. NSN Murthy in Deloitte has been leading the government process reengineering and use of technology in governance. In fact, Deloitte had organized a conference with several lead industry partners with regard to how to operationalize improving service delivery. So I was very keen to listen to Mr. NSN Murthy also today, and I'm glad he could join this session. So let me invite Mr. Santosh Mishra, who has been a lead thinker, one of the brilliant civil servants that the IAS produced, and headed the Tamil Nadu e-government agency. Currently, he works with the PricewaterhouseCoopers and is a senior partner there, and has been leading the formulation of the National E-Services Delivery Assessment 2024. So we are happy to listen to you. Thank you for coming over. And there are several states and union territories whose performance can be discussed. I'm sure Santosh will be making a presentation, and thereafter we can have a brief discussion.
There's a presentation, so can I request the presentation to be put up? There's a presentation. in the mail. I had given it in the mail. Eh? Haven't got it. It was sent on mail morning. No, yesterday night. Is there a mail I can use? Yeah, I can give you mail. Unfortunately, no, it can't go on WhatsApp. That's the problem. Mhm.
Hello. Okay, I believe we can't get Santosh Mishra ji's presentation online. So I'll request Mr. Innocent Murthy to speak on his vision for technology in governance.
Good afternoon, everyone. And I think the glitch in the technology is helping me to actually do the presentation first on the technology usage for service delivery. Okay, so it's like a little bit paradoxical. But thank you, Srinivas Garu, for having me here, inviting me for this important function, uh, and to share the thought we have in on the service delivery, how it can be achieved through including a lot of tech and digital into this. I'm not going to do any presentation, so it's unlikely for a consultant to stay away from a PPT, but I tried it, and I hope I'll be successful by end of the talk. I'm going to take personas and I'm just going to make it a much more story-based discussion. So service delivery, and sir has spoken about multiple service delivery indices as well as the service deliveries which are or service offerings which the states do and KPIs around that. But let's go a step back. If, for example, I'm just taking a fictional name, there's nothing context to that. For example, Madhu goes for a walk and they don't have the she doesn't have the mobile in her purse and she wants to know the direction. So if the person is able to reach a citizen service center, they will give a direction to her, right? So that's context number one. Now, what is the importance of getting the direction to the home or some other place? I just want you to keep it in mind and I'll come back on that. So that's one. The same Madhu has lost her phone. Now the context has changed. One has forgotten, the second has lost. Now asking for a direction, the context has changed. Now I'm saying the service delivery is not only a function of what you deliver, but it's a function of when you deliver and what is the current state of mind of the person who needs to consume the service delivery. So that is where digital actually plays a much larger role, because if you are actually giving that service delivery through a phone or email or even a chatbot, these three, they will not understand the importance of the current context in which the service delivery has or services has to be delivered. So I'll give you another small example. A building plan approval, and I'm taking service delivery beyond the citizens to a businesses now. A building plan approval is the most simplest thing or most important thing which needs to be delivered by every businesses when they have to actually set up a factory or a plant or any kind of a infrastructure. Now that plan has to be approved through an architect and submitted through AutoCAD designs and everything. Typically, in most of the places, it takes about 2 to 3 weeks. Nothing wrong in that. But what if it can be done in 2 minutes? Because most of the work to get that building plan approval certificate are all compliances driven. So service delivery also means that I take out the redundant or a repetitive backend processes to create a wow for the end customer. So I'm just trying to broaden the perspective of service delivery, which I think Santoshi will actually speak about the structure, but I want to bring how digital can actually change the way in which we are looking at service delivery. Now I have the third part. While we are talking here, majority of the population in India which will seek a service delivery will be the youth. Now youth can be categorized as per who is into higher education, unemployed, employed but young, and they are the restless people. They don't want the services to be delivered as per the SLAs and the terms and condition and the processes. They want the services delivery mechanism to understand them at that point in time. I'll take a very simple example. An unemployed youth going to a regional employment center would actually think that at the time of delivery of that service, it is already, he is going to come with an outcome which is, I got a job, or at least I have my application completed. Now, can I actually use a Gen AI to produce all these things well in advance, because I have the youth's data and everything available in the department and skill ministry and everything? Can I actually create a wow? See, what happens is when somebody is unhappy, the other part of it is the youth will go into the social media. The entire communication will be done through social media, and it's very difficult to go back and do a feedback looping and make him as a wow citizen for you. And that's where the grievances will start. Why do we want to actually move to a grievance management if we can actually help the services delivery improve using a digital? One more example: agriculture, farmers. Now, we have to deliver a lot of informative services, a lot of information about mandis, pricing, fertilizer, information regarding what tech is available. There was a classical work which was happening in which happens in most of the parts of the north or even other parts of India, is when you actually complete the harvesting season, you actually cut the entire crop and the stubble is left. So the stubble is left for burning. While this stubble burning is actually a very good exercise, but it needs to be done only once in a 4 years cycle. It cannot be done every year. But in north of India, it happens on a yearly basis, which actually is, if my friends from north are here, they will know that they have experienced the entire air pollution in the months of December. Now look at a scenario in which why the stubble burning is happening, and there could be several reasons, but let's see the simplest of it is between the harvesting and sowing season. For farmers in Haryana, the time period is given very short, less than a week. So what do? They have no other ways and mechanism other than to burn this stubble. Now, if I can deliver the service of mechanizing or providing them the equipment to, or balers and everything which can not only cut and create bales and then transport it out, a service delivery as and when they want at during that period, then this stubble burning issue can be solved, because the farmers are not the first ones who wants to burn this, because they are forced to burn this because of the time period which is restrictive between the harvesting and sowing. This is a live example done in Haryana, multiple districts, where couple of companies came together. They created an Uber mechanism. I'm very interesting one, because there are farmers who have equipment and there are farmers who are actually burning the fields. The entire ecosystem brought everyone together on a Uber platform. For example, a farmer A can actually register saying that I need this equipment baler from time A, time B, this day, and this is the amount of money I can pay. And that equipment was delivered. So this is a project which is running in Haryana and Punjab today. The districts which have actually taken advantage of this service delivery using tech, because the Uber actually looks at the various scheduling, where the equipment lying, does it require for so many days, how the transportation happens. It's actually looks at the entire AI engine at the back end, delivers that entire equipment, takes back the entire equipment, takes back this entire stubble, also provides it to the companies which can use that stubble for doing all the what you call processing work. By this, the farmer gets the income, the Uber application manages the service delivery, and what do we get in return? 62 to 64% reduction in farm fires in these districts. And imagine people who are the biggest beneficiaries are based in Delhi. So this is service delivery of the next level where it needs to go on to scale. Now, I'm not going to take too much of a time. I think PPT is also up. Another 2 minutes very shortly. Service delivery also needs to be simple. I cannot go to a portal, and I'm with take all humility I'm sharing with this. Most of the government organization take pride in having massive tons of information. Every single book of government of India is actually copied, pasted, and the entire content is on that portal because we feel happy that everything is given as information. But the person who's actually wants to take that service, he wants to see a Google screen, search. He just want to type, I want to take a driving license in Rohtak. Tell me the nearest RTO. That's what he wants. He doesn't want to know which RTO, how much of RTO registrations happen, how many challans have happened. These are all irrelevant. When we are talking about a service delivery, we are not talking about information overload on the citizen. We just need 1, 2, 3 clicks to complete the whole process. So people who have actually gone to, and I still call it as the India's first DPI DPG product, which is Vahan and Sarthi, because it's a massive platform which has actually created a huge amount of impact. But have you ever tried to do a payment of taxes on that? It takes a lot of time to even understand where to go. But if I reimagine this entire thing, where you actually tell a chatbot saying that I want to pay my taxes of Karnataka, and my vehicle is registered in Haryana, the between the two, can I tell you? So answer is easy to do it because it's a calculator. But the second step is, can the chatbot tell him, can I do it for you? Because the problem is not how much road tax I need to pay in Karnataka. The problem is to go to that RTO and pay that tax. So the GenAI enables this to get this entire information, because end of the day, it's a transaction. It's a financial transaction where the calculators are all pre-decided based on the depreciation of your vehicle, the various RTOs. You have to take a NOC. The NOC is all digital. So you get an NOC on DigiLocker. Combine DigiLocker power into this, because DigiLocker saves your registration RC. DigiLocker saves your NOC. You just need to it saves your new Aadhaar card with address. You need to map these three on the DigiLocker. Voila, you can actually pay the taxes. So this is how the power of GenAI in future will help. The last one, and most important for all the states, is your investors. We all, and they are another set of what you call services delivery recipients from you, because when the investor comes to any state, he's looking at multiple facets, and the single window clearance is something which he's looking at. But beyond the single window, can I actually use my tech to tell the investor which part of the state is most viable for his business based on his business own plant machinery, supply chain, and the logistics, rather than I trying to force fit them saying that let's only do it in this part of the city because I have so much of a land availability. Imagine the simplicity which will help the investors to consume that service which is offered by the Department of Industries, and close that entire project. Service delivery is not limited to citizens. Service delivery will get expanded everywhere. The government and the private sector will get questioned on the delivery of services at the time which is relevant for the end user. The simplicity with which you will deliver, the amount of personal data you'll consume, because I want to bring the DPDP, because as soon as you start asking for the mobile number, Aadhaar, and everything, it will infringe upon your DPDP going forward. So how little you ask for information. And finally, I don't need to deliver a service, but I need to complete the service delivery mechanism at the back end automated, so that the wow factor of the citizens can be delivered to that industry. So these are few thoughts. I thought I'll restrict myself outside of the presentation. I hope these are relevant to you. Thank you, Srinivas Garu, for again inviting me here. Thank you, everyone, for hearing me. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. As I heard you, I was trying to think. Many of us would have operationalized chatbots, but one of the best chatbots that I had seen is the operationalized by Mr. Ratnesh Jha. If he's here, Executive Director of Indian Railways. He operates a chatbot for Rail Madad, which is one of the best chatbots that I have seen. And you may please take a look at Rail Madad's chatbot to see how quickly responses come in, and also it guides you on finding solutions. So I'll invite Dr. Santosh Mishra for his presentation on shaping service delivery for tomorrow. I recall this presentation in the Shillong conference took 2.5 hours. I was telling him this session on NASDA, but today you have 15 minutes, please.
Thank you, sir. So after lunch, 2.5 hours threat is is a real scary one. Promise you it will not be long. It's a very short one. Uh, just trying to walk you through what NESDA is and how it has evolved over the years, and what are the broad trends which we see when we did the service delivery assessment for this year. So, as I said, just the background framework. What has changed in NESDA 23? So this is the third edition of NESDA. So NESDA, of course, National E-Governance Service Delivery Assessment. So 2019 and 2021 and 2023. So third edition, what has changed? What are the key insights? And of course, as Sir was just now mentioning, I mean, there are immense technological advances which have happened. And I think he was mentioning about generative AI and one of the best chatbot use cases he has seen. So how do we weave those into public service delivery and citizen service delivery and business service delivery? So citizen and business service delivery for the states and government of India. So as I said, there are three. The objective is to measure, and in government we all understand, and I have had the privilege of serving the government for a long time, almost 21 years before I stepped into a private sector role. In government, whatever does not get, if you cannot measure it, you cannot progress on that. So anything which is not measured, is not monitored, is what my learning from the government tenure was. So how do we measure an efficiency in e-governance service delivery? And it's a long journey, and I think we must acknowledge and congratulate DARPG for leading this initiative, because it's not an easy thing. It's not length of roads which you can measure very quickly. It's public service deliveries, and public service deliveries are spread across a wide spectrum. Every state has its own flavor. Every city has its own flavor. How do you actually put them on a platform so that you can measure it? And I think a lot of thinking has gone into it by the DARPG under the guidance of Srinivas sir. I know a NESDA way forward is compiled and sent. I'm sure many of us must be reading it also. Goes to every state, which is done by Punitji and his office. So how do you, something intangible, as intangible as e-governance service delivery, how do you actually put it on a platform which is equitable, fair, and measurable? And I think it's a very non-trivial problem in terms of, I have been a researcher and I know it's so hard to build a scale which can measure everything and people are satisfied with it. So that's a big challenge which DARPG has come out. So you measure the efficiency. Three components which are highlighted, which are the outcomes of NESDA are three pronged. How do you see the maturity going up? And I will, in the later part of the slides, I will just show you how it has happened over the years. Also important to highlight good practices which we see in multiple states, and how do you bring it to the knowledge? And I think we saw National E-Governance Awards this morning, and many of those have to be replicated, scaled across the country. And the third is, of course, also to highlight and nudge wherever there is a gap, there is a lack, the state governments or Government of India ministries, that these are the areas you may want to look at and improve. As I said, 2019 was the first edition. Second edition was 2021. And now, today we have almost concluded third edition.
as we see the NESDA framework, as I was saying, it has evolved over the years, and a very careful evolution. How do you make the e-governance framework, make the e-governance initiatives of the state, make them propel forward? How do you make them, uplift them? How do you take them forward? How do you ensure that the citizen, and in this case citizens and also the businesses, are able to get what they expect the government to deliver? This morning when Krishnan sir was speaking, he was saying that the expectations of the citizens are rising. They interact with technology platforms of multiple service providers, shopping, e-commerce, uh, taxi, hailing taxi, uh, all kinds of platforms they are interacting with, and they expect the same kind of service efficiency in the government services as well. So how do you measure that depth and service delivery? How do you evaluate those services? As I said, it's so hard to evaluate services which are non-tangible, totally technology driven. So the DARPG came up with the 5 key parameters. I mean, how do you know that this service is good? How do you know that this state's offerings are great? How do you know this ministry services are delivering what they are expected? So whether the information is available, whether the information is accessible. So one is availability. There are multiple occasions where we come across websites where when you try to put in OTP, by the time you put in OTP, it says the OTP expired. By the time you try to put in a CAPTCHA, it says CAPTCHA expired. In fact, one of the websites I was navigating, the CAPTCHA link was broken. And you cannot enter that website when the CAPTCHA link is broken. So accessibility, availability, and there are quality, transparency, information security. Morning again, the session speakers were talking about DPDP, Digital Personal Data Protection Act. How do you ensure that all this is delivered in a manner which is secure? And by and large, we have tried to align this NESDA framework along with the United Nations Online Service Delivery Index. So it's kind of broadly in the alignment. And in fact, this year we added a component which was missing, which was cities as a pillar. So the online service index has these 3 components: key sectors, online services which are assessed. Of course, it's not exactly a copy of that because we had to account for Indian conditions and Indian way of service delivery and Indian services which are required, which may not be existent elsewhere. And assessment parameters, again, I'll talk about. So this is in one chart. We have tried to put together how the NESDA framework evolved from 2019 to 2021 to 2023. If you look at the focus sectors, we had 6 focus sectors in 2019. We added one more, tourism, in 2021. And in 2023, 3 sectors further were added, which were so relevant to today's citizens' needs and citizens' interaction with the government, which were travel, transport, and public grievance. Similarly, if you look at the assessment parameters, we had 7 assessment parameters in the 2019 edition, which remained 7 in 2021. In 2023, we added 3 more and made it 10 parameters. So accessibility, content availability, ease of use, information security, as we talked about, end service delivery, integrated service delivery, and status and request tracking. These were the 7 fixed pillars. This year, 3 new parameters were added, and they were how much emerging technologies we are able to leverage in citizen service delivery. The previous speaker, Mr. Murthy, was talking about GenAI. The chatbot, railway chatbot Madad, is a generative AI platform for helping railway passengers. How do you use these generative technologies, AI, or it could be blockchain, or it could be IoT, it could be cloud computing, how do you bring all of this together to be able to deliver a better service to the citizen. So that was an important criteria. E-participation. How much of government decision making incorporates citizen voice? And that's an attempt to measure that. As I said, this is a new parameter we introduced this year. Hopefully, we will strengthen it as we go forward. How much citizen participation we are able to bring into our policy making, our initiatives, our service delivery frameworks. And then finally, morning, there was a reference to, I think Mr. Bansal was saying, data is new oil, and sometimes people say data is new water. There's a lot of it everywhere, but you can't drink. There's tons of data, but to make it usable for systems, for AI system, today there was a presentation on Bhashini. Lot of Indian language data was required, and I think the biggest effort was how do you get that data? I recall when I was trying to use AI for agriculture in government of Tamil Nadu, one of the key challenges was to have those data points available. I was trying to do, for example, diseases and pest identification in paddy. Simple paddy is one of the most, probably 40% of the area is always under paddy in Tamil Nadu. To get 5,000 images, which I required to train an AI model to identify the diseases and the pest, was not there. It just did not exist. So have those digital formats, digital footprints, data available in a format which you can use is a crucial thing to use any of the emerging technologies today. So I think that's a third parameter we have added. And of course, the number of mandatory services we assess has gone up from 53 to 56 to 59. Of course, as I said, one of the key components which was missing from OSI, which is Online Service Index of UN, was cities. And this year, we included that and started looking at cities portal, because as India is becoming more and more urban, cities have become the delivery points. What used to be a taluk office as a delivery center for government services has kind of transformed in urban areas into zonal service centers or zonal regions of urban municipalities. So that's something we tried to incorporate this year. Again, for states, 36 city portals have been added. Public grievance as a focus sector has been added, and mandatory services from 56 to 59 has been done. For central ministries, again, 3 new ministries were incorporated in this NESDA 23, and that again, based on the number of citizen interactions they have. So transport, vehicle, driving license, travel, which includes passports, passport services, and public grievance, which is an very, very powerful interface for citizens to reach out to government for their redressal. Ministries also have gone up from 13 to this year 18. 5 more ministries were added up. 5 more services from central ministries have gone up from 27 to 36 this year. So Jeevan Praman, which is immensely, I think, one of the most transformative tool of governance, has been Jeevan Praman, because you would hear these heart-rending stories of people being carried on cots or on beds to prove that they are alive to government offices from where they draw a pension. And I think this has been a phenomenally innovative initiative for pensioners, and particularly people in those advanced stages when they can't move. GSTN is also included this year. Travel and transport, like that, we have added from 27 to 36. We have gone. Again, these are the 3 new parameters we have added. Open government data, which I talked about. E-participation, citizen participation and feedback into government decision making, and leveraging of emerging technology. So these 3 were added this year. Now, if we look at the nationwide trends, they are immensely satisfying and encouraging, I must say. So if you look at union territories, as Sir was saying, Jammu Kashmir started off probably with 15 services. Now, if you look at union territories as a group together, they used to offer 115 services online in 2019. and it has become 314 today. So that's a significant jump, almost 3 times they have gone. Same has happened in Northeast and Hill states. Every state has progressed on this journey, and the total services have gone up from 872 in 2019 to almost twice that amount in 2023. So at 1568. The saturation level, where we say that, okay, we mandate 56 services, how many of them are being offered, has gone up from 69% in last NESDA edition to 74% this year. Again, the four key parameters of accessibility, content availability, ease of use, and information security and privacy, there has been a consistent improvement over the last assessment years. So accessibility has gone up. People are able to see it better. It's friendly to the people. जिनको हम दिव्यांग कहते हैं, it is friendly for them. Content is available. Its ease of use is very important, as I was saying. I mean, CAPTCHA ka link broken hai, or you get an OTP, and the OTP, by the time you enter it, the OTP has changed. I have had those experiences, and I'm sure many of you would have had the same experiences. And also the information security and privacy, which is increasingly becoming a very, very significant challenge before us. So I think that also has seen a consistent improvement. This is a further breakdown of statewide. If you look at the union territories and states are divided in two groups, Group A and Group B. You look at it again, the story is very, very heartwarming. We have had a consistent improvement as we have moved, and so logical, because once you start measuring it, it starts improving. We had a good improvement in citizen survey. We actually had reached out to citizens and asked for their response about the state government services they have received. Satisfaction level of very satisfied has gone up from 22 to 44% this year. Hopefully, we will see it moving forward as we go along. These are some of the services which were listed as the top 5 services. I'm not going to read it. I think the fundamental shift which is happening, which is DRPG is nudging, which is MIghty is nudging, which we see some of the states already doing, are these. Whole of a government approach. So when a citizen interacts with a government portal, he's not coming to a revenue department or an environmental department or a social security department or women welfare department. A citizen, when he approaches the government, he or she wants it to be delivered as a whole of the government. If I have a document, if I need to apply for a food security ration card, if my birth certificate or my residence certificate is coming from another revenue department, I expect that all of this will flow smoothly into my application when I apply for the ration card. And that is what many of the state governments, when I interact with them, I see them doing. They have all created a single citizen database, and that's a very, very significant step before you can actually go into a proactive service delivery whole of government approach. You have integrated citizen databases. Right now, typically a state government data is spread into 35 to 50 separate databases which do not talk to each other. And I talked about data being the new water, where there's plenty of it, but none of it is portable. So whole of a government approach, making data responsible for decision making. And that can happen only when the data is actually connected, only when data is portable, meaning when data is cleaned, standardized, and in a format which is machine understood. Lot of government data is lying in PDF files, in JPEG images, which doesn't help anyone. And of course, integrated citizen assistance portal. So once I go into one government portal, I should be able to see what all I applied for, what all I due for, when is it coming to me, how much of it has come to me, I don't want to go to multiple portals to keep track of my application. So this is the three new emerging trends, I would say, based on whatever we learned from the interaction with the states, what I learned from working with MIT and DARPG. This is what is happening, and this is where we all should be headed to. Again, the engagement ownership, as sir was saying just now, and engagement ownership has to shift from citizen going to government and demanding something to actually government starting to proactively reach out and say, hey, you can benefit from this. Your daughter has reached ninth. You are eligible for this 500 rupee per month scholarship, or she has reached into a college. You need this, and this is how you get it. I think this is, I saw Amit Shukla somewhere here today. Uh, uh, he has done some work on that, and it is uh, quite heartwarming to see a lot of startups uh, coming up into this area, and very powerful area of transformation. And again, I think making government responsive, making the biggest challenge in government is information asymmetry. What I have been a district collector in multiple districts, and if you ask me if how do I apply for a ration card, I don't think I'll be able to fill out that ration form.
Santosh,
I would need my
Santosh,
taluk supply officer to do that. And
Santosh,
that is because the information is
2 minutes, please.
Sir, I'm done. This is the last slide. Sorry. So this information asymmetry is also becomes a source of uh, challenges, source of rent-seeking behavior. So this can be addressed with generative AI, and this is another very powerful technology which has come. You can, with single citizen database with Gen AI, you can actually become a proactive whole of government public service delivery. I'm sorry I took slightly longer time than expected, but I thought it will be, I'll fail in my duty if I don't walk you through the entire NESDA journey. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. That was very interesting indeed. I'm sure many of you would have heard. There are a lot of portals. In fact, two portals that we are administering. CPgrams is one that Professor Nishit will be presenting. He also spoke about Bhavishya. And Bhavishya, for all those of you who are working, who are pensioners and who are attending this conference, you would have seen the benefits Bhavishya has brought to the governance models and in the sheer transformation in terms of a paperless pension application, as also the entire Jivan Praman, that is the certificate of life that has to be being submitted through face authentication across 1.5 crore Indians, has been quite a significant game changer. So let me invite Professor Nishit Srivastav. He's a senior faculty of Indian Institute of Technology, Kanpur. He's been working with DRPG on CPgrams and brought in the benefits of AI into governance. So you can see the CPgram stall that is set up outside also to understand how the entire system is progressing. Professor Nishit, 15 minutes, please.
Thank you for that kind introduction, sir. Um, since I'm the only academic speaking today, I will take the liberty of presenting a slightly offbeat view of the impact of public grievance redressal. I'm going to talk today about public grievance redressal the way it happens at the level of urban local bodies and how the systems that we've built for CPgrams can be used to help public grievance redressal at the municipal level. Um, also, like all professors, I will be pompous and I will assume that those of you who heard me speak in the last conference will remember that what I had said was that the fact that we are able to now use artificial intelligence to do grievance management at the central level is good. But unless public grievance redressal can be decentralized and local governance can be further empowered, there are limits to what we are able to accomplish. So, what I'm going to tell you today is that we are now in a position to help municipal corporations and other urban local bodies to resolve problems into which they have limited visibility because of the distorted um, visibility of urban local bodies themselves. One of the sort of colonial hangovers that this country has is that local government is highly under-resourced, under-visible, and demoralized, to put it in simple terms. And therefore, if a citizen has a complaint that looks like this, um, people are leaving drainage water in front of my house, or there's garbage on my street, they don't go to the public grievance redressal system in the municipality. They don't even know that it exists. They write to CPGRAMS. And CPGRAMS does not connect with the urban local bodies. And therefore, the local grievance redressal portals that municipal corporations have, they are not aware of the problem because people are not going to those portals. They're all coming to CPGRAMS because CPGRAMS has high visibility and high responsiveness, as well as other salutary characteristics. Now, the problem with CPGRAMS is that when this grievance comes to us in our system, we don't know what to do with it. It is marked to some ministry. The ministry line officer takes a look at it and says, well, draining the water from your house is not a state government issue, or it's not a central ministry issue. And so the grievance is sort of left hanging, or it is closed perfunctorily. And one of the things that we've been able to do using the artificial intelligence technologies that we have integrated into the central CPGRAMS system is we are able to do root cause analysis, and we are able to identify broadly the mix of problems that are being talked about by citizen grievances. And what we've found is that about 15 to 20%, this number differs across ministries. In some ministries, it's very low. Other ministries, it's sort of higher, but 15 to 20% of grievances in many important ministries actually have to do with municipal functions, which central and state governments have no control over. And so these grievances remain unaddressed. Now, the logical solution, of course, is to say, well, let's just do integration of CPGRAMs to urban local bodies. But it's not that simple. Why? Because urban local bodies do not work in a unified, interoperable data and services framework. They all have their own vendors. Some of them don't even have vendors. They do things in-house. Their cybersecurity is bad. So there's all kinds of problems. Now, into this steps our latest partner, Digit, which is a product from the e-governance foundation. And Digit is now the default platform for local governance in this country. And it is partnering with the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs to set up the National Urban Digital Mission. Essentially, all local governance digital service delivery solutions are intended to be on the Digit platform. And the platform is modular, it is open source, so any contributors can build on it, and multiple vendors can put products on them, and so on. So what we've been doing with Digit is we have taken the capabilities that we had developed as part of the work that we did with DRPG for CPGRAMs, and we are trying to meld that with Digit's reach. It already exists in 1,500 urban local bodies across the country. We are taking that and we are adding our semantic indexing technology. So Mr. Mishra was telling you in his last slide about how generative AI is going to read documents and make sense of them and provide intelligent solutions. I am quite confident to bet that the first such solution that was deployed nationwide in any central ministry was in DRPG, and it was our solution that was deployed in February 2022. And it does exactly this. We look at citizen grievances, we make sense of them using semantic indexing, and it has a bunch of other properties. So, I mean, this screenshot that I'm showing you is sort of just to give you a flavor for it, what it looks like. You search for complaints about the NEET exam. This was a major topic in the past few months. You'll find what are the places where people are complaining about the NEET exam? What are they complaining about specifically? Is it irregularities? Is it improper invigilation? So all of those things you can dig down and you can discover in real time And this is something that we've built. And the semantic indexing technology we then use, and I'll show you how. But then we also have additional tools. So one of the projects that we are engaged with, and this is something we are partnering with TCS on, is what we call urban metabolism modeling. So again, not to say that all of what we've been doing in e-governance is not excellent. It certainly is, and indeed, in several aspects, we have exceeded the first world in our capabilities for digital service delivery, but that does not prevent our streets from getting flooded every time it rains. And so a lot of things that have to be done at the local level have to do with intelligent decision support, for things as simple as building plan approval or fixing um, underground electricity cables. So for all of these issues, we have now models that, for example, I'm showing you an example of what we call a flood risk model, which essentially tells us which portions of Lucknow city, for example, are susceptible to flooding. And for this, we use land cover estimates that we get from remote sensing data. We use proximity to water bodies. We use a digital earth model, and we use the slope information. And with this, we come up with flooding estimates that we are building into a building plan. So basically, Digit has an online building plan approval system. And so we are building this capability into the online building plan approval system so that when a planner intends to give permissions, they know what the flooding risk is in that area, and therefore approval can be granted on the basis of that assessment. That's just one example. There's a whole suite of tools that we're building that are similar, and we intend to build all of those into the Digit platform to produce what is called omni-channel problem discovery. Now, this is just one example of the sort of solutions, but this is an interesting example because this is already a system that we are piloting in Chennai Smart City. So for Chennai Smart City, what we are doing is we've taken the data from CPgrams that is responsive to municipal corporation functions. And how do we discover that? We discover that using AI. I dislike using the word AI because I'm an AI specialist. So I don't like using that word, but I'll just use it. So we get that, we pull that data, we classify that as local government issue, we push it, we put it on this platform. We also get data from the public grievance redressal system that Chennai Smart City already has that works on Digit. And we also pull data from open source intelligence, Google product reviews, online travel aggregator services. So multiple people file not grievances, but complaints about sanitation, hygiene, quality, and so on. These are all local government related issues. And so we pull all of this, we use semantic indexing to do sense making, so there's no human involvement. We put all of it up on a platform that looks like this. This is actually the exact platform. So you can see that for all sorts of issues that are related to municipal functions, we are pulling in data from these three sources that are color coded in different numbers. So the blue are data that are coming from CPgrams that were previously not visible to the smart city public grievance management people. The green is the data that was actually coming into their system, and the red is data that is coming from open source. And we put all of that on maps so that they can do hotspot analysis, they can do seasonal planning. And this is something we're piloting with them. They are very happy. This is open source, so they've now forked it and they're building into a full-fledged solution. And now that we are partnering with eGov, we expect this to be a module that every urban local body will be able to use. Of course, for this, CPgrams will make some adjustments so that this sort of grievance is visible. But we are in conversations with the secretary, and we are very positive that this functionality will be rolled out very shortly. The key thing that I like to think about is that local government is the level of government that we engage with the most frequently. I need to get a passport once every 10 years. That's the only time I talk to the MEA. I talk to the state government when I have to register property, which I'll buy maybe once I have enough money. But local government I engage with all the time. And if local government is unresponsive, um, then I am demoralized and I don't think government as a monolith works. So this is a paradox that development economists have commented on. Professor Devesh Kapoor at Columbia has talked about um, this strange paradox where the Indian state has such immense capability at the central level. It can implement schemes of such vast scope and quality. COVID vaccination, for example. No other country managed to vaccinate so many people in such a short time so efficiently as we managed to. But at the same time, for daily services, it's a disaster. I cannot put it in any other words. So Devesh Kapoor talks about this as a very powerful boxer with bad eyesight and a diseased nervous system. So the periphery where the rubber has to hit the road, local government service delivery, that is where there are still gaps. But we are hoping that with solutions like these and also some of the other things that have been talked about in this conference, we will fix it and everything will be as good as it is now at the central level. And with that hope, I will leave this back to the chair for his closing remarks.
So thank you very much. We heard three good presentations on use of technology in governance, on improving service delivery, and third on use of AI in grievance redressal and a few other models. Any questions, please? Yes, please. Let me take three questions at a time and then we can start in. Please have the mics given. Or you can take a mic from here. यही mic है दे दीजिए.
First, thanks for excellent presentations. My question is related to accessibility of service. And specifically, I'd like to point out that if one is traveling abroad, for example, one can't log into Aadhaar portal. Now, I did try myself to get the Jeevan Praman certification when I was in UK a couple of years back with my son, and it didn't work. So ultimately, the deadline was coming, November was coming, and then I was told to visit the State Bank branch close by in London and then get it done in time. So I was saying that accessibility of e-services for Indians abroad, for NRI abroad, or if you are traveling abroad, let's say for a couple of months, it becomes quite a challenge to access those services from there. The specific example that I'm giving is of Jeevan Praman. And my own experience was that it was not workable from abroad. I can't access the Aadhaar portal from abroad. That is my point. So it may extend to all other e-services perhaps, and maybe a challenge for those Indians who are traveling.
There's another question from behind. Yes, please. Why don't you come up and ask? The mic is here. Please introduce yourself.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm UM Sapkal, Director IT from NIC. My query was regarding the NESDA framework we just discussed. Sir, when we turn to inward looking, for example, understanding the employee's perspective also in e-governance, I find that one important aspect like parallel processing also forms in one major part. For example, I can give you an example of, say, driving license, which is given by the road transport department. When they are doing the entire process online, the entire form is required to be paid online, the challans or the duty is to be paid online, the taxes are to be paid online, then the entire set of document is to be printed and again that set of document is to be submitted. So ultimately, over and above understanding the employee's perspective, we have parallel processing, the manual processes as well as the online processes. So there is definitely a scope of introduction of paralleling angle of parallel processing, understanding the employee's perspective. So parallel processing of e-service delivery into government processes can form one important aspect of e-service delivery.
Second is process re-engineering. Also, we can really think of wherever the processes have been re-engineered. There is definitely we can assess that parameters also. Wherever the processes are re-engineered, all these parameters will tend to get effect. And third is change management. Also, you have to think in terms of. I mean, basically, when you are introducing IT-based system, it should not be which is imposed from the top and the employees are following it. Basically, there should be adequate ownership in terms of in order to achieve the success rate of ICT in EU governance, the change management aspect also to be thought of. These were some of the suggestions, sir. Thank you.
I think both points are suggestive in nature. There is no.
Sir.
Yes, please. DC Mishra ji.
Yeah. So NESDA has done a great work. It's a quite comprehensive framework, but what I feel it focuses mainly on the external and outcome expression of overall services of a state or institution. There is another standard called Digital Service Standard, which was propagated by MIT some time back, and Satyanarayana sir was the chairman of the committee, which focuses on internal architectural part of the services, how efficient they are designed, how good they are accessible. If both can be, if they can also be subsumed in ANISDA, ANISDA will become more rich and whole. Thank you. It's a suggestion, sir.
Yes, yes, very good. Actually, an attempt was made to integrate. Then we found it very difficult to integrate. When Rajendra Kumar ji was Additional Secretary MIT, a number of meetings were held to integrate NASDA and DSS. However, when the questionnaires were circulated to states and how data forms will be filled, we found integration was very difficult. So we said, let them continue as two separate entities. Okay. But we can try it for the next biennial now that this NASDA is complete. In fact, we were to release the NASDA today, but I think we will release it in a week's time. So it's rechecking some data. So, but DSS and NASDA integration is a good suggestion. It has been attempted, but it could not succeed.
Sir, yeah.
Yes, please.
I'm Dr. Ganesh Kumar from Indian Council of Medical Research, National Institute of Epidemiology, Chennai. From morning, we've been repeatedly getting two important messages, even with this panel, is that the usability of any digital application, and as well as the user experience of it. But apparently, in any of the public domain, whichever the applications being used, investments on user research was not done that much. Are there any plans or is there any kind of like an guidance document from MIT on this direction, putting that as one of the checklist item? Any product should come out after it has gone through and user research in order to have more usability and user experience, because public is started having more exposure from of the more usable applications from the private sector. The same expectation is happening from the government sector. So this is from the field is what we are repeatedly getting this experience out of it. Thank you.
Which one? Which portal are you referring to? ONDC Koshi was there in the morning. You didn't ask him that question. He's trying to replicate Amazon.
Yeah. So the thing is, these are all the individual initiatives which has been happening. But as a kind of like one of the standard which we need to put it together in our entire journey of developing a digital application is, it should undergo a user research. It should involve the stakeholders who are the users are the important stakeholders. And whether they have an iterative framework of having user experience in between. That's my just point. Thank you.
Yeah. Is it all? Okay. So my suggestion is speak to Mr. Sanket Bondwe. There is something called user experience standards and framework, which was released about, I think approximately about 3 months back by MITI. It's already there on their website. The entire framework in which all government, central government to start with, the portals, the apps needs to follow the simple steps, experience and everything. It's now documented and there is a prescribed methodology available. So take some time, meet him or go to the MITI website. You will get everything there.
GIGW. That is, what's the full form of this? Government websites. Huh? No, there's a mic. It doesn't work. Okay.
Does this work?
Yeah.
So the GIGW framework was released. It is based on the World Accessibility Initiative WAI guidance frameworks. I know it painfully well because all the websites that we make, they have to follow that standard since 6 months ago. And we have tested a number of government websites as well as private sector websites on these accessibility standards. And it turns out that the government websites actually are doing much better than the private websites. So this has very rapidly changed in the past year.
So we've taken 5 questions. I think we have broadly covered the gamut of e-services. One big thing is how do we operationalize good chatbots? I hope some of us can set up good chatbots. We've been trying to set up a chatbot on CPgrams for a number of months, but we haven't had great success with chatbots. But the same way that Rail Madad has had, that kind of success we've not witnessed. In fact, Sanjeev Saxena is here in this web room. Why haven't you had that success? Can you tell us? Is Sanjeev here? No, he's walked out. So, but please do see the Rail Mother chatbot. That's a very exciting one. The second one that we discussed was e-services. Perhaps we are now at 75% saturation of e-services. And maybe in 2 years' time, we can definitely look at 100% saturation. By the time NASDAQ 2025 comes, we would be looking at a saturation of e-services. The next gen public grievance redressal systems that Professor Nishit has presented, DC Mishra ji is also here. They've been working very hard to set up the next gen CP grams. We hope in the next 6 months, we'll see more light on the next gen CP grams. Sanjeev Saxena ji is here. Why are we not able to have a good chatbot on CP grams? Abhi ICMR was asking that why don't you learn what private sector is doing?
So if I can step in on his behalf.
He's also here. Let him take it first and then you can step in. Yeah. हाँ संजीव बताएं.
हो गया है वहाँ पर यहाँ हो गया ये तो इसी के लिए ना व्हाइट बोर्ड का अभी क्या करना है इसका इनको दे दीजिए इन लोगों को
Thank you, sir. Sir, actually, we are also working on this chatbot, but we can learn from the best practices in the industry. So
that's what ICMR was saying. You look at private sector best practices and learn. That is what you're saying.
But yeah, we are in the process of finalizing, sir.
Yes, Dr. Nishit.
So to give a slightly different answer, the difference between Rail Madad and the private sector chatbots is that they are working with a closed universe of queries. So there's a limited number of interactions that you can potentially have with Rail Madad. I need to book a ticket. I have a problem with this train, etc., etc. So once you have the information standard that for this request, this is the information that has to be presented, or these are the endpoints that have to be checked off or accessed, then everything works nicely. But for CPgrams, it's sort of it's like the chat GPT of government. So any sort of question that you have about any problem, without necessarily knowing what is the correct endpoint to address, has to go into CPgrams and somebody has to get a sensible answer. So that is why it is a much more complex task. We are working on it. But the information standards are trickling in. They're in for some of the ministries, they're not in for the other ministries. But the technical complexity of the task is enormously larger because it's an open universe of queries, not a closed universe of queries.
So that clarifies why CPGram's chatbot is not yet ready. Good. Let me also say one word of encouragement. Many of you are trying out good digital platforms. I saw in this exhibition also a number of success stories that have been presented, but it's not very easy to reach that milestone that, let's say, Dr. Samit has reached, or what Indrajit Singh has presented, or what the Pimpri Chindwad Municipal Council has presented. There are bound to be failures as we try and create strong digital platforms, strong answers to it. I myself found the government process reengineering part, particularly when digital aims was being structured, took us months and months to streamline processes before we actually went digital. The same experience I felt when I digitized the revenue codes of Rajasthan on the RCMS portal. And with NASDA 2019 took us almost 4 years of work. And the data kept reconciling and rediscussions over a number of meetings. And then Mr. Tripathi is here. He was part of the subcommittee on Good Governance Index. And I recall that that one went through so many iterations. So please press on ahead. The solution will come in, and I'm sure whatever solution comes will be beneficial for improving the citizen centricity of governance models. So the ultimate objective is a digitally empowered citizen and a digitally transformed institution. So that is the big takeaway from this. Now, Puneet, if you permit, we close the session. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. May I please request Srimati Sarita Taneja, Deputy Secretary, DARPG, and Shri Lakshmikant Garje, NIC Mumbai, to please come on stage and felicitate our speakers.
We will begin with Shri V. Srinivas, Secretary, DRPG. Shri Santosh Mishra, Partner at PwC. Shri NSN Murthy, Partner and Government Consulting Leader at Deloitte. And Professor Nishit Srivastava, IIT Kanpur.
Let's not be stingy with our applause. If there are people who want to admit that they appreciate what has happened on stage, let's show our appreciation, please. Thank you so much. Uh, the next hour or so will be about choices. So does everyone here love choices? Or do you not want choices and we should dictate everything? Would you prefer choices? Yeah, okay. There's two gentlemen who will definitely prefer it. So the reason I'm saying that, first up, we're going to give you a short break right now. But before you exit, post the break, we will have our breakout sessions. Now, there are 3 breakout sessions that will happen in different areas. The first breakout session is in this hall, that is Jasmine 2. So if you would like to come back and attend Excellence in E-Governance Initiatives by Gold awardees of NAAG 2024 Center and State, this is where you need to be. If you would like to attend a second breakout session, Emerging and Future E-Governance Initiatives, E-Commerce Initiatives, and Emerging Technologies, that is on the second floor, 205A. I'm going to say that again, second floor, 205A. And we have a third breakout session, which is Excellence in E-Governance Initiatives by Silver awardees of NAEG 2024. That will be on the second floor, 202. In case you would like a reminder of where these are happening, there will be people who will be able to assist you. You can always ask us as well. But those sessions will start at 4:10 p.m. So we're going to let you go right now. It's about 12 minutes till then. Enjoy yourselves a little break, have a little tea, coffee maybe, and make sure you are at the hall that you prefer to be at 4:10 p.m. Thank you so much.
So very good afternoon. So very good afternoon to all. This session.
Check. Uh, we're a little over time from the break that was promised. So for anyone who can hear my voice near the door, if you'd like to attend the breakout session here at Jasmine 2, would request you to please make your way to the seats. There are ample seats right now, so please make sure that you find the best possible one. We're going to get started in a little while, ladies and gentlemen. So if the break is done, if the tea, coffee, and snacks are done, we'd ask you to respect our speakers and please make your way back so that we can get started ASAP. A reminder to everyone who might be outside the hall right now, might be checking out the kiosks as well, to please make your way back to your seats so we can get started with the breakout session here. As promised, breakout session here is Excellence in E-Governance Initiatives by Gold Awardees of NAEG 2024, Center and State. The awarded projects are Portion Tracker, Shiksha Setu Axim, Open Network for Digital Commerce, ONDC, use of teleradiology of artificial intelligence for chest radiograph and auto approval for DBT of relief to silicosis patients, India Hypertension Control Initiative, and Karnataka GIS.
I will request our panelists to kindly join us on the stage, beginning with Shri S.N. Tripathi, Director General IIPA, who will chair this session. Shri Indevar Pandey, former Secretary, Ministry of Women and Children Development. Dr. Om Prakash, Mission Director, Samagra Shiksha, Assam. Shri Sanjeev, Joint Secretary, DPIT, Ministry of Commerce and Industry. Dr. Samit Sharma, Secretary, Public Health Engineering Department and Groundwater Development, Government of Rajasthan. Shri Ganesh Kumar Parsuraman, Scientist E, ICMR. Dr. D.K. Prabhuraj, former Director, Karnataka State Remote Sensing Application Center.
Just quickly, before the gentlemen on stage start, requesting anyone who will be making their way into the hall to please find their seats. We'll get started and we will be respectful to all our speakers here on stage. They are going to impart a lot of information to us, and it's best that we be seated and accept it all. Thank you.
Good afternoon, friends. For the first time, ratio between listener and talker is going to be very favorable. It's almost going to be the higher learning institution level. I have heard that in Harvard Business School, every teacher has only 15 students. And today's talker will have, I think, more than one because I will join each one of them. So they will have at least 16. Friends, we are going to talk about the project which has been awarded in the forenoon. They might be only 4 hours old for many of you because they have been awarded in the morning and they are going to share their experience just only within 4 to 5 hours. But to get rewarded by DRPG, being selected out of 500 such competitive bidding process, where you have to tell not only what you have done uniquely, but what is the uniqueness of the project, what are the USP of the project, what are the leadership role that has been provided by the current bureaucracy, and how the team that you have built is delivered on the ground. तो मेरे को कभी कभी दिमाग में आता है, आई थिंक ऑल ऑफ यू विल एंजॉय हिंदी एंड इंग्लिश मिक्स. किसी ने कहा है जो पानी से नहाते हैं, जो पानी से नहाते हैं वो सिर्फ लिबास बदलते हैं. जो पानी से नहाते हैं वो सिर्फ लिबास बदलते हैं, लेकिन जो पसीने से नहाते हैं वो इतिहास बदलते हैं. दोस्तों, आज हमारे पास मंच पर हमारे साथ ऐसे ही 6 लोग विराजमान हैं. These 6 people who have not only नहाते तो होंगे कारण पानी का अभाव दिल्ली में नहीं है, बट पसीने से नहाते हैं, इन्होंने इतिहास बदला है. We are going to listen about Potion Tracker from none other than my very good friend Indivar Pandey, who has been former Secretary Ministry of Women and Child Development and who has lived with the Potion Tracker. I have heard him presenting in Niti Aayog. I have heard him how passionate he is. And why should we not passionate with our children who are going into the future of Viksit Bharat? It is they who will make the Viksit Bharat, not us, at least not me, at least by 2047. So we are going to listen to the person who has delivered it on the ground, who has led the team, and the team is so successful that they are chasing him even here also. Only 5 minutes back, they had good photograph before Indivar sets off to Delhi. So friends, we will be lucky to listen from him only. Shiksha Setu by Dr. Om Prakash, Mission Director, Samagra Shiksha Assam, is going to be another good application. Last year, all of you have heard, we awarded Mother Buddies and many other such initiatives of Government of Assam. This year, this Shiksha Setu has been considered for the award. We are lucky that Dr. Om Prakash himself is present here. He will talk from the not only head but heart, how you can work in building Shiksha Setu. We have seen recently bridges are collapsing with not even good water. Bridges are collapsing with a lot of air. And I have been told that CAG has found out some bridges have been built in some states where river is yet to go. So they are so advanced looking that they have built bridges first. But this Shiksha Setu is a very different bridge. You will love to listen from the person who have not only built this bridge, but walked on the bridge. There is saying in civil engineering that never stand below the bridge which you have built. You never know, it might collapse as well. But this Shiksha Setu is going to be a different type of Setu. He will make us walk through. The dearest program to me is that is going to be changing the fate of India is the open network for digital commerce. सवेरे कोसी साहब ने बताया इसके बारे में. If Mumbai and Chennai are controlled by 2 mega marts and they allow the entry and exit, हम हमेशा बोलते हैं सरकार, समाज और बाजार तीनों को नियंत्रण करने वाला अगर एक अनुष्ठान होगा तो अपने आप में that will be a bad thing. This will be against the market forces. But ONDC is taking digital e-commerce to a very new level. It is not only democratizing, it is allowing even the samosa kakas to play with the pizza kakas, and everyone is going to be on the same platform without any discrimination. A huge attempt requires a huge round of applause from each one of you, because very few platforms which are going to be game changer, one of them is going to be the ONDC. I'm a very big fan of this project, sir, and we would be happy to listen from none other than Sanjeev ji, who is managing this newly named DPIIT. I think double IT is there, very few ministries and you having double IT, you are dealing with technology also. Use of infectious radiography and many other things, I think they are there. Silicosis, I am a student of political science. I have very little science in them and much less in medical science. But I must compliment Dr. Samit Sharma and his team, Secretary Public Health Engineering, Government of Rajasthan, for taking the dust particles which goes into your head and heart, how life can become better. And Government of Rajasthan has always been doing something innovative each year. And I have been privy to some presentation. Today again, there is going to be a very scintillating presentation on such a small issue, which has made a huge difference in the life of those who do not count much because they don't make noise. So we are happy that, sir, you are here and you will be talking to about it. India's hypertension control initiative. You have learned about hypertension. There is hardly anyone who is not suffering from hypertension. अभी हम इंदिवर जी से बात कर रहे थे, घर में सोने नहीं देते, ऑफिस में सोने नहीं, आगे सोने कहाँ जाएं? Everybody is tense without having real tension. We don't know how to smoothen our life. किसी ने कहा है कि art of listening is more important than art of responding. When you listen more, respond less, you control your anger. You only become hypertense when you can't control your life itself. और हम लोग तो भारत भाग्य विधाता बनने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, विकास सरकारी कर्मचारी अपने को भारत भाग्य विधाता से कम नहीं समझते और समझना भी नहीं चाहिए। लेकिन अगर भाग्य विधाता बनने के पहले अपना ही जन भाग्य खत्म हो गया तो भी अच्छी चीज नहीं है। Time has come to look into the work-life balance. Though I do not agree there is work and life, there is a dispute and dichotomy. Because if you love your work, it becomes your life. And if you hate your work, even your work becomes a hell. Hell and heaven is a spiritual concept, but tension is real. A state has attempted, scientists have attempted. Dr. Parasuraman himself is here. I think he will talk more about it. We would love to listen to him. Karnataka has been the Silicon Valley of India. Nothing bad comes from Karnataka. You name Karnataka, it's a city of PowerPoints, presentations. In fact, one secretary used to tell me when, sir, in Karnataka, if I have to tell to my wife also that I love you, I don't tell her directly. I use a PowerPoint to tell her. Today we will be listening about Karnataka GIS application, how GIS can be transformating and managing life. Since, friends, we are discussing about post-lunch second session, which is itself is boring, followed by cultural evening. So there is enough pressure for each one of us to finish this by 4:30 or 5:30. But I am sure that the way the panelists have been organized and the way they have prepared themselves for this occasion, I am sure they will leave nothing, no stone unturned to tell you what was unique about their project, what was the role played by the team that they built up, and what is its real impact. Because I don't know any one of you are interested in how much cost was involved, whether it was processed through e-tender or e-procurement, how many people were suspended, what is the real outcome, this and that. Those are not part of government process. In any case, we can know it by putting an RTI. Here it is a forum for knowledge sharing. How with all the constraints, these 6 leaders have delivered much more what others have been still waiting to deliver. How to win over your own constraint without treating your constraint as limitation. Today, India is rising. India is rising like no other nation have. Post-COVID, LIC का एडवर्टाइजमेंट है जीवन के साथ भी और जीवन के बाद भी। भारत ही एक देश है जो कोविड के पहले भी 6% रेट से ग्रो कर रहा था, कोविड के बाद भी हम 6% रेट से ग्रोथ कर रहे हैं। फ्रेंड्स, दिस इज मोस्ट एक्साइटिंग टाइम फॉर इंडिया। इंडिया इज अनस्टॉपेबल। India can be only stopped where the imagination of bureaucrats stop working. I'm sure that all those who are present here, they're full of imagination, and few awardees are going to share that how within the same constraint they can excel. ये गुदड़ी के लाल नहीं है दोस्तों, ये वो हैं जिन्होंने करके दिखाया है, जिन्होंने सपने देखे नहीं सपनों को दिखाया है। सपनों के सौदागर बहुत मिलेंगे, खूब कम हैं जिन्होंने सपनों को हकीकत में बदला है। आज उन्हीं में से कुछ के साथ हम रूबरू होंगे। सबसे पहले मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा माननीय श्री इंदिवर पांडे जी से अपनी बात कहें। डॉक्टर इंदिवर पांडे, ओवर टू यू।
Presentation, please. Can someone switch on the presentation? Ah, right.
Technical team, support team.
Is it working? Good afternoon. A very difficult session to start with, but we have something which is very vital for the future of India. And I have no hesitation in saying it is something which was not there earlier. For the first time, we have system which can measure children, their status of health, and that is true from all corners of India. The data can come from right from Ladakh to Car Nicobar, from Kutch to Setchip in Mizoram. For appreciation of the things, I'll just let you know briefly what is the outline of the scheme we implement, Mission Saksham Anganwadi and Poshan 2.0. We have 14 lakh Anganwadi centers all over the India, and this is the biggest network of the government at the grassroots level. These 14 lakh Anganwadis are manned by Anganwadi workers. They are also supported by Anganwadi helpers who are there in each of these Anganwadis. They are supposed to be voluntary workers, honorary workers. They come from the same village, and you will not believe that they get 4,500 as of now as honorary worker. And what do we expect from them? We expect from them that they'll take care of the children. They'll provide supplementary nutrition to the children and mothers who are coming to the center. They will teach them early childhood care and education. They will also maintain 11 registers, which where different kind of data used to be filled in by these Anganwadi workers. So this is the kind of problems. And the thing is, whatever data is there in register doesn't come out of Anganwadi, it stays there. So there are some vital information, vital data available there, but nobody is aware of what is there in those registers. We have a system of one supervisor over 25 Anganwadis, but that also normally in field you find there are almost 40 Anganwadis being supervised by one particular supervisor. So this is the background. I thought I'll give you a short brief about how we are supposed to implement a program which is supposed to take care of the children in age group 0 to 6 years. And mind you, 0 to 6 years, your brain development, 80% of it is over by the time you are 5 years of age. So it is a very, very important and critical age where we have to support them in a very big way. So in this background that Prime Minister started Poshan Abhiyan in 2017, and then the whole scheme was revised. When we were collectors, the scheme was mainly for only giving food to the children. Now the whole scheme has undergone a total change. And you can see the 4 points, which are the new things which we have introduced in this program. Now, what are the 6 kind of services are provided at Anganwadi centers? Growth promotion and supplementary feeding, both for children and mothers, early childhood care and education, nutritional health and education. These 1 to 3 is provided by the Ministry of Women and Child Development, and 4, 5, and 6 is provided by the Department of Health and Family Welfare. So it's a platform which is used by 2 and 3 departments. In fact, education also comes in between. We'll go later. What are the program challenges? Service delivery data. Nobody knows whether that particular Anganwadi is opening or not. Even the district officer, forget about district officer, at block level officers will not have any idea which Anganwadi is open today, which is closed today. And there was no way you could have monitored them. Whether they are getting the take home ration, yes or no, no idea. Whether they are getting food there, whether any education is happening, all these were not being reported upon. Probably where the systems are working well in southern states, they were being monitored properly, but you could not say about others. Similarly, program monitoring at district level, block level, state level, nobody had any clue how the program is running, what are the output, what are the outcomes. Yes, हम अपना वहां से सामान ला रहे थे, खाने पीने का, बच्चों के न्यूट्रिशन का, पहुंच जा रहा था सेंटर तक, कितना डिस्ट्रीब्यूट हो रहा था, कितना नहीं हो रहा था, I don't know. I can tell you, at least in my village, I have seen the Anganwadi workers giving the same to the N Pradhan, giving the food to their cows and cattle. This is what was my personal experience during this program. Performance measurement question does not arise because you are just not able to measure the performance. There is no instrument to measure that. In this background, in 2018, a ICDS CAS was started with the help of World Bank. But this was mainly for Anganwadi, and at that time we tried that we should force the Anganwadis to do it. Instead of taking them on board and making them involved in the whole process, government thought, typically like a governments think at bigger level, that we'll force them, we'll give them phone, we'll make sure that they fill up the data and the things will happen. 3 years of hard work, it came to a knot. We could just reach 40% of the Anganwadis we could reach and nothing beyond that. So it is in this background that in 2021, Poshan Tracker was started. And the intention was that we should have everything to be monitored through the Poshan Tracker. It was a massive, it is kind of a super app. That was the conception. And that's why we started in a module kind of system where we'll do everything module by module. So there were, for the first time under Poshan Abhiyan, the outcome was decided. You decided that wasting has to be. Wasting is basically, if you see, wasting is how thin the child is in gross terms. Stunting is for age, how short he or she is. And anemia, we all know, again, low birth weight rate among children basically arises from the low weight gain for the mother. So all these things, how do we capture this? This was the issue, and in this context, that Poshan Tracker project was taken up. Now, what is the status as of now? If you see, all our Anganwadis are on board. All 36 states or union territory, 13.97 lakhs Anganwadis are functional today. All of them are reporting on the Poshan Tracker. We have geotagged 96.35% of the Anganwadi, and within a short while we'll be reaching 100%. Aadhaar authentication. Earlier, what used to happen, they'll just put the data of entire village in this thing. All the children in the village will be entered. All the pregnant mothers and lactating mothers will be entered, whether they are coming to center or not, because based on that, they'll get the food grains or the nutrition, for supplementary nutrition for the center. So we decided we'll do it through Aadhaar. Now the problem was how to do the Aadhaar for children. And there was a section in the ministry which was hell-bent कि नहीं साहब आप आधार नहीं कर सकते हैं बच्चों का. Then we said nothing doing. We'll take mother's Aadhaar in that case, but we'll take Aadhaar. Without Aadhaar, we'll not allow any beneficiary. As of now, the data is slightly dated, 98.31%, but most of the states are now 100% on Aadhaar authentication beneficiaries are there. How we worked on it? If you see from 21 was the pilot when we started onboarding the Anganwadi workers. And I remember distinctly, I came in July 21 to Maharashtra and with minister, and the Anganwadi workers of Maharashtra, they sort of came in a deputation. They said ki we don't have phones, we don't have growth monitoring equipment in Anganwadi. How do you expect to get so much of work from us? And again, they said that the Poshan Tracker which you have done does not take care of regional languages. We can't fill up the data in English in this case. We realized that there were problems, and we also realized that unlike CAS, we have to take them on board, and they have to be taken on board as a partner in the endeavor. We can't be like top down, it has to be bottoms up, this thing. So that's how we started changing our approach. We started with modules development, reporting and monitoring. Those things are there. But I'll just invite your attention to 2-3 important key data. Number of daily transactions. In 2021, daily we used to have 1 crore hits on the portal. Today we are having 35 crore hits on the portal every day. This is the kind of data entry which is being made on this portal. Growth measurement, which is absolutely vital. It is done every month for all the children in the Anganwadis. And that has moved from 25% in April to 96.70% in July 24. So this has been a humongous achievement, I'll say, because growth monitoring decides what happens to the children in next phase. What all we have done? Automated Aadhaar authentication. We have linked up with UIDAI. The verification is automatic. We also generate Aabha ID of health from the Poshan tracker. We also we have integration with RCH. Data is RCH with RCH portal. It goes both ways. We have a thing of category migration and Anganwadi center migration. Earlier, lot of problems. This was thrown to us by Maharashtra that lot of migration takes place within the state. And when they go to other areas, they don't get the benefits. So we have done a migration module. You move from X Anganwadi to Y Anganwadi anywhere in the country. You go there with your Aadhaar and automatically you will be registered in that Anganwadi and your name can be withdrawn from this Anganwadi. So you don't lose the benefits over a period of time. This is a big change. We brought out in regional languages. In fact, it is 22 is mentioned. We have done it in 24 languages. So data entry can be done in 24 languages. Then there are mobile authentication we have talked about. Then we have talked tagging of school-going children. We have linked with UDICE so that the children who will go to schools can be then. Then we have eKYC of the beneficiaries. So everything module by module we have mentioned. Automation of services. Now, dashboard, it's something very important, I'll tell you, Dash. Earlier, we were getting data once a month. Now, we have categorized the data. This data will be available daily. So, what the supervisors and CDPOs will tell us कि कितने आंगनवाड़ी बंद हैं आज के दिन में ये हमें नहीं पता चल रहा है. So that data is live. If the आंगनवाड़ी doesn't open, then you know कि this is closed and they will instantly call कि क्यों नहीं खुला है. And then that fear has come in the workers. WHO standards we have integrated in this tracker, and it was, mind you, it was very difficult. Now you just put height and weight, and date of birth is entered, automatically you track his growth chart over the period of time. You have referral modules, and there is a system of home visits for the pregnant mothers and lactating mothers where they go for counseling. So automatically the alert comes in the Anganwadi workers module, ki please XYZ is due, go there. And unless she completes that, it will not be. And the moment it is done, SMS will go to the beneficiary that she had visited you in this time. And now people report also कि साहब हमें बोला था कि हमारा खाना आ गया पर हमें मिला नहीं है. So similar is with nutrition. The moment food goes to the beneficiaries, this thing, they get an alert on their this thing. For this 15 days, you have got the supplementary nutrition. Where we have vaccination tracker. For the first time, we know each and every Anganwadi what is the infrastructure status. This data, by the way, was not available in the states also. So we know it is a Pakka house, whether it has electricity, it has toilet, it has drinking water, it has broadband. We monitor so many parameters and these are available in the tracker. There are community building activities for which Jan Andolan platform was there that we have integrated, through which during Poshan Ma, which is going September, and Poshan Pakwar, there are a lot of events. So the pictures and everything is uploaded on this thing, Poshan tracker. Next. This we have discussed quickly. Main thing is that we have an open policy. You can integrate with the state portals as well as the portals of the other central government department, and whichever department wants the data, we are open to sharing the APIs with that particular this thing. Dashboard we have spoken. I'll just quickly run through the thing. What was the challenges? These are something very important. Anganwadi's users' comfort. Realize that they are 8th pass. In fact, fairly large number of Anganwadi workers will be 8th pass. How they will do it? So we made it so simple that only 2 places the data is to be entered initially. And that they, in fact, at times get it done through their children or somebody, but they are able to do. That is the great thing. Weight measuring and management, it's very, very important. We had to make sure that every state provides 4 growth measuring devices at each and every Anganwadi. We changed the policy. We made sure that automatically after 4 years, these equipment will be discarded and new equipment will be. For mobile, we changed the policy that, when we were working, we were changing the policy also to take care of the problems which are facing in the field. If you see 3 states, if you can convince 3 states in any centrally sponsored scheme, you have won the battle. Maharashtra, Because Maharashtra, I found the Anganwadi workers were very empowered and enlightened. Kerala, because they are again very proactive in these things, and I found the Anganwadi workers very good. So they'll tell you that these problems are there. And Bengal, because by nature they are fault finding, they'll find कि यहाँ problem हो रही है. Today we have reached that stage that I can go anywhere in the country, and the first thing I ask is whether ये ठीक से चल रहा है कि नहीं चल रहा है. And at least these 3 states have vetted. In fact, they are very happy with it. So that is one thing which I can tell that is a big achievement. And it is comes from the, then can you do it only by force? No. We also started to give them incentive. Okay. Now I'll just show you the data for, just for information. You see the wasting data, if you see the central wasting, you'll see that is the central tribal belt of India, begins from Dang district, Narmada district of Gujarat and goes up to Odisha. Entire red, if you see that way. That is the worst possible area which can be for the wasting. Similarly, underweight. So it clearly shows that data which is coming out from the portion tracker is reasonably accurate. There is no question that data has been monitored and nobody has any interest in that. You see similar kind of picture you will get in underweight and wasting. South in general does well, so it will be better. Now, what are the figures we are getting in portion tracker compared to what we get in NFHS 5? Stunting is slightly higher, which means nobody has tried to tinker with the data. But wasting, you see, 19.3% and latest data is 5.72%. And this 19.3% gets reported in worldwide indices, because of which India's rank in hunger index and this index will row 150. But they will take the data of NFHS and not of portion tracker, which we are working on. Underweight again is half of what the problem is. So you see, half the things which you listen to in outside the system, they are absolutely incorrect. Why? Because the most poor people come to the Anganwadi. If they are that well, definitely there's no reason that we should have such poor data which is being, projected by outside agencies. So in governance, if you see, every allocation is now based on the portion tracker data. So states are also aware. They know it has to be Aadhaar authenticated. Citizens are getting the SMS at every stage. You register, you get to know what all benefits you will get. You get some benefit, immediately you will get a SMS. And then we have workability with all the government. And as and when we worked on, we started doing the policy correction. One important information I'll give you. There's a district called Nandurbar in Maharashtra. Those from Maharashtra will know it's a tribal district. And it shows some of the worst nutrition indicators in the country. So we thought, okay, let's analyze Nandurbar, why it is so bad. Then we found that half of Nandurbar through these heat maps is on par with Kerala in the stunting, wasting and everything. And half of it is the worst in the country. So then we saw that the upper half is hilly region, which is populated by tribals, and lower half is plain, good area. And there this thing, which means that the implementation of the program in the tribal areas, hilly areas were very poor. This is one thing which came out very clearly. There are some things which we are saying now, which we are working on. Geotagging is one of the most important. We are going to launch a nutrition index for the district and state so that they can know their ranking where they are figuring. What are the learnings? Again, I'll just take 2 minutes, sir, because I feel it is very important. Please, whatever project you are launching in e-governance, think of who is the key person, who is the beneficiary of that. Beneficiary in two sense, whether he or she operates the system. If the person who operates the system should be on board and happily, you cannot throw them. That is very important. Regional languages are very important. Validations of data. And we also provided offline mode for the areas where the mobile coverage was not there. Incentivization, measuring performance. जब तक आप measure नहीं करेंगे तब तक आप उसको monitor नहीं कर सकते हैं. That is absolutely essential. Then authentication of beneficiaries, empowerment, and states को भी पता है कि these are the basic. ये नहीं compliance से पैसे नहीं मिलेंगे. So the rules of the game have become very simple, and the people who work are working very happily on the system. PM also mentioned portion tracker, that it has made the life of Anganwadi workers very better. Another thing I'll tell you, out of 11 registers, 9 are gone. Everything else is now on computer. So that is the biggest advantage for Anganwadi worker. After working, she used to do for she'll fill the registers. That thing is gone. Lancet is no fan of India.
Sir,
And
kindly
Lancet
conclude,
has
sir.
given a
Kindly conclude.
roaring verdict that
Kindly
how good the
conclude.
portion tracker is. Thank you, sir. This is the last slide. Thank you.
Other speaker will have 6 minute time each. Kindly try to finish. 6 minute time. 7 कर लीजिए.
Sir, 10 minutes ले लीजिए. Presentation. Next presentation, Shiksha Setu.
इसके बाद सर ये राजस्थान इसके बाद हाइपरटेंशन
Thank you. Good afternoon to you all. My presentation is on digital revolution in education. So what kind of you can say activities we have taken under it. So mainly there are two activities. One of the use of the artificial intelligence in the education sector and the use of the IT. Can you help me, please?
say next time. We say next slide. Next time. Press it hard.
I'm pressing. एक बार आप बताओ.
Can somebody help?
Thank green one. Okay. Okay, thank you so much. So in Assam, if we see, we are having more than 44,000 schools, more than 48 lakh students, more than 2 lakh teachers, and 147 education blocks, and 4,600 plus education clusters. So what kind of issues we are facing? I think all the states are facing the same kind of issues. If we see from the teachers, then we see that most of there are the issue of the proxy teachers. The Honorable Prime Minister has flagged this issue in the Chief Secretary's conference that someone else is coming instead of a, you can say, teacher who should be there in the schools. And this is mostly in case of the, you can say, difficult area. There unauthorized absenteeism of the teacher. We don't know the subject-wise teachers availability. The teachers retirement plan, because we are having more than 2 lakh teacher who is retiring and when and which subject teacher. So we don't know much. We are not having much information about that. And most of the teachers, we ask them number of information, and that the teacher, rather than focusing on the, you can say, academic activity, they are focusing more on the non-academic activities. Students, there are absenteeism of the students, ghost student issues are there, dropout are there. We are not able to track them, and we are not able to bring them back to the system. And the issue when the students they need to get the transfer from one school to another school, there are a lot of, you can say, hassles in that. If you see the schools, there are imbalance of the PTR. Somewhere the teachers are more and students are less. Somewhere students are less and teachers are more. Then the teachers utilization, we don't know whether we are properly utilizing their services, or they are underutilized or overutilized. The probable amalgamation, the schools which are having the less number of students, shall we continue with those schools or shall we merge them with the nearby schools? These are the issues. Then there is a leakage in the you can say the uniform as well as the textbook grant. And the most important thing is we don't have the real time data. So what we are using is we are using the UDAS data, which are a year old data. So we are planning our activities on the data which are you can say year old data. So we don't have the real time data, and that is not helping us in the proper planning. So what's the solution we had? We had a solution with a 360-degree solution covering all the three components, let's say school, teachers, and students. This is a single source of the interface between the, you can say, all the three, whether it's the education department or teachers or parents or the schools. The single source of interaction is the Shiksha Setu. And the third one is helps us in the timely and data data-driven decisions. So the Shiksha solution, Shiksha Setu is providing these solutions. Now, what the AI-based attendance, we are having used, as I mentioned, we are having more than 2 lakh students and more than 48 lakh teachers, more than 48 lakh students and more than 2 lakh teachers. So somewhere around 50 lakh, you can say our people are there, of whom we are taking attendance on the daily basis. So this attendance, now we have started taking the attendance on the AI basis. We are using the facial recognition technology. The FRS is there. Now what we are doing is we are having an app. That app is one-time registration of these people will be there, whether it's students and teachers. After the one-time registration, and there is a geo-fencing, so there is a range of the 500 meters, so that a person has to come within that geo-fence area and has to give the attendance through the AI by opening the app and give his photograph. So it is AI based, it's a geo-fence, it's a real-time basis, it's taking the attendance up to the hour, minute and second, up to suppose one can say that teacher marked his attendance at the 8 hour 42 minutes and 38 seconds. So we can say that this is the accuracy of the system. And this we can take the group and individual attendance. If you say on the top it's a group attendance, in the bottom you can say it's the individual attendance, and we can take the attendance of the 50 students in just 1 minute time, and that is the accuracy, with accuracy. Now the school management, we are having the entire information about the schools, the school name, the what are the medium, which class, students, teachers, what is the land availability with the schools, what are the, you can say, infrastructure available with the schools, who is the president of the school management committee, head teachers, contact number, everything is there in that system. Same way, the teacher, we are having the information about each and every teacher, his name, his permanent address, present address, his educational qualification, from where he passed out, what are the his other than the activities which he knows. Suppose he know the swimming, or you can say skating or something like that. That is there. His bank account details, his spouse detail, his parents details, everyone. Everything is available on the portal. So whatever kind of information we want, we can take that. Then the student, the same kind of information is available for the student as well. Then we are having the people teacher ratio that I have mentioned earlier, that where the student are more and where the you can say the teacher are less, we need to transfer the, you can say, the students, to transfer the teacher to those schools, and when it is reversed, then we have to move take out the teachers from those schools. So that is their teacher utilization status, whether we are properly utilizing the services of the teacher. We are saying that if the teacher is taking 5 classes a day, then he is appropriately utilized. It is less than 5, it's underutilized. If it is more than 5, it is overutilized. So we can you can find out whether the teachers are properly utilized or not. If not, then we can, you can say, take remedial activity actions. Teacher retirement plan, we are having around 2,10,000 teachers. Who is retiring when, from which school? So normally we don't have any information. The teacher get retired, and after 2 months we know that there is no teacher in that school, or we are having the only 2 teacher or 1 teacher, and we have to post somebody else. So now this plan gives us the information in advance that after 3 months how many teachers are going to retire, after 6 months, after 12 months, after 2 years how many teachers are going. So we can plan the recruitment in advance. That is a point number 1. And we can post somebody else when someone is retiring, so that the students should not suffer. So that is helping us in the proper planning. Now, if you see the amalgamation, that we are having 44,000 schools. As I mentioned, there are 10,000 schools are there which are less than 30 students. So these schools are practically not viable schools. So we need to merge those schools with the nearby schools. So which will be those schools? The software tells us that within the range of, you can say, 1 kilometer, these are the 8 schools. What are the, you can say, pupil teacher ratio in those schools? What is the distance from that schools? Everything is there, and we can plan the merging of these 2 schools. So suppose there are 10 students in one school and 20 in another school, and both of having are the 2 teachers, then instead of having the 2 teachers and 2 teachers, we can have 4 teachers with 40 students. That will be more viable, and the student will get the better education in that case. So what we did in the entire exercise, we are having the online registry of the students, teachers and students. Attendance is AI based facial recognition technology. So it saves the time. It's a real time attendance. It's an online student transfer from all the 44,000 schools. We can transfer student from one school to another school just in 10 seconds. And immediately admission will happen in the another. And then in the next school, early detection of the dropout, it tells us that from how many days which student is absent. So early we can identify the student, and before it get drop out, we can bring him back, do the remedial measures, and bring him or her back to the education system. Online leave management system is there for the students. We have a timely notice to the teachers for the retirement, timely recruitment, as I told, data-driven decision, and the identifying schools and the rationalization
Sir,
of
1
the
minute
teachers.
left.
Sir, just 2 minutes. So what benefits we have received now, because it's a AI based attendance, it's a geofenced attendance. So there is no proxy teacher. It's the biggest problem in the country. So we don't have now the you can say proxy problem. No unauthorized students, unauthorized teachers. As per the UNICEF studies, the head teacher has said 67% of them has said that now the teachers are coming to the school in time. No more ghost student. We have identified 4 lakh ghost student, and for that we are saving around 100 crore rupees per annum from those 4 lakh ghost students, and the early detection of the probable dropouts, and the saving what I said 100 crore is from the textbook and uniform and under the PM portion. Now the school management, I have already mentioned that proper utilization of the underutilized teachers, subject-wise teacher availability, the co-scholastic activity which the teachers know other than the normal teaching activities, the probable amalgamation which school can be merged with which school, what the PTR-based transfer, and the teachers leave is also online now, online leave management. Student dropout, drop box is that when the one student want to go to the one school to another school, normally we apply for a transfer certificate, and then student go with the transfer certificate to another school and get the admission. Here need not to do anything, just where he is studying right now, tell the head teacher that I want to go to the school of so and so district. So immediately this headmaster will transfer his data to another school. Head teacher of that school will just pull the data of that student, and automatic the admission will happen, and all the data will be transferred from the present school to the new school where he want to go. Now the leave sanction, the teachers leave sanction, leave record, everything is on. This leaves record is online. The teacher retirement plan is there, and the timely recruitment we can do. Now the teachers rationalization, here we are using the artificial intelligence that teach which teacher. Suppose there are few schools where the number of the teachers are more and number of students are less, and there are many schools where the number of the teachers are less and the students are more. The AI will tell us that which teacher to be transferred from which school and to be placed in which school. So no manual intervention, it's the AI based transfer of the teachers, so that the normally what we are facing, this all corruption and the political pressure, that will be taken care of by this system. So what kind of challenge, this is my last slide, what kind of challenges we have faced is there is a resistance from the teachers, especially to use their own handset, that we will not use our handset. In fact, they went to the Honorable Guwahati High Court. The Guwahati High Court said that you can ask the teacher the way you want to take the attendance, but you will not force to use their own mobile handset. So finally, we have procured the tablets and we have given the tablets to the schools, and now they are taking the attendance through that system. The lack of technical knowledge, so we had at least 5 to 7 rounds of the training for the teachers. The technical glitches definitely happens, so it was there. And around 300 schools out of 44,000 schools, there are the network issues, so they are out of the purview of this system. What are our future planning is, our service record is within next 3 months, the service record will be online. The uniform, what kind of uniform they select, the size and the color, accordingly it will be selected. The textbook, number of the textbook we need to print, it will be taken care of from it. We are taking it from this system only. The progress of the civil work, this is not the AI, but it is IT. We knows that the which work is at which level, how many at the plinth level or lintel level or at the completion stage. We are having, you can say, around 2000 works going on parallelly. We know which work is at which stage. And the midday meal, we are linking it with the midday meal. Now right now the SMS system is there. We are transferring it from the SMS to the AI based attendance. So whatever the attendance is there, these many students will have the midday meal. Otherwise, most of the cases, whatever the midday meal is having more students, actually the students are less in the class, but they are having the midday meal, and teacher salary will be linked it with so those who are coming late or going early, their salary, their CL will be deducted through this system. And this is the Vidya Samiksha Kendra, through our call center, through which we are monitoring, we are making calls to the parents and head teachers, whatever the information we are generating through this system. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Organizing team, one of the speaker has to leave. I don't know if somebody is there, huh? Okay, sir, can. Sanjeev ji. Nobody is listening, huh?
धन्यवाद सर।
Please carry on.
सभा में उपस्थित सभी महानुभाव और मंचासीन सज्जनों, आज मैं बहुत गौरवान्वित महसूस कर रहा हूं। मैं एक छोटे से गांव के स्कूल में पढ़ा था और कभी नहीं सोचा था कि मुझे ये स्टेज मिलेगा जहां मैं किसी इनिशिएटिव के बारे में चर्चा कर पाऊंगा। और शुक्रगुजार हूं हमारे इस टीम का जिसने इसको संभव किया, जिन्होंने अपने अथक प्रयास से ओएनडीसी को ओपन नेटवर्क फॉर डिजिटल कॉमर्स को इस लायक बनाया कि नेशनल ई गवर्नेंस अवार्ड में इसे गोल्ड मेडल प्रदान किया जाए। जब सर को सम्मान किया जा रहा है उस समय बोलना शायद उचित नहीं रहेगा, तो एक बार नहीं कोई बात नहीं सर। सर मैं आपसे ये बताना चाहूंगा कि मैं जब आ रहा था तो मुझे 41 पेज का बहुत अच्छा पीपीटी बना के दिया गया, जिसको मैंने देख के तैयारी भी की। पर आते समय मेरी टीम में से ही किसी ने कहा कि दिल से बोलना, फिर आपने कहा कि 6 मिनट ही बोलना है, तो मैं कहा चलो 6 मिनट ही बोलूंगा। ओएनडीसी का जन्म कैसे हुआ इससे शुरुआत करता हूं। आप लोग सबको पता ही होगा कि भारत का जो ई कॉमर्स है वो केवल 2 प्लेयर, नाम बताने की जरूरत नहीं है, आप सब जानते हैं, वो कंट्रोल करते थे। और जो हमारे छोटे रिटेल किराना दुकानदार थे उनके पास कोई ऐसी व्यवस्था नहीं थी जिससे वो अपने प्रोडक्ट्स को खरीदारों के पास पहुंचा सके। और जो एग्जिस्टिंग प्लेटफॉर्म्स थी उन प्लेटफॉर्म्स में जो एल्गोरिथम था उसमें छोटे किसानों का कहीं कोई रोल ही नहीं था, उनके लिए कुछ भी नहीं था। इतना अधिक उसमें कमीशन और एडवर्टाइजमेंट और पैसे देने पड़ते थे कि छोटे किसान हो या रिटेलर्स हो, एफपीओ हो, एसएचजी हो, इनके लिए कुछ भी नहीं था। और इसी बीच कोरोना की महामारी आई, जब सारे रिटेल दुकान बंद हो गए। एक बहुत बड़ा लॉजिस्टिक चैलेंज था नेबरहुड के सामानों को, जो कंज्यूमर प्रोडक्ट्स थे उनको आम जनों तक पहुंचा पाना। उस समय डीपीआईटी में हमारे जो प्रीडेसेसर्स थे उन्होंने काफी इस पर गोष्ठी की। और सर जैसा आपने बहुत सारी कविताएं सुनाई हैं, हमारे दुष्यंत कुमार की रचना है कि कौन कहता है कि आसमान में सुराख नहीं हो सकता, एक पत्थर तबीयत से उछालो यारों की तहत। जब कोविड में सारा संसार बंद पड़ा हुआ था, डीपीआईटी में ऑफिसर एंड हमारी टीम बैठ के वर्ल्ड की जितनी प्लेटफॉर्म ई कॉमर्स एंटिटीज थी सबकी बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस को देखा। पर जो हमारी समस्या थी उसका कहीं कोई समाधान नहीं था, क्योंकि हर जगह हर प्लेटफॉर्म प्रॉफिट के लिए था। भारत एक पहला देश था जिसकी एक चेष्टा थी कि हमारे पास एक ऐसा, सर और निवेदन करूंगा कि ओएनडीसी कोई प्लेटफॉर्म नहीं है, ओएनडीसी एक नेटवर्क है जिसके तहत कोई भी अपना सामान या सर्विसेज को अपने इस नेटवर्क के थ्रू बेच सकता है। अगर आसानी से कहें तो जिस तरह एक मेल से दूसरे मेल में कोई मेल भेजा जा सकता है, एसएमटीपी कहते हैं, एचटीपीपीएस कहते हैं, उसी तरह एक नेटवर्क बनाने की प्रयास की गई, एक रास्ता बनाने का, जिसमें बायर एप्स थे, सेलर एप्स थे और कोई बीच का कोई एंटिटी नहीं था। अगर लूजली कहें तो यूपीआई ऑफ ई कॉमर्स था। और जो हमारी यूपीआई की सक्सेस थी उस सक्सेस से सीखकर बिना किसी प्रॉफिट मोटिव के ओएनडीसी की स्थापना की गई। और सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज था पैसा इकट्ठा करना। और ये कहने में मुझे बहुत फक्र है कि सरकार से हम लोगों ने एक पैसा नहीं लिया। हमने अपने कंसेप्ट्स को ले जाके बैंक हो, फाइनेंशियल इंस्टीट्यूट हो, उनको जाकर समझाया और उससे हमारी फंडिंग हुई। और जो बेसिक चीज जो ओएनडीसी का निकल के आया कि हम अनबंडलिंग ऑफ सर्विसेज करेंगे। अनबंडलिंग का अर्थात ये होता है कि जिस तरह आप एक किसी प्लेटफॉर्म से खरीदते हैं तो उसी के बायर होते हैं, उसी के सेलर होते हैं, उसी के लॉजिस्टिक होते हैं। ये जो प्लेटफॉर्म है वो कंट्रोल करता है कि कौन सेलर रहेगा और कौन सी लॉजिस्टिक होगी। इसमें छोटे लोगों के लिए कोई स्थान ही नहीं था। दूसरा, डिसेंट्रलाइजेशन एंड डेमोक्रेटाइजेशन था। ओएनडीसी में सारे जो पार्टिसिपेंट हैं सब बराबरी का दर्जा रखते हैं। और आपको सर सुनकर बहुत आश्चर्य होगा, कोई आप में से शायद यहाँ कल्पना भी नहीं कर सकता है कि एक साल पहले हमारी कितनी ट्रांजैक्शंस थी। हमारी कुल ट्रांजैक्शन एक महीने में 800 मात्र थी और आज हम 12 मिलियन पर हैं। 6 सिटीज से हम लोग 600 सिटीज पे आ गए। हमारे पास केवल 800 सेलर्स थे। आज ये कहते हुए बहुत हर्ष होता है कि हमारे पास 6 लाख सेलर्स हैं, पर अभी ये शुरुआत है। अभी तो हमने एक तरह से देखा जाए तो इस नेटवर्क का लोकार्पण भी नहीं कराया है, क्योंकि हम चाहते हैं कि हमारी जो ओएनडीसी हो, हमारी और जो आपकी ओएनडीसी हो, उससे वर्ल्ड का सबसे अच्छा नेटवर्क हो और जिस तरह हर भारतीय को अपने नेटवर्क पे नाज हो। और मुझे सबसे खुशी तब हुई, मैं बिहार में एक कतरनी चावल होता है और उसका चूड़ा बहुत अच्छा बनता है। बचपन से मुझे बहुत शौक था उसको खाने का। एंड मैं अभी भी कहता हूं आप इसको खोज के देखिए, आपको शायद जो बड़े बड़े प्लेटफॉर्म हैं जिनका नाम जानते हैं उस पर उपलब्ध नहीं है, पर क्योंकि हम लोगों ने एफपीओज एंड एसएचजी को एम्पावर किया है। और दिल्ली में मैंने खुद वो चूड़ा का ऑर्डर किया और हमारे घर आया और मुझे बड़ी खुशी हुई कि एक छोटी शुरुआत है पर इसके रिजल्ट बहुत बड़े होंगे और देश में हर जगह ओएनडीसी की पहुंच होगी। और इसके साथ साथ हम लोग ऑलरेडी एक्सपोर्ट्स के लिए भी ओएनडीसी का प्रयोग करना चाहेंगे। और सर अपना शायद टाइम देखना चाह रहे हैं, तो इसके साथ मैं धन्यवाद कहूंगा और आप लोग सभी से गुजारिश करूंगा कि मेरा एक रिक्वेस्ट है कि आप सब कोशिश करें ओएनडीसी पर नेटवर्क पर ऑर्डर करने के लिए, जिसके लिए अगर आप पेटीएम या कोई इसी तरह के बायर ऐप पे जाते हैं तो वहां से आप किसी चीज का ऑर्डर करें और नेशन बिल्डिंग को सपोर्ट करें। धन्यवाद।
मंचासीन अतिथिगण और सम्मानित पार्टिसिपेंट्स, सबसे पहले तो मैं भारत सरकार को धन्यवाद देता हूं कि इस महत्वपूर्ण मंच को उन्होंने उपलब्ध कराया। और देश का एक सपना है, न्यू एज एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव रिफॉर्म्स का सपना है, डिजिटल इंडिया का सपना है, जो पुरानी जो चीजें हैं उनको बदलने का सपना है। तो कौन कौन इस सपने में साथ हैं? हाथ खड़ा करें। त्रिपाठी सर, आपके बिना सपना पूरा नहीं होगा। तैयार हैं? छोड़ो कल की बातें, कल की बात पुरानी, नए दौर में लिखेंगे हम मिलकर नई कहानी। हम हिंदुस्तानी, हम हिंदुस्तानी। और देश के प्रत्येक नागरिक तक जो अंतिम छोर पे खड़ा है, उसको अगर राज्य की सेवाएं पहुंचानी है, प्रत्येक योजना का लाभ पहुंचाना है, तो हमें भारत को डिजिटल बनना ही पड़ेगा। जब हम भारतीय प्रशासनिक सेवा में आए थे, तब से एक चीज सुन रहे हैं, सुशासन, गुड गवर्नेंस। क्या होगा ये? सिटीजन सेंट्रिक होगा। क्या क्या इसके एट्रीब्यूट्स होंगे? एक्सेसिबिलिटी, अवेलेबिलिटी, एनी टाइम, एनीवेयर, प्रिंसिपल्स ऑफ सेंसिटिविटी, ट्रांसपेरेंसी, अकाउंटेबिलिटी, अश्योर्ड सर्विस डिलीवरी, क्विक बेनिफिट ट्रांसफर, गुणवत्तापूर्ण सेवाएं मिलेगी, सम्मान के साथ मिलेगी, बिना भ्रष्टाचार के मिलेगी, पारदर्शिता से मिलेगी और संतोषजनक सेवाएं मिलेंगी। ये कैसे मिल सकती हैं? मैं समझता हूं कि अगर इसका सबसे बड़ा कोई टूल हो सकता है, कोई सबसे बड़ा इंस्ट्रूमेंट हो सकता है, कोई सबसे बड़ा माध्यम हो सकता है, तो वो डिजिटल इंडिया हो सकता है। और जिस डिजिटल इंडिया की परिकल्पना भारत सरकार ने की है, जिस डिजिटल पब्लिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की बात हो रही है, जिस तरह से डिजिटली ट्रांसफॉर्म इंस्टीट्यूशंस की बात हो रही है, जिस तरह से डिजिटल एम्पावर्ड सिटीजन्स की बात हो रही है, मैं समझता हूं ये जब होगा तो प्रत्येक नागरिक तक हम पहुंच पाएंगे, एक एक सेवा उस तक पहुंच पाएगी, चाहे फिर वो स्वास्थ्य हो, चाहे शिक्षा हो, चाहे फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन या कोई भी सेवा हो। इसका एक छोटा सा मैं उदाहरण आपको दूंगा, बहुत फास्ट, तय समय में ही करूंगा सर। राजस्थान देश का, जहां से मैं आता हूं, देश का सबसे बड़ा राज्य है। वहां पे माइनिंग बहुत कॉमन है और उससे कष्ट उत्पन्न होता है, वो होता है सिलिकोसिस का। जो मजदूर वहां काम करते हैं बहुत गरीब हैं और बहुत सारे लोग तो ये जानते भी नहीं कि वहां अगर वो काम कर रहे हैं तो उनके लंग्स में जो सिलिका डस्ट जा रहा है उससे एक असाध्य रोग उनको हो जाएगा, जिससे उनकी डेथ भी हो सकती है। अब इसके लिए क्या कर सकते हैं उन लोगों के लिए जो बहुत ज्यादा पढ़े लिखे भी नहीं हैं, जो बहुत कष्ट में हैं, जो बीमार हैं, जो 35 या 40 वर्ष की आयु में मृत्यु को प्राप्त हो जाएंगे अगर उन्हें पूरा इलाज नहीं मिला? तो क्या कर सकते हैं? इसके लिए एक छोटा सा एक प्रेजेंटेशन है और मैं प्रेजेंटेशन बहुत सरल भाषा में आपको दूंगा जिससे सबको बात समझ में आए। उसके लिए क्या कर सकते हैं, ये पोर्टल है राज सिलिकोसिस पोर्टल। पहले 85,000 कॉमन सर्विस सेंटर्स और ई मित्र केंद्र है जहां पे कोई भी व्यक्ति आके रजिस्ट्रेशन कर सकता है, स्वयं कर सकता है, किसी के माध्यम से कर सकता है। 129 स्थानों पे डिजिटल एक्सरे मशीनें रखवाई गई है, तो फोटो लें, उसका एक्सरे लें और उस पर डिजिटली स्कैन कर दें। पूरा तंत्र है ऑनलाइन जो ट्रांसफर करता है, जिसको हम टेली रेडियोलॉजी बोलते हैं। अब आता है आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस की बारी, और आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस से ये पहचान की जाती है कि इस एक्सरे में वो सिलिकोसिस दिख रहा है कि नहीं दिख रहा, और जब ऐसा हो जाता है तो ऑटो अप्रूवल होकर उसको पैसा मिल जाता है। कैसे होता है मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूं। अप्लाई करें, ऑनलाइन रजिस्ट्रेशन करें। जब आप ऑनलाइन रजिस्ट्रेशन करते हैं तो आधार बायोमेट्रिक्स के माध्यम से आपकी आइडेंटिटी है वो एस्टेब्लिश की जाती है। बहुत सारे हेल्थ सेंटर्स को मैप किया, डॉक्टर्स को, रेडियोग्राफर्स को, सबको इसमें मैप किया गया है। ये देखें आप, इस स्लाइड में पूरी बात समझ में आ जाएगी। पेशेंट आया, उसका एक एक्सरे लिया, ये डिजिटल एक्सरे है, इसको अपलोड किया। जब अपलोड किया ये एआई सिस्टम पे चले गया, और अब ये बारी आती है कि एआई कैसे काम करता है। एआई रेडियोलॉजिस्ट को बताता है, पूरे भारत भर में रेडियोलॉजिस्ट की बहुत कमी है। अगर ये कंप्यूटर ही जांच करके बता सके कि इस एक्सरे में सिलिकोस के लक्षण है या नहीं, तो उसको बहुत बड़ी सहायता हो जाती है, और फिर सर्टिफिकेशन के बाद उसको रिलीफ ट्रांसफर हो जाता है। ये सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट स्लाइड है। और जिस प्रकार एक एमबीबीएस डॉक्टर को पढ़ाया जाता है, व्यू बॉक्स होता है, उसमें एक्सरे लगाते हैं, फिर उसको बताते हैं देखो ऐसा दिख रहा है तो इसको टीबी है, ऐसा दिख रहा है तो इसको सिलिकोस है, ऐसा है तो निमोनिया है। इस तरह से हमने कंप्यूटर सिस्टम को लगभग 29,000 एक्सरे पढ़ाए, लेबल्ड एक्सरे, ये सिलिकोस पॉजिटिव है, ये नेगेटिव है। और बार बार पढ़ाने से उसमें आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस आ गई, कृत्रिम बुद्धिमत्ता आ गई। और उसके बाद अब जब हम उसको कंप्यूटर को बताते हैं, हमने उसको टेस्ट किया, जिस प्रकार एक डॉक्टर एमबीबीएस का टेस्ट पास करता है, हमने उसको वैलिडेट किया, टेस्ट किया वापस नए सेट से, और जब उसने टेस्ट पास कर दिया अब वो प्रिडिक्शन के लेवल पे आ गया। और यही आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस की खूबी है, खूबसूरती है, कि अब जब हम उसको नए एक्सरे देते हैं तो पुराने अनुभव से, और मैं आपको कहना चाहता हूं कि 29,000 एक्सरे का अनुभव शायद एक डॉक्टर को भी नहीं होता, उसको अनुभव है, और उस अनुभव से, उस पैटर्न रिकॉग्निशन से, उस इमेज एनालिसिस से अब कंप्यूटर है या जो सॉफ्टवेयर है हमारा, वो बता पाता है कि इसको सिलिकोसिस है या नहीं है। बस ये इतना सा ही खेल है, इस स्लाइड मैंने आपको बता दी। इसकी टेक्निकलिटीज में नहीं जाऊंगा मैं। कन्वोल्यूशनल न्यूरल नेटवर्क एक तकनीक होती है एआई की, जिसको हमने इसमें काम में लिया है। हम पैटर्न्स को देखते हैं, उसको जूम करते हैं, फिर हम उससे अंदाजा लगाते हैं कि वेदर मेक सेंस, प्रिडिक्शन क्या है, और फिर उसका एडजस्टमेंट और फीडबैक से वो अपने आप को करेक्ट भी करता है, तो इससे और इंप्रूवमेंट आता है। इसकी एक्यूरेसी अभी 87% है, सेंसिटिविटी 82 है, स्पेसिफिसिटी 86 है। हम लोग ये विचार कर रहे हैं कि आने वाले समय में ये 95-98% को पार करेगी। और एक बात सुबह भी हो रही थी, होल ऑफ द गवर्नमेंट अप्रोच। अगर व्यक्ति सरकार के संपर्क में आ गया है तो उसने अप्लाई कर दिया, उसके बाद जो भी उसको बेनिफिट मिलना है, जो आधार से उसका ऑथेंटिकेशन हो गया, जन सूचना से उसको अपनी इंफॉर्मेशन मिल गई, उसकी एप्लीकेशन का क्या स्टेटस है, एसएमएस आ गया उसको ई संचार से, IFMS पोर्टल से बेनिफिट ट्रांसफर हो गया। सोशल सिक्योरिटी पेंशन उसको अपने आप मिल जाएगी। राजस्थान में जिसको भी सिलिकोस से होता है उसको 1500 रुपए पेंशन मिलती है, उसको अलग से अप्लाई करने की जरूरत नहीं है। उसको सिलिकोस की 3 लाख रुपए राशि मिलती है और पेंशन अपने आप मिल जाती है। उसको पालनहार अगर उसके बच्चे हैं तो उसकी पालनहार का लाभ अपने आप मिल जाता है। अगर वो एनएफएसए का पात्र है तो एनएफएसए का बेनिफिट भी उसको अपने आप मिल जाता है। यही होल ऑफ द गवर्नमेंट अप्रोच है। ये पहले और बाद की स्लाइड। पहले दूर दूर जाना पड़ता था, अब नहीं जाना। एक बार ई मित्र सेंटर पे जाओ और एक बार एक्सरे कराने आप पीएससी पे जाओ, सीएससी पे जाओ, फिर जाने की जरूरत नहीं है। एक्सरे डायग्नोसिस इंस्टेंट होता है, असिस्टेड होता है। एआई टूल जो है ये बहुत एक्यूरेट है और ऑब्जेक्टिव है, अनबायस्ड है। इसमें किसी प्रकार का भ्रष्टाचार संभव नहीं है, क्योंकि कंप्यूटर बताता है डेटा के आधार पर अपना परिणाम, किसी चीज से लोभ लालच से प्रभावित नहीं होता। डिजिटल सर्टिफिकेट इमीडिएटली जनरेट हो जाता है। अब उसको मरीज को कहीं जाने की जरूरत नहीं, एक बार एक्सरे करा लिया। पहले वो एक्सरे करा के डिस्ट्रिक्ट हॉस्पिटल जाता था, एडीएम में कलेक्टर के पास जाता था, अब उसको जाने की जरूरत नहीं। एक बार एक्सरे हुआ, अपने आप उसके खाते में जो आधार से लिंक्ड है खाता, उसमें पैसे उसके और उसकी पेंशन उसको आ जाएगी। इंपैक्ट आपको दिख रहा है, इतने लोग रजिस्टर हुए हैं, इतने लोगों ने इसका लाभ लिया। आप नीचे देखेंगे तो आप देखेंगे 38,000 लोगों को बिना अप्लाई किए एनएफएसए का लाभ अपने आप मिल गया। विडो पेंशन 11,000 लोगों को अपने आप मिल गई। जो ओल्ड एज पेंशन है 32,000, सिलिकोस पेंशन है 32,000 लोगों को अपने आप मिल गई है। तो मैं कहना चाहूंगा कि ये राजस्थान का कंट्रीब्यूशन है टू डिजिटल इंडिया प्रोग्राम, जहां सीक्रेसी थी बट ट्रांसपेरेंसी आ गई डिजिटल इंडिया से। जहां हजारों लोग थे, मिनिमल ह्यूमन इंटरवेंशन से काम हो रहा है। जब महीनों का इंतजार होता था लाभ पाने के लिए, जो डीबीटी है उसको पाने के लिए, अब खुशियां कुछ चंद सेकंडों में खुशी आपको आ जाती है। जो ह्यूमन एरर्स थी वो इसमें पॉसिबल नहीं, एरर फ्री हाई फिडिलिटी सिस्टम है। पहले बहुत सारे पोर्टल्स अलग अलग काम करते थे, अब 8 पोर्टल्स हैं वो इंटीग्रेट होकर एक साथ काम करते हैं, इन यूनिसन काम करते हैं, एपीआई से इंटीग्रेटेड हैं। पहले डिस्क्रिशन, डिले और करप्शन था, अब डिजिटल इंडिया से सॉफ्टवेयर बेस्ड एथिकल ई गवर्नेंस अब संभव है। पहले अनसर्टेनिटी थी, अब अश्योर्ड सर्विस डिलीवरी है। पहले क्राइसिस ऑफ क्रेडिबिलिटी थी, अब पिलर्स ऑफ ट्रस्ट है। तो ये लास्ट स्लाइड है सर, मैंने 6 मिनट में पूरा कर दिया है मेरे वादे के मुताबिक। और मैं आपको कहना चाहता हूं कि ये जो भारत सरकार का डिजिटल इंडिया प्रोग्राम है, ये पूरे भारत की तस्वीर को बदल सकता है, एक एक नागरिक तक सेवा पहुंचा सकता है। क्यों? क्योंकि जो टेक्नोलॉजी है ये इनेबलर है, एक टूल है, एक इंस्ट्रूमेंट है, एक माध्यम है टू क्रिएट अ मोर इक्विटेबल सोसाइटी, टू क्रिएट डिजिटल एम्पावर्ड सिटीजंस एंड टू क्रिएट अ प्रॉस्परस इंडिया। विकसित भारत को बनाने के लिए अगर कोई माध्यम है और सबसे सशक्त माध्यम है सुशासन का और विकसित भारत का, तो वो डिजिटल इंडिया ही है। अपने शुरुआत भारत से की थी, वापस भारत से समाप्त करें। हाथ खड़ा करेंगे, कौन कौन करेंगे? आओ मेहनत को अपना ईमान बनाए, अपने हाथों को अपना भगवान बनाए। राम की इस धरती को, गौतम की भूमि को, सपनों से भी प्यारा हिंदुस्तान बनाए। नया खून है, नई उमंगे, अब है नई जवानी, हम हिंदुस्तानी, हम हिंदुस्तानी। छोड़ो कल की बातें, कल की बात पुरानी, नए दौर में लिखेंगे हम मिलकर नई कहानी, हम हिंदुस्तानी। थैंक यू। और ये कहानी डिजिटल इंडिया से लिखेंगे। थैंक्स।
Big round of applause is needed, sir. Sir, over to you. Sir.
Thank you, Dr. Samir Sharma, for those wonderful song. Like it eases out many of our tension and also made many people to awake. It helps my presentation. My name is Dr. Ganesh Kumar. I work as a scientist at Indian Council of Medical Research. One of the important disease where we used a digital health solution is hypertension. In India, there are nearly 22 crore people with hypertension. And of those 22 crore people with hypertension, less than 1 crore are actually under control, which means many of them don't know they have hypertension and they are not under treatment and they land up into heart attacks and stroke in the very early disease. Cardiovascular death is the number one killer. And in that number one killer, the number one main reason, not for old age, for 15 to 45 years, the number one is high blood pressure. And for that, we thought we need to have one important strategy that is called India Hypertension Control Initiative. So it is a joint initiative between Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, ICMR, WHO, and state governments, where we brought all these 5 strategies like evidence-based protocol, having a BP apparatus in the primary care, health and wellness center, which is now called Arogya Mandir, and as well as we need to introduce an information system. And that's where comes the digital health. So the one of the important strategy when we try to introduce an mobile app to the hands of the nurses and doctors, one of the hardest truth comes to us is very clearly they said, I am not here to collect any data. I'm here to treat patients. Don't make my life harder. And they said that like it is very difficult for us to have an app and in our very busy clinic. I don't know how many of you have seen a primary health center or a Arogya Mandir, which is health and wellness center. There are nearly daily 100 patients are being consulted in that. And they don't have much of time for a data entry. There we need to introduce an app. For that, we need to understand the nurses better. So we study how the nurses work in a typical day. And then also we studied how the patients flow in a primary health center and a health and wellness center, how busy these rooms are. We observed first before we introduced an app. This is one of the important thing we started understanding it. Then we started doing one important technique which Airbnb has adopted, which is called storyboard technique. The storyboard technique is actually trying to bring a picture of what is a typical day of a staff nurse. And when we introduce an app into their hands in order to register a patient and track a patient, what it is going to make their work, whether it is better or harder. This made us to thought through that particular process, which we call as co-design approach. And in this co-design approach, we first involved the staff nurses. We never developed an app. We did hand-drawn apps design, gave to the staff nurses and asked them which particular design do you think is sensible that it is informing you about the patient's blood pressure and as well as the medication details. They chose the design. This happened in Bathinda of Punjab in 2018-19. And then we started developing that app with the multiple iteration techniques. And that's how Simple App was born. It is a free open source app. It works offline. It doesn't require an internet. And it is very easy to train. It is having very less number of variables. We were thinking lot of name about what could be the name. Can we say like hypertension app, pressure app, BP app? Then someone of in our team, we said we need to keep it simple. So let us name the app as Simple. So that's why the Simple app came. And we also adopted all the industry standards, which is called HL7 FHIR standard. So it is interoperable. It has a backend. Most important thing is that there are nearly, I will tell, in a typical health center, there are nearly more than 1,000 patients comes for checking the blood pressure and register for this treatment. In order to track them whether they have come regularly at least once in 3 months, whether they have taken drugs or not, it is difficult to track in a pen and paper based system. That's why we need a robust information system. Two purpose. One, it should inform the clinician what was the previous blood pressure value of this patient. Should I need to alter the medications? Second, it should inform the nurse that whether the patient has taken medication correctly. Also the nurses need to know whether the patient has come regularly or not. If the patient has not come regularly, then it is listed as they have not come regularly as overdue. As a program manager, when a program manager invests time, money into it, they need to track. What you are seeing here is a dashboard. And that dashboard tells you that what is the average, what is a monthly registration, what is the total number of control rate. It clearly says that over a period of time, the control rate of blood pressure is increasing among the registered patient. This is a very simple thing which we thought of adopting. We started very humble, 2018, 26 districts in 5 states, covering 38 million population. Now this is grown up to 157 districts and nearly across 26 states covering 232 million population. And we have registered nearly 51 lakh hypertension patients and 20 lakh diabetes patients. We documented first time that
nearly 50% of the patients are brought under control by tracking them correctly. We have already received many awards in terms of it. This is going to be a biggest award for us within our nation. We received United Nations Award for the Interagency Award for India Hypertension Control Initiative in 2022. And Honorable Prime Minister have also mentioned this in the Man Ki Baat program about this particular initiative. We have also published a lot of research papers about our learnings. Recently, we published this, how we designed, developed, and deployed a simple app, and it is available in our website, www.ihci.in. And we are now disseminating our learnings to many other forums. Based on this learning, now simple app has been expanded to many other countries. It started from Punjab, Bathinda in India. Now it is in our neighbors Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Ethiopia, Nigeria, and it is keep expanding it. From public health facilities, now many private health facilities also started thinking of implementing this IHCA initiative. Finally, I want to end up with some of the key lessons which we learned. One is that in order to make an app for an NCD patient tracking, it has to be very simple, super fast, and that's why you used QR code. It should be real time. That means it is not to be a data entry app. After the patient has come up, I need to open the app, start entering the data from seeing the register. I need to have the patient next to me real time. Third, I need to track them continuously because hypertension, diabetes treatment is lifelong treatment. Then you just, every year it keeps increasing it. And it should also inform me who has come, who has not come. And most importantly, though our internet has gone across our country, there are many black spots where internet don't work very clearly. And we should not have totally depend on internet. For example, WhatsApp don't requires internet to open. So that's kind of offline first is what we have adopted in our application. It is interoperable, adopts HL7 standards, FHIR standards. It is free and open source, and it is user centric, keeps on getting improved based on the user. Thank you everyone for this wonderful opportunity, and thank you DRPG for providing this opportunity to do. Thank you very much.
Good evening, everybody. Straight away, I will come for my presentation. Karnataka State Remote Sensing Application Center is an autonomous organization established in the year 1986, working under the administrative control of DPAR e-governance, Government of Karnataka, and is the nodal agency for implementation of remote sensing and GIS, including photogrammetry-based activities in the state of Karnataka. The mandate of the center includes to coordinate the requirements, that is remote sensing and GIS data applications requirement of the state departments, act as a repository of data information maps generated by themselves and also collected from other agencies to develop GIS applications. Yes. GIS applications to develop GIS applications for the GOK departments, to assist user departments, organizations, academia in the implementation and evaluation of remote sensing and GIS applications, to build capacity in the field of geoinformatics for the line departments, to promote research and education in the field of geoinformatics, that is conducting MTech course in geoinformatics in association with the Vishweshwaraya Technological University, Belgaum. Karnataka GIS. Karnataka GIS is the flagship program of Government of Karnataka to institutionalize the use of geospatial technology in the governance. Karnataka State Sensing Application Center is implementing this program. The major components of KGS includes the KGS asset, a seamless statewide GS ready data layers that are standardized, updated, and configured to meet the GS data and applications requirement of the government, citizens, as well as enterprises. KGS portal. It is a single gateway access to KGS data and KGS applications with specialized metadata service, application service, data ingest service, data sharing service, data publishing service, etc. And key KGS applications. So suite of GIS applications for decision making and workflows of different departments and citizen applications. KGS infrastructure includes development and staging as well as hosting and servicing infrastructure, and KGS capacity building, training the GOK officials for the use of KGS portal as well as GIS applications. The KGS includes the seamless data and standardized spatial framework. So includes ground control points such as primary control, secondary control, tertiary control points, digital elevation model layer, and seamless satellite image. Ortho-rectified Cartosat 1 2.5 satellite image covering the entire state, and 0.5 meter ortho-corrected satellite image mosaic for the entire state arranged in the form of tiles, various thematic maps, more than 600 GS layers, as well as more than 20 lakhs government. All these data are integrated with the MIS data of the GOK departments, and these integrated data can be viewed from state level to individual parcel level. Then unified platform, single gateway for spatial data visualization and dashboard with statistics, and various GIS applications, web and mobile applications for data collection, geotagging, updation, analysis, etc., and various API services external applications used. So coming to major KGS applications, KGS has developed various mobile and web applications for the usage of citizens as well as GOK departments. That is Dishang, Mulla, Chunahana, nearby assets, facilities, Noor, jurisdictions. These are mobile applications popularly used by citizens of government in the state of Karnataka. Then industrial information system for monitoring and allotment of industrial plots and lands by industry department, forest fire alert management system for forest department, works and projects monitoring system for RDPR department, property information system for RDPR and SSLR department, Karnataka at a glance for spatial map generation as well as statistics for the planning department, soil health information, and crop survey analytics for the agriculture department, geospatial portal for COVID management, election information system, and then tree census application for the BBMP. So various that geoportal for various teams and sectors as well as mobile apps and its web dashboards for geotagging of asset data collection, etc. Coming to mobile and web application for BBMP. So as per the directions of Honorable High Court of Karnataka, BBMP has requested to provide web and mobile applications for BBMP to conduct tree census activity. So KGS has provided mobile and web application for this activity. Mobile application is provides the functionality for the geotag collection of information on trees such as name of the tree, species name, height of the tree, of the tree type, and health of the tree, location, along with the geotagged photograph of the tree. And web application provides the functionality for the monitoring of the geotagging activity, validation, and analysis of the information collected, updation, as well as user management. Using this application, BBMP has taken up tree census activity in the BBMP area, and the work is in final stage of completion. So later, this activity will to enter state of Karnataka. Further, this application will be enhanced with tree cutting permission model. So, mobile and web application for RDPR department for monitoring the status and stages of works and projects implemented by RDPR department. So, mobile application is used for capturing the geotagged photograph of the stages or status of works within the geofenced boundary, and web application is used to create and monitor the works projects. So based on the geography or jurisdictional area, time and stages of project activities. So currently the agencies of RDPR departments such as Karnataka Rural Development Agency, Panchayat Raj Engineering Department, Department of Rural Drinking Water and Supply and Sanitation, and Taluk Panchayats are using this application for monitoring their various project activities implemented by them. Then, as per the request of Karnataka State, that is Election Commission, KGS has mapped all the assembly constituency boundaries, constituency boundaries, polling station, polling booth boundaries and their location, as well as the nearby emergency facilities available, and also developed mobile and web application for the use by citizens as well as election officials. So on entering the user Epic ID, the app provides the complete personal details as well as polling station place, name and its location, etc. The app provides the facilities for the citizens. So for wheelchair booking, pickup drop, parking information, queue information, nearby emergency facility information. This app also lists all the candidates of your constituency, voter details, officer details, and voting percentage and results information, etc. This app was most extensively used during 2023 state assembly elections by the citizens as well as election officials. Then Dishank mobile application. This Karnataka state remote sensing application has digitized and geo-referenced all the village maps, that is 30,800 village maps of the state, and geo-referenced on 2.5 meters satellite image, and seamless mosaic was created, and later again spatially geo-referenced on 0.5 meter resolution satellite image, and this mosaic was generated. These geo-referenced village maps, referred as cadastral maps, are being used by the GOK departments for implementation and evaluation of their respective schemes survey number wise. So this mobile app called Dishank enables the user to identify the administrative boundaries and the survey number of the land as available in the village map based on their current location, or on a click of a button on the Karnataka map. This app also provides other information such as name of the owner, extent of property as per the records, ownership type, land type, restriction, if any, on the land, category of the land, etc., are displayed on a single click. The RTC information available for such land or the owner is displayed through online connection with the Bhumi, the land record system of Karnataka. A separate module for the surveyor is also available for them to verify the discrepancies on the map, its linkage to Bhumi, and survey numbers, if any. This is one of the most popularly extensively used mobile app in Karnataka by the citizens as well as government officials, and it is available in Kannada and English language as well as both in Android and iOS platforms. So then coming to soil fertility analysis. So KGS has provided web and mobile application to support soil sample collection, soil fertility analysis, and issue of soil health cards by the agriculture department in Karnataka under the soil mission program of government of Karnataka, government of India. Yes, 1 minute. So the mobile application is used for geotagging the soil sample collection and generation of soil sample along with the other parameters. Web application is used to enter the soil test results. The soil test results along with the geo coordinates are sent to the NSC through fruits application. For issue of soil health cards, the lab results are received by KSR for generation of soil fertility maps. Another important application is forest fire alert and monitoring system. Karnataka is the first state to have rich geospatial information on forest with landmarks, jurisdictional boundaries up to beat level, forest covers, types, land use, fire lines, fire affected areas, and fire spread vulnerable areas on the geospatial portal of the state. Karnataka is the only state to have organized and monitored forest fire details on the geospatial platform for dynamic analysis. Forest fire alert monitoring system issued by Karnataka State Remote Sensing Application Center provides near real-time advisories to forest department for forest fire management in terms of forest fire alerts. Sorry, 1 minute. So in terms of forest fire alerts, so quicker navigation routes to the fire locations, fire affected areas, and fire affected severity and the feedback status, if any. So Karnataka is the only state is having this type of information for forest fire control and management, so developed by the state department. Rest of the states are using the forest fire information system developed by Forest Survey of India along with the National Remote Sensing Center. Forest fire alerts SMS sent by this system is quicker than any other system. So that is 5 minutes on an average, less than 5 minutes on an average. So even though all the information, record information is available in the mobile app, SMS, the same also sent through SMS to the field officers. This helps the most of the field officers that are located in the 2G network area. Another important thing is weather forecast information like wind speed, wind direction, temperature, rainfall, and as well as fire vulnerability models for every week are very much used by the forest department officials for management of forest fires. So these activities and the technologies have helped the forest department for controlling the forest fires more effectively. Big fire incidents have not occurred after establishing this forest fire alert monitoring system in in the Department of Forest in Government of Karnataka. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, my dear colleagues. आपने सुना होगा LIC का मोटो है जिंदगी के साथ भी जिंदगी के बाद भी. आज आपने लेक्चर सुना थैंक यू के पहले भी थैंक यू के बाद भी. Friends, our speakers have generated enough question, I know, and many of you cannot hold these questions to yourself. You want to make it public, but there is enough time during entertainment. You can ask all these questions from your learned colleagues. We were supposed to close at 5:30. We are already late by 15 minutes. I don't know whether organizer will permit us one question or we should close it. Close it, sir. Then we close it for the day. Ekad question. Anybody who is not able to hold his questions for tomorrow or hold question till entertainment time can put his question. I will welcome the questioner will be rewarded. Huh? Very nice answer. Huh? Anyone who wish to put any question? Go ahead, sir. Kindly somebody, the organizers kindly assist him with the mic. Huh?
I have a question, not a question for the ICMR colleague. Can the app be used for other diseases like, can we use it for silicosis also by sending out the parameter? These are the parameters can be monitored.
Thanks for this fantastic question. We have for hypertension and diabetes. The one important requirement keeps coming from the health system is that add more diseases to track. But fundamentally, when the app to be used very usable, we need to understand for what purpose that we are developing it. And for the the care pathway for hypertension and diabetes is same. Every month patient has to come or at least once in 3 months. Whereas for cancer, it is not. The numbers are similar like hypertension, diabetes very high. But for cancer, it is less. For other diseases, the same number never comes and the same patient will not come up. The most important thing here is following up patients. That's why we kept it for the numbers and following up hypertension and diabetes only. Simple app has been kept.
Thank you, sir. You join me with a big round of applause for the song sang by Sri Sharma ji and for many other laudable comments. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, the organizer, for giving us time. Kindly hold on, sir. If I'm told that there are many more questions, so the organizers have permitted us some 3 to 4 minutes more. If anybody wants to put any question, please go ahead, ma'am. Give mic to her.
Very good evening to all of you and Shubh Sandhya to all. So my question to Shiksha Setu, initiative by Assam government. There is lot of benefits of Shiksha Setu and my question concerning regarding in spite of that benefits, what is the and how it's affecting the learning outcomes of the students?
Early outcomes.
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, as of now, because it's more or less an administrative app, so we are not focusing on the quality of education. But yes, soon, as of now, it's on the mostly focusing on the attendance and dropout. But very soon we will come with the quality of education because we are now hiring the services of AI for the you can say the learning, that means reading as well as the writing. So it will come very soon. As of now, we have not included that.
So second question, my query is, what about the teachers' capacity building?
What is?
Teachers' capacity building, because you mentioned that there is a challenge.
We have trained them. We have used the services of the block MIS manager and we have trained them around 5 to 6 times on the because the app keep on changing. We keep on adding the new functionalities also. So we have trained them 5 to 6 times and now almost all the teachers are able to use the app also and they know the functions also.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
So thank you, sir. With this, we close for the day. Finally, please do remember that all our colleagues are available for our online and in physical, in-person consultation during the time of edutainment. This session was full of education as well as entertainment. So I must thank my colleagues for making it so vibrant that people from other halls also have to, they came here voluntarily to listen to some of you. Thank you very much, friends. I must compliment the DRPG for giving us a chance to be here. And of course, time was less. Everybody has more wisdom than they could share within the limited time. But then there are enough time for us. I believe in one thing that there is no problem in this world which is worse enough, which is bad enough, which bureaucrats can't make it worse enough. But friends, today there is a different day. We, the bureaucrat, have tried not to improve ourselves, but we are improving the plight of our own people. यही समय है, सही समय है, भारत का अनमोल समय है. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much, sir. May I please request Srimati Sarita Taneja, Deputy Secretary DARPG, on stage, along with Sri Lakshmikant Garje, NIC Mumbai, to please felicitate our speakers.
So with this, we conclude our first day over here. I'd like to thank our panel members of the last session, Sri S.N. Patiji, Sri Erevar Patiji, Dr. Om Prakash, Sri Sanjeev, Dr. Sam Sharma, Sri Ganesh Kumar Pasuraman, Dr. D.K. Prabhuraj. Thank Thank you. Thank you so much. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we approach the conclusion of the 27th National Conference on E-Governance, would like to take a moment, we both would like to take a moment to thank all of you for being such a wonderful audience. And let's take a moment to reflect on fruitful discussion, insightful presentations, and the incredible exchange of ideas we have witnessed in the entire day. But only the formal part of the event is over. The fun is yet to be there. The entertained, those who are in the different halls, will join us shortly, and we will be having cultural program in some time.
Thanks so much, ladies and gentlemen. Reminder that because we had three different sessions, we're just waiting for all the participants to make their way back here in Jasmine to they are on their way here. And as soon as everyone is back in this hall, we have a very entertaining program lined up for you. And that's something you do not want to miss. So even though we mentioned that we are concluding the first day program right now, fun isn't over. So requesting you all to wait a little while longer for one of the most entertaining aspects of today's program. Thanks so much for joining us here today.
with me in stone. In stone, you cry more with me in stone. In stone, you cry more with me in stone. In stone, you cry more with me in stone.
Check. Sure. Very good evening and a very warm welcome to all the dignitaries and members who are present over here for this beautiful occasion of 27th National Conference on E-Governance, Mumbai, Maharashtra. Vikasit Bharat, secure and sustainable e-service delivery. Well, we are awaiting for the stage clearance, and once the stage is clear, we are good to go with a beautiful cultural program wherein we are going to showcase the rich heritage of Maharashtra, the rich culture of our Maharashtra, wherein we are going to reach out to different parts of Maharashtra and showcase a beautiful journey of our state. I would request everybody to please come inside and please be seated and enjoy this evening. I request all the members and dignitaries who are present over here for this beautiful occasion to please come inside and gather here for this beautiful evening and enjoy this beautiful cultural program named Maha Sanskriti. Our performers are ready. We are good to go with the performance. We are just expecting some more people to come in and enjoy this beautiful evening with this cultural program. A very good evening and a very warm welcome to all on 27th National Conference on E-Governance. Thank you.